pa rin yung top pick dito. Contested pa rin siya sa MPL. I think the only fun part about this entire meta update is bumalik may revamp si Hellcurt. Obviously, he's really strong right now but expect a lot of nerfs dahil nga bagong hero, bagong update. Usually naman pag bagong update, sobrang lakas talaga and then after a few patches, man-nerf din siya. And to think na yes, malakas yung Hellcurt but the tank jungle meta is still very strong. And I think I want to quote Wolf with this. Hanggat may favor at until meron pang flask na ganyan, utility is still king sa loob ng jungle. But dahil nga utility is still king, hindi lang naman mga tank yung pinapalakas nun. Huwag natin kakalimutan ang Angeling combo dahil kung titignan natin ang mga ibang pro regions, nalalabas na rin si Ling. And excited ako makita ito sa MPL, especially sa kamay ng ating mga assassin users. And hopefully, may kasamang utility tank na or utility roamer katulad ng Angela para makita natin yung classic na combo ng Angeling. Ito ang aking mid lane tier list updated as of May 2024. Medyo hindi nagbabago ang meta ng mid lane. Siguro ang mid laner ka for the past few months ay nauumay ka na. Kasi usually parang flavor of the week lang, may nagbabago ng panandalian pero biglang pag natapos na yung buwan o patapos na yung buwan, biglang babalik din sa mga Valentina Faramis, tapos si Vexana hindi na mawawala, si Novaria hindi na mawawala. Though I would put Lilia a bit lower now mainly because bumabalik na yung mga ibang assassins natin pero hindi naman lahat, no. Yung Angela surprising to dahil with the current state of our tank junglers at pati na rin yung mga assassins na pwede nating ilabas, Angela is high value honestly. So iba lang yung build ng konti sa mid lane Angela, sa roam Angela. So research nyo na lang yan kung ano yung pinagkaiba. Though mag-upload ako ng video after ng lahat ng mga tier list video, kinausap ko si Spider Miles about that. So hopefully makatulong sa inyo in the future. Nana is still strong pero I think this is the only exciting part, no, for mid laners. Louis. Pero hindi rin kasi pang solo to guys. Alam nyo na yan. Parang when you're playing the Louis, requirement na meron kang kaduo at meron kang kasama na mag-aarlot o haharap para sa'yo. And speaking of which, no, kinausap ko rin si Etomax tungkol dito si Louis. Abangan nyo din yung video na yun. Dahil ngayon nakipag-usap na talaga ako sa mga pro para meron tayong super valid na sources. Ito ang aking roam tier list updated as of May 2024. Medyo hindi naman masyado nagbago din. It's still the Mathilded Minotaur up top. The Arlot and the Ruby, palitan lamang sila. Displacement is still great. Tapos meron tayong Digi. Yung Edith medyo umangat dahil na-realize na mga tao na kayang mangtunaw ng Lord nito na sobrang bilis even if you're playing the roam dahil sa nature ng kanyang ultimate na Primal Wrath na may damage based doon sa passive stacks. Yung bar na nasa taas, literal kaya nitong member ng Lord ng napakabilis. Grok is still in high contention mainly because napaka-safe niyang mag-check bush at pang-cancel din siya ng mga maraming pwedeng i-cancel. And kung high IQ player ka katulad na lamang ni Chakno, ang dami mong pwedeng i-reset at pigilan. Anyway, the chip is still in debate mainly because kailangan yung composition mo umiikot sa mga pang burst or yung mga panglaban agad. Kung late game composition kayo, huwag kayo masyado mag-chip. Pero of course, star of the show para sa akin is Masha. Napakasakit talaga ng Masha roam yun pag nalapitan ka at nakalimot ka ng one. Ito, common misconception, hindi masakit yung dash, yung ulti. Ang masakit yung unang kalmot pagkatapos nun. So pag nakita nyo na dash, huwag naman kayo agad tumakbo. Pwede nyong stun, pwede nyong tulungan kung sino man yung kailangan nyong tulungan. Kasi panigurado, yung mage nyo, yung marksman nyo ay bibigwasan ng isang Masha.
Generation Z. Authentic. Real. They thrive in the mundane. But let's be real, nobody knows what they want. Only they truly understand.
For real?
Yeah, but that's okay. We get what you need. Guys, where are we going now?
Anywhere! Mountain, beach, middle of nowhere!
Why?
Because we can!
Well, let me help out. Smart 5G. Best in 5G coverage experience and best in 5G availability.
Oh, wow! Those are a lot of apps!
That's fine. When you got power off, you could do it all. Multiple apps? No problem.
From Wi-Fi to data in an instant.
Yes, sir. Magic Data saves you anytime you need it.
And it doesn't expire?
That's right.
Cool! Oh, dead spot.
If only you could switch in an instant. Oh, wait.
What? eSIM is that easy?
For
kasi!
Backed up by nationwide coverage. So, yeah, nobody knows what Gen Zs want, but we can keep up with real connection and real fast data. Live for real with Smart 5G plus nationwide LTE, Powerall, Magic Data, and eSIM.
You guys pretty much know what we need.
Live more today.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch in a lane na parang gera HP racing, way reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the southeast Taas sa watawat proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
Dumating na ang huling 2 araw ng regular season, Hans, and summer is about to get hotter dahil sa mga labang nag-aabang sa atin ngayon.
Even after our matches yesterday, hindi pa rin natin alam kung sino sa top 3 teams na hindi dadaan sa play-in sa buhay pa rin ang tsansa ng Blacklist International at ng Smart Omega para makaselyo ng kanilang playoff spot.
But there's a chance that that's about to change today dahil ang mga current running for top 3 at ang natitirang teams na naglalaban para sa huling playoff spot ay maglalaro today. So let's check out our matches schedule.
Star match of the day agad for our first match. We have Blacklist International going up against Echo. Makuha na kaya ng Codebreakers ang tanging puntos na kailangan nila para makapasok sa playoffs?
Up next, we have Smart Omega versus TNC Pro Team. Depende sa magiging resulta ng unang laban, malalaman natin kung mananatili ba ang playoffs chances ng bagong barangay.
And finally, we have ONIC Philippines versus APBR. Rematch sa pagitan ng dalawa sa pinakamalalakas na gold laners sa buong mundo. Makabawi kaya si Super Marco kontra kay Kelra?
Simulan na natin ang unang bakbakan.
Everybody, this is Blacklist International kontra sa Echo.
Casters, pasok!
Slots left in the playoffs, just 1. Games Blacklist need to win to get in there, just 1. The strongest league in the world, this one. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo, here with Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. And it's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you Blacks International versus Echo for the last time in Season 13. Regular season, gentlemen, how are we?
We're doing great. It's hot as usual, but these matches are going to be on fire for us. So they're going to be bringing the heat today.
Hotter.
Yeah, Naisu, but behind the scenes, he said, you know what, bro? Looking at the schedule, it's so packed, Pare.
Pare, I did.
Yeah.
I did say the pare.
It's the same exact number of games and the same number of teams performing and competing, but I do agree, Dong, I do agree. This is a very masarap day to watch MLBB Esports. If you're here with us, thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with MPL Philippines. And again, the story of this matchup coming at you right now. Blacklist International, they need that 1 point to rule them all. The 1 point that makes a difference. If it's Blacklist making it through, going down south to the playoffs, or if the dream for the new barangay lives on. There's so many conditions actually for Smart Omega, but for Blacklist International, it starts now. The road to their playoffs starts here, and standing in their way is their opponent now.
Love to see it. Again, we're starting off with a crazy matchup, and it comes down to that 1 point. So for Blacklist International fans out there, you just got to hope, hey, they get that one game in the matchup here, because all they need is that one game, get 1 point, and then their last 2 remaining matches. You can already see the breakdown here with the max points for Omega. And again, it's Blacklist and Omega that are fighting for that last slot.
Omega's max possible points, 16. Even if Blacklist and Omega are tied at 16 points, Omega wins in the overall game win rate. That's why if they're tied, because Omega got more 2-0 wins compared to Blacklist International, Omega will be the one advancing into the playoffs.
I wish I could tell you guys what's going on throughout Blacklist's mind, because honestly, when you're in a high-stakes situation like this, I'm wondering what the team is feeling like, what is going on through their minds. And it's actually answered in a press con prior to this matchup last week. Is Coach Bon at a press con? That's right. Coach Bon Chan, the World Championship coach, the multi-time MPL Championship coach, actually answered that question. Is how are you answering this now? How are you dealing with this as a team? And he said something to the effect of, you'll hear it very soon, is if we think about that, if we let that bother us, then all the more it's going to bog us down.
I think that's the way you handle it. You know, when you're in these situations, when it's down to the wire, basically, last week of the season, you have to just think of it as another match, another day, if you will, because if you let the pressure get to you, build up, obviously it's going to have an effect on the team here, right? So I think as the coach, that's the best way to set the mood for the what's at hand here for the players.
Yeah. If it's an exam day, if you're a student, just another day in school. If it's another day at work, just another day at work.
I did tell you guys you're going to hear from Coach Bonchan himself, so check out this clip.
Anyone can answer. So nakita nyo kanina yung naging laro ng Omega, natapos natalo nila yung APBR. Nakadagdag pressure ba sa team yung pagkapanalo ng Omega? Dahil nga medyo malakas yung tinalo nila and sila yung naghahabol sa inyo ngayon sa standings.
Para sa amin, hindi namin tinitingnan yung mga condition na yan. Panago man sila o matago, parang hindi namin talaga tinitingnan. Gago na yung mga analysis na dapat matago si Gantor, makakuha ng 1 point or etc. Hindi talaga namin tinitingnan yung mga condition na yan. Basta importante lang sa amin, maipanalo namin yung mga remaining games namin. Kasi kung palagi lang namin titingnan yung mga conditions na sana matago yung ganto, sana manalo yung ganto, parang nilalagay na lang namin yung kapalaran namin sa kamay ng iba sa halip na gumawa kami ng paraan, di ba? So, yun na lang yung nasa mindset namin, ipanalo na lang yung mga remaining games.
And that's exactly why Blacklist is who Blacklist is. They did not win these multiple championships all over the world because they worried about what everyone else thought, what they had to prove to other people. It's just the task at hand. We got to win right here, right now. And amidst all of those that happened in Season 13, admittedly, as an agent, as a fan of the league, you know that it wasn't easy for Blacks International, especially walking in this matchup wherein they are facing off against the M4 World Champions. The first time that they met in Season 13, though, it wasn't even the main 5, as you would call it, from the Orcas. It was outplayed and Zyd outplayed.
Yeah, I think, again, when they were going through some of these switches from Echo, it was nice to see, because I remember us sharing on the desk that, hey, you know what, whether they switched in Zyd and outplayed with, of course, Benny or Carl Teasy, they looked good, right? But now that's what I'm saying, and I think a lot of people are wondering too, like, what is that best form, at least now, of Season 13 from Echo?
Well, they've been consistently playing Carl Teasy and Benny QT since around week 5, so I'm pretty sure that Echo have already found that consistency and have found their groove. If it is championship level Echo, well, that takes time to see, and if you want to set yourself up for success already in the playoffs, you got to do it as early as now. If you're Echo, you're already constantly fielding Carl Teasy, Benny QT, again, the quote-unquote main 5. Just do what you've already done to Blacklist earlier in the season again.
Yep, if there's anything that Blacklist has over Echo walking into this matchup, is Blacklist holds the fastest record for any game in Season 13 just yet. 10:24 is the magic number.
Wow.
And Echo has been redefining speed in the past couple of weeks here all season long. So maybe that's something that powers Echo walking into this matchup besides Blacklist trying to make it into the playoffs. Real quick, there is something that we have going on YouTube for all of you viewers online.
Yep, to power you guys up as well, you can let us know who you think is going to win this awesome match ahead of us? Is it going to be Blacklist International, or is it going to be Echo? You can use the hashtags there and get a chance to win, be one of the 4 winners of 1,000 diamonds.
It's 1,000 diamonds coming your way. Speaking of, we're about to get this matchup on the road. Let's first welcome our marshals, making sure everything is fine and dandy when we get into the land of Dawn. Let's welcome Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert, who, by the way, just bought a condo in downtown Manila. I'm happy for you, buddy. You're coming up in life. Let's welcome our teams, Blacklist and Echo.
One game, 1 point is all they need. Their first obstacle this week, their loud and proud rivals. Can they break down the Echo Express to ride into the playoffs? Truly top tier, it's Blacklist International! The Orcas find themselves amidst a war in the mountaintop. If they want to avoid the play-ins round, they need all the 3-point wins they can get. And for you to get loud and proud for Echo! And their coaches, Coach Bonjan and Coach Tic Tac. MPL Arena, make some noise for the Codebreakers and the Orcas!
They got one chance here today to make it in the playoffs, and we're talking about Blacklist International. This main 5 has gone through thick and thin, through the fire to make it here tonight.
Yep, 1 point is all they need. Take it one game at a time here. And this is the thing we have to really look at, is where is that stardom, that power going to come from that lineup? Because against them, obviously, is the lineup, the power lineup from Echo.
Yeah, there's a lot of stars there, but I want to put a little bit of focus onto Sanji. He's had 6 MVP performances for the Orcas this season. Up next after him would be Carl Tizzy. So the mid-rotation really dictates the tempo for Echo, and Blacklist needs to match that.
The young GOAT and the GOAT in the making, the mid-lane genius. Looking at the stats for Echo and Blacklist right now. Again, this is odd to say, but Blacklist have great stats for a team that's actually struggling all season long.
Yeah, it's crazy when you break it down, really, because I think a lot of people that have just been kind of either passively watching or they've been dedicated in watching Blacklist games, they'll say, man, what's kind of gone on through their Season 13 run? But so far, they've been able to calculate a lot of things together and get to this point. But even looking at the diagram breakdown here, you can see where they're strong and where they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, early game for Blacklist International, when the Turtles are up, you don't really see them pop off there. It's when they start playing the map around the mid-game. It's when you have to be careful against Blacklist International. So we know the Orcas, they want to be aggressive. Sanford were the most aggressive and best EXP laners we know, but Edward can match that aggressiveness. Edward can match the ability of Sanford. That's why these two, when they go head-to-head in the EXP lane, the world watches.
Ain't this but a GOAT conversation? Ain't this a discussion that goes on every day? The aggression of Sanford, the impact he brings to every team fight that Echo is a part of, whether in the vicinity or halfway across the map when they play the New Year chip. And of course, Edward, who year after year after year, since year 0 of Blacks International, has been as consistent as one could be. I'm excited to see them in action again. We saw them do that in Cambodia. We saw them do that in Jakarta. We're going to see them do it here at home. And for all those watching at home, you're not going to want to miss this.
I feel like that's where, whenever these two teams play against each other, I always have my eyes on the XP lane. I love that lane matchup in general, but when it's these two players in that lane, you're not gonna have any surprises go on.
No, the surprise is what else new they can show us. Speaking of things to show us, Raptor, talk to us about the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
For Blacklist International, contest heroes that empower Echo's map presence. They brought out the Low Yi chip combo, but they also need to watch out for Sanji's Novaria, who has a very positive win rate at 5 wins, 1 loss heading into today. So you gotta be careful with that. For Echo, contest heroes that empower Blacklist aggressiveness. We've been seeing a more aggressive flavor of Blacklist with Haji packing heroes that can get a lot of vision, aggressively go into the opposing jungle. Hell, they even brought out the Selena Roam for Haji, and they made that work against TNC Pro Team. So you really have to cover all bases during the draft when you are playing this matchup. When it's Blacklist versus Echo, once you think the Roam mid is already settled, you gotta watch out for the EXP laners, and then who gets the jungle, gold, all that. Cover all your bases.
Ain't that a doozy? All the years between Blacklist and Echo's rivalry, now we've come to a point where, oddly enough, we've come at a paradox. I call it a 2-point paradox, a TPP, where now it's Echo who's the one that needs their ecosystem answered, and it's Blacklist who's the aggressive one that Echo has to watch out for. How crazy is that? We've come full circle.
Coming full circle for this is the perfect timing now in Week 7, and we have to let our viewers know watching on TikTok, you guys have a goodie bag lottery going on, so I'll make sure all you have to do, if you're not watching on TikTok already, head over there, go to the official channel of the MPL Philippines. It's at MPLPH_official. Make sure you click on the stream, of course, and then click on the top left corner of your screens for the goodie bag lottery.
Right about here.
Right about there.
Right about here before the game ends. That's what you do.
That's tough.
I mean, sometimes you do get a little carried away, right?
Yeah, because think about it. Do you watch on YouTube or do you watch on TikTok?
I mean, it helps.
Or both.
It helps that we're reminding y'all. Real quick, here's a reminder. Since Blacklist is our home team, they have decided to go blue, which is about a coin toss. Looking at their stats sometimes, Coach Bon decides to go red. Here, they're looking to go with the grain, not against the grain. We're looking at a 57% win rate on blue, and that looks like what Blacklist wants to leverage.
Is that overall? Or
yep, across.
Wow, 57.
Interestingly enough, the majority of the season, Blacklist International has spent on the red side.
Exactly.
Yeah. So now, based on their trends, we might see a first pick EXP or jungler for Blacklist International. So they might be contesting heroes like, of course, the Fredrin in the jungle, the Barretts, and the Arla too.
Yeah, no.
Is that your Fredrin impression?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you do it one more? I really like it.
First pick Fred is never a bad decision.
I'll be Barretts.
You're Detana, bro. You're
oh, sorry, Detana.
Oh yeah,
we just had that fun fact.
Yeah.
You want to be Barretts?
Sorry.
You want to be Barretts?
I can be the Barretts.
He can be.
I can go on your shoulders.
No, you're Detana. I cannot carry you, man. You're like 280 pounds of muscle.
This got the rails real quick. I'm glad the game has started. Here we go. Game number 1. Again, confirmed. Blacklist on the blue, on the play, looking to leverage that first pick swing. What's the answer here? Coach Bon taking out the Angela and the Chip. All the while Echo taking out 2 solid, again, role-defining heroes, Harith and Fred.
That's crazy that you mentioned the 57% earlier for overall, but then you look at Blacklist's blue side win rate, it's at 33%.
Raptor did say they like red.
Yep.
Yeah, they love the red side here. So you have heroes such as the Arlot Open, which I would really like to see first pick by Blacklist International. They're taking out the Barrett, so now that might be a swerve because now you'll have to pick up the Baksha as your first pickup for Blacklist if you want to take away comfort junglers from Carl TZ. But that means that you'll be giving the Nolan to Echo. So Blacklist, if they decide to play that route, the first picking the Baksha, but they don't. They said, man, we're just going to get the Low Yi. We saw how Sanji and Echo play with it. We're going to match your map presence with our own map presence. I like it.
I'm surprised. Like, I know the Low Yi has been doing great. Still surprising in the damage department too, and diversions, man. You love to see how that changes up the course of a game overall from start to finish.
And it's poetic with the diversion that Blacklist has caused here in the draft, now with the first pick of the Lo Yi, Echo are thinking harder because does this mean that they'll rush for the Baksha? Will they want to pick up an assassin?
Maybe a
Are they
Roger?
going to pick up even the Roger? Because if you're going up against Lo Yi, you need to match it with quick scaling, something like the Roger that can be aggressive, and they do pick that up, and they pick up the Baksha as well.
Okay. I'm glad that Roger's still really fitting in a lot of the situations, but this also leaves open, well, for Blacklist International on how they want to deal with that. But
yeah,
even looking at this, again, in that mid lane, the damage dealt share, Yue has 30%, a little bit over what Sanji has done.
Yep.
But even Lancey there for a while was on top of a lot of things here. So great breakdown. There's the response though from Blacklist.
This has been something that they've started to bring out in late week 6, a little bit of week 5. Early Akai picks.
Yeah.
Suddenly they said, you know what, Sensui? Let's leverage the fact that you're great on the retribution. Let's give you the Akai. Look, they totally skipped the likes of a Nolan. What? You see that, Nolan?
Yeah, Nolan snub.
No, we don't care.
No Nolan.
No Nolan. And one of the reasons why we are seeing more of a rise in the prioritization of Akai is that Faramis has gone up in the ranks, and so Akai, of course, when you think about it, you can really utilize the heavy spin to just displace everyone and get everyone out of the Netherrealm as much as possible. So now Blacklist are, in a way, are indirectly pinching Sanji heroes, although you still have available the Valentina and the Vexana, the Novaria, so a lot of picks available for Sanji. I like the Minotaur pickup too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, Farum is still very much possible because there's no way that Blacklist can Val anymore.
Oh, yeah.
They can just lean hard into it. Again, there's only one heavy spin, and sometimes you can leverage the heavy spin to become a defensive heavy spin.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
A DHS.
All right.
Another DHS.
I was going to say, that's a different kind of DHS.
You know what I mean? Here we go. There's the Vixana. Again, they really are choking. I think Blacklist is ready for the Faramis.
It is in despair that I
Yeah,
see
I think they are thinking about the... Well, it still could be a Novaria, because when you're up against a Lo Yi, you'd want to maximize the vision that you could get in the map.
I was going to say, remember, if we reference back to the keys to victory, that was the key for Echo. Like, have pick or draft into map awareness, and every time that pops up in my head right away, it's Novaria.
Yeah.
Like, that's I don't know if there's a better hero out there for map awareness that I can think of.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we've been seeing also is that, you know how Novaria's Astral Echo expands the hitbox of heroes?
Yeah. Yep.
Roger is actually very happy with that. Oh, and they decide to ban. It's a good ban.
I know this is completely unrelated hero-wise, but the only other hero map awareness-wise would be YSS.
Oh,
right? That's the only thing.
Confirms where everyone is.
Yep.
But look at this, the pivot by Echo. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Sanji was already, all right, there goes my Nova.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just hit the Val, which already has 2 solid ults.
Yes.
Just with 3 out of 5 draft picks in for Blacklist. What's Blacklist to do here? They still do not have a gold laner. What are we leaving out for your good boy Oheb? And there's still nothing for... Oh, we don't know where this Arla's going.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Harith is still available.
No,
but I
banned
think-
out.
Oh, banned out.
I
Thank
am
you.
waiting.
So, oh yeah, the carry. That's why I was thinking, like, how come Harith? Oh, he
Yeah, I was
banned out
thinking
in the
that
first
earlier as
race,
well.
Yeah. So I think this is gonna be an Edward pickup. The Arlot I would like to see put in the roam. So yeah, Paquito.
Okay.
I like it. The burst. Oh, I thought they'd match it with a Benedetta, but no, it's a Yuzong. All right. So Yuzong has also risen in popularity because of the adjustments of a lot of the fighters and frontliners getting softer. Yuzong is happier because he hurts more.
But just the same, I could have sworn it was Blacklist who was going to pick up the Yuzhong.
Yeah.
Lu Yi, Yuzhong
Yeah.
is a lethal combo.
Oh, yeah, we saw it last night for RSG PH. But ever since the release of Yuzong, I don't know why Blacklist tend to overlook that hero or just choose not to draft Yuzong. I remember way back in Season 8, we were pointing out about how, like, Yuzong's open, but Blacklist never picks it up.
Which is weird is because the rest of them are so aggressive, and it's Edward who seems to be the one who
Yeah.
has to temper his playstyle. One more look at their lineups. Again, as close to a rating pound for pound as it gets, about 40.40
Yeah.
between both of them. Folks at home, who do you think is going to take the dub here? Which draft do you like more? Because
Give us the hashtags.
Black or Echo, you know what it is, but Black without an A. It's BLCK.
Yeah.
Speaking of, looking at their lineup, again, they can be as aggressive as they want to be. They have great re-engage, they have great control, great rotational speed. As for Echo, again, it's Echo system. Great coverage. They can disengage with the help of JP's Minotaur. And of course, the Valentina, always so good at any range you engage with. And of course, Carl Tizzi's Baksha, both starting their buffs here early on. Orange for Black, purple for Echo. What are we looking at emblem-wise? Going to be coming up soon.
Okay. You have the lethal ignition there. So this is one thing I was scared for JP and Sanji is that up against the Arlot and especially the Loi, the Minotaur and the Vexana in the mid lane will have a bit of a difficulty clearing the minion wave. So basic common emblem there for the carry, both Master Assassins for our 2 gold laners. So they just want to really win in the duel. And those are really the major emblem outs that I can see. Yes, but it is going to be a rupture for that Lo Yi. So yes, the Minotaur and the Valentina will have a hard time poking.
I love that that early aggression where we were talking about the Yu Zhang pick, and you see Sanford trading there, even using that Petrify. Almost got Edward down low enough. I mean, he held on to his flicker. He still had that available, but we'll see how that lane kind of develops into this. But right now, still making a play on here on the bottom side, all till that first objective will come up. So we'll see some of these level 4s get online for the rest of the team.
Amazing freeze by Benny here, making sure that he not only wins the lane, but also even after that false engage by Carl Tizzi, that lane is won. So when they go for the turtle, they're able to secure it for sure. Sensui up top here already. I think Blacklist understand that they're behind on turtle take rate, so they want to fix that.
Wow, 4v2 already.
Huge.
And the rotation, the change here is that they left JP in the mid so that he could get a bit more XP to get closer to level 4. And yeah, the waves right now in the middle are going to be going to both roamers. Yue closer to level 4 compared to Sanji's level 3. So Blacklist International, they might be able to get away with this unless JP and Carl Tizzi have other plans.
Yep, half health here on the turtle. They're going to battle now. JP does have that level 4 available. Heavy spin going to use. Carl Tizzi able to get that. Can they get the first blood as well? Forcing Sensui back. They got the objective. Now Edward part of the fight, but they're going to call it off, it looks like. Unless Edward wants some more. Gets a couple punches off. But no one falls. Objective secured for Echo.
That's a win for the Orcas, regardless of weight. 40!
Hey! Makes his way in. Edward comes in to cap the kill.
Okay, so Blacklist International get a kill back. However, I was slightly scratching my head as to what happened to that call. I thought Blacklist International would be a little bit more aggressive with getting that first turtle. They just left Sensui there. It looked like they decided to, mid Sensui's poking of the turtle, just decided to go, hey guys, let's just go for the counter punish after this.
Oh, final slash by Hodge. Just helping out Oheb here. Not much from the gold lane just yet from both sides. Something to note, I think even if Echo did win the turtle, Blacklist is looking like they're happy with the trade.
Yeah, I mean, again, usually when it comes down to that first turtle, it's either a 50-50 or it's given away. That time around, though, it looks like even the fighting capability this early on from Blacklist is great, and they made a great play even with the diversion.
Yeah. So both EXP laners chasing the early damage for the pokes, both of them building Fury Hammers. The Paquito and the Yuzong already Oheb with the corrosion side up top.
Up top, Edward, 2 versus 1. Too much to handle as he falls. Top side, Yue, a little bit too late to that one.
A second late on the diversion. And again, that's just a clap back, a receipt, if you will, for Sanford's early death post-turtle take. Now about 15 seconds until the lower quarter. Mind you, Echo have all the greens. Carl Tizzi just waiting for there's a jump!
Just going to jump in. Now Sanji there as well, holding on to his own heavy spin. The Blacklist will retreat from that. Turtle's going to be up here in a couple seconds, though.
Call that spot the Kyrie jump.
Kyrie jump.
If you know, you know. Here we go. The turtle dance started up. Carl Tizzi with a subtle pull. And check it out. Sensui here still has... Oh, he started with the dragon!
Yep, they're going to force Sensui back. We'll see if he can find his way into this. Sanji holding on as well. Heavy spin, but they're not going to need it. Blacklist International stays disciplined, decides not to engage.
Yep. First 2 turtles there for Echo, while Blacklist decide to leave Edward up top to get the gold from the shield. Great positioning there with Sanji having already the heavy spin, the Black Dragon form. The moment you see that and the positioning that Echo had with 2 members coming in from the middle, Blacklist, no way they could have contested that safely.
Here we go. Another skirmish waiting to happen here in mid. Little Wanderer going over to Echo. Something to note, again, it looks like Echo have had it with bottom lane. They're trying to keep finding a kill there, but now it seems like it's diversion because Carl Teasey's trying to steal away this purple. Can he get away with it?
Well, he's going to be there. UA, though, to help him out. So he'll be fine. Sensui grabs it real quick. Here's the items.
Okay. So Windtalker already for the Roger going into an endless battle as second. Corrosion Scythe, as we mentioned already, for the carry. Both a Hunter Strike for both of the EXP laners.
Yep, that's Edward Bogard rocking that Paquito Terry Bogard skin.
Edward Bogard.
Doing as well as he could, you know, up the tempo for Blacklist this early on, but that's not going to stop the 1.52k gold lead that Echo have built up. Yue first building up his Durans, so that's going to make JP's life a little harder. Look at the collapse!
Oh, wow! JP going to jump in. They find the lockdown too. Oh, wow. Going to flicker out.
Oh, no.
He is alive for now, but they're going to get hunted down.
Yeah,
Rest of the team, but Haji comes in with the help. Can't go further. Still going to be alive though. Haji did get the kill, but Betty comes in. Meanwhile, Oheb drops on the top side. So it's going to be a trade now. Still wanting more. Echo the Express looking for Edward. Won't be able to find him. These two teams battling it out.
That I'll tell you, that's JP's fault. Yeah. JP did all that.
Perfect Despair Stomp after that Minoan Fury knock-up. That stomp put Blacklist in a difficult position and even a better position for Sanji to use the heavy spin to get Oheb out of a good spot. This is what I love about seeing a Valentina and a Kai together in one game. You just don't know who's gonna go where. Everyone's just spinning. Everyone's getting back. Like
Speaking of, everybody's spinning here. Sensui though can't spin, can't dance against 4.
Ooh, let it rip.
Wait, am I correct to understand that? Did Sensui get the purple?
I'm not sure if he was. Maybe he did. Maybe that's why he was again.
Yeah, Carl Teasey's is invading the purple, so yeah, he
Good
needs
trade,
to get it.
regardless.
That did look like a baby match right there. Hold on, Edward taking a couple shots. Carl Teasey there. Sanford as well. Not going to be able to get the connection on that diversion. Walks right into it. Looked like a summoning circle for the dragon, but he can't get away.
Yeah.
That does make it up for the earlier delayed diversion. That was amazing. They literally welcomed 40 into that bush.
They brought
Great
the dragon out.
there by Yue. Kazui already using the Retribution. I think he tried to get, I believe that was JP off position. So now Blacklist getting small wins around the map. This is what we talked about earlier for Blacklist. That sudden mid-game turnaround, once the turtles are down, how they decide to play the map and open it up a little bit more. And they need to do a little bit more work as Echo has better placements, especially in the center of the river.
Which is amazing because Echo have to watch out for these forward moves. And so far it's only been Sanford that they've been trading out for. Sanford is the one who's suffering because of the diversion diff that Blacklist have. Oh, it's a fight ready to break out.
Carl Teasey jumping over that, but Blacklist International sniffs it out. They back off once again. A whole lot of this where you see kind of Echo go in that express mode, let's make a play, but then Blacklist will back off and then possibly try to re-engage or utilize that diversion later on.
Speaking of, you see the diversion range, not that massive yet, but they're going to be going to their purple buff to try and secure some stuff.
Look at that quick rotation.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no, it's just the one.
They left him the baby perp.
Yeah.
There's got to be delayed maybe what? 10, 15 seconds? Because it could have respawned so much faster.
Oh, I thought he was going to go more. Haji using the final slash, but the rest of Echo here to fight it out as well. They get the flicker out from Haji. Edward bobs and weaves in with the punches. Carl Teasey's going to be in trouble now. JP though jumps in. It's a heavy spin going to be used, but on the backside they go in. Oheb's going to fall. UA to answer now, and still Echo looking for more. They find Haji again. The Echo Express punishes Blacklist.
3 for none. Tit for tat, everything Blacklist threw at Echo. They had an answer, and they convert straight to a Lord.
6 times he got the MVP for a game this season so far. Sanji, what a heavy spin to lock down 2 members of Blacklist International. Blacklist could have fought that. They could have countered it. But with 2 members locked down and pinned down to the wall and not in a fun way, Echo would run away with it.
Look at this. We're going to see once more poetry in motion. Exactly how it started. They almost got Carl.
Yeah. We're looking at Sanji flickering forward, then popping the heavy spin. It was Oheb and Yue that he had locked down, and it even threw off Haji's usage of the Vengeance Arlot's second skill. My
There's
goodness.
a whole lot of just heavy spin everywhere.
That's Blacklist International's course. They literally he literally took down Blacklist cores.
Yeah.
And there's very little the rest of them could have done. What was Edward to do? Burst him to death? It wasn't possible at the time. Now Echo 4K ahead. Lord marching up top. Big fat wave down bottom. There's one in mid as well. Likely Blacklist is going to be fine. Likely Blacklist is not going to lose an inhibitor, but Echo's turning the map red.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
It's ironic when you think about it. If you go back to MPL Philippines Season 10, Blacklist International brought out the Valentina jungle pick as a response to the jungle Akai pick of Carl TZ back then during that grand finals. So now Echo, just in the second phase, we're like, oh, we'll pick up the Valentina up against your Akai. We know how much that throws off teams, and we saw it there. We saw it happen.
Man, not only that, but the way that Sanji's been utilizing that ult has been flawless so far. And now you saw him earlier, right? He was holding on to the final slash that time around, but I'm wondering how that plan, that game plan of his will change over the next couple minutes.
Again, it seems like Sanji now, the game plan for him is to play a utility mid. You also know the stats, head-to-head with Yue. He's dealing much less damage. So it's not about what you got, it's how you use it. He literally just said, I just need my ult, which is most likely the heavy spin, maybe sometimes the final slash, which hasn't happened yet in this 11-minute bout so far. But when he does find that, when it comes down to it, likely it's going to turn sideways again for Blacks International. So what's Blacklist to do here? I don't know if rotations like this would solve the problem. They have great checks. Haji can't be used to check bushes though. So likely it's going to be Yue. I'm feeling the pressure for Yue.
That was really great positioning and even understanding by Sanji, knowing that he's up against a Lo Yi, a hero that we saw him use last night last night or last week.
Yep.
To great effect.
Yep.
He was staying in a perfect area that rotation would not spot him out or even lower down his health.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah, right at the edge. That was pretty cool.
He knows that if a rotation would be thrown here, I wouldn't be spotted either way at max range.
Exactly.
Amazing work by the young genius Sanji. And again, Sanford can afford to do this. He has a Black Dragon form on demand. Carl DZ holding this bush right here. This is Echo's own version of the little diversion play. Like they're able to sandwich, they're able to collide into a midway point throughout Lord. And look at this, look at the patience. Look at the patience by the best in the world. By the young goat, I'm just gonna sit here. They don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's a blast from the past because if you go back to history, usually Carl TZ would be occupying that shrub with someone else. Former Roamer Yaoi.
Waiting for a possible conceal play, but this time he knows. I got the information on Blacklist International with his positioning, and Echo can kind of just hold down this side of the map for now.
Oh man, he's like Elmer Fudd. Be very, very quiet. All right, here we go. Echo starting up the Lord.
Uh-oh.
Cartesi switching bushes.
He's driving around. They're going to find in, crashing into 3. Still has to respect the damage, though, but it's going to force Blacklist International back. They got the Dragon form out as well from Sanford.
Do they know Sanji's there?
Oh, conceal play.
Oh, he has to
Sanji.
get out.
He is there. Haji might be on the hunt here, but they still want to commit to this. No one there for the follow-up. So, again, it comes down to just both teams kind of resetting here. Benny going for her. Oh, he has to flicker out himself. Thought that maybe he could burst down Yue there. So still finding themselves battling it out for this Lord.
Yeah. Good thing he did get the flicker away because that would have been a good setup for Blacklist International via Haji's final slash.
Comes back so quickly.
Yeah.
With this now, the Lord Dance going to commence here. Sanji holding on once again. There's the final slash already going to be used on JP. JP goes in, but can't get off what he's looking for. They find down the lockdown on the bound side. Now Sanji's in trouble. Gets taken down by Oheb, and now it's Sanford. With the Wind of Nature going to be utilized, and he's still up for now, but finally gets taken down. But it's a 3 trade going on. Haji still alive. Will go down to Carl TZ. Benny Cutie trying to pop off on the backside, but Carl will go down as well. Blacklist International wins the fight.
A disastrous outcome for Echo. Multiple times they tried to engage, but Blacklist would not budge, and now they stand tall going for the Lord.
Oh, Benny, this is risky.
Benny trying to buy some time, the best he can from the Lord.
Oh, gets you
way out of here. Goes for Edward as well. He stops Blacklist from taking the Lord with a massive play.
Damn you, Benny! Damn you! No one has any right to win the 3v1 at the Lord like that, but he still stalled Blacklist single-handedly. Let's see a replay.
Oh, just when we thought he would be out, Good usage of the Lycan Pounce. He wasn't even 100% when he joined that. He even got bursted down by Edward, but he survived. He scratched, he clawed, got one, and he almost went down, but Lycan Pounce just in time to get to Sensui, finish him off, but Benny Cutie saved that for Echo.
I just want to say one word, boys. Balanced.
What?
Balanced.
Balanced. All right.
Definitely balanced.
Totally balanced. Yeah, you felt that earlier with your Gordon when we were playing RG.
I feel it every time I see Roger on the field, man.
Imagine it in the hands of one Benedict Gonzalez. Let's talk about that. Here we go, another Lord Dance. Both teams fumbled in that last engage about 2 minutes ago. Now both have recovered well. Battle spells coming off cooldown. Ults on deck. Green dots everywhere. And now Carl Tizzy and Sensui dancing around. Again, neither team got the Lord. Neither got really close.
Yeah, look at that. Edward rolling around with UA. He's going to have his own delivery service if they need it. Looks like they're going to pull it off back to that mid lane after clearing the top. So they find themselves once again in this Lord Dance. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Half health here on the Lord. Sensui there as well in front of Carl Tizzy. Now on the bottom side, Edward going to get spotted. Has to flicker out. Still a fourth of the health on that Lord. They're going to have to break it down, and they go in with the flicker. Forcing them back. They want to fight it out. Lord's going to go ahead and get the reset. There's the lockdown from Sensui. He's quite low. Nobody dropping just yet. Benny Cutie going to be forced back down. They're looking for Haji. Immortality going to be popped here. Edward trying to get there to help him out. Conceal on the run. Benny's on the hunt. The Lycan Pounce. Everything is for him as he gets a triple. Looking for the Maniac. And Benny Cutie will do it again.
The art of the turn. Echo have just danced their way into an endable situation.
And now they look for the last kill, the captain. It's a savage for Benny Cutie as they take game one.
Who let the dogs out?
Who?
That is the second savage in all of season 13. And Echo take game one.
Oh, all the Clippers are rushing to clip that. Clip that for sure, and you see Echo going nuts. Benny Cutie, not one, not two, not three, not four, but five. Even Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh have seen that and go, damn.
Oh man, it just had to be after I said, hey, Roger, hashtag balance, baby.
Hashtag balanced.
Oh man, but in the hands of a player like Benny Cutie to dissect that match, because again, he didn't just jump in there. The ability to find those windows where he was going into the Lycan form, going out, disengaging, re-engaging, masterclass there, breakdown. And again, the Lord was like at a fourth of the health.
Yeah, and he had to time it well with the jump as well. With the Lord skill for him to get away with that. Ladies and gentlemen, the physical demands, the emotional toll that it takes to win a team fight like that, or at least to recover from such a blunder. I would not name any other person than Benny Cutie to be the MVP.
He's even got it. He's got the scratches.
Of course, this man is going to be the MVP with what he brought out there in the end. With the play to save that Lord for Echo. 3v1, taking down 2, leaving Sensui to say, I can't take this alone. And then, of course, the Savage there in the end. His positioning was key. And there's one item I want to put a little bit more focus on here as a Roger. GDS, the Great Dragon Spear. We've seen that as the third build item for Rogers now because of just how well it does for situations like that. What you mentioned, Leo, the turn. 4 teams to just chase down and turn things around, and with the increased movement speed that he'll get once he switches out of those forms, if he times things really well, are great. But before all of this, Sanji was the MVP for Echo leading up to the winning situations because of how he utilized the heavy spin, how he timed himself as the Akai. You saw them try it out here in the at one point during the Lord where it sort of crumbled for Echo, but Blacklist responded to it. If Blacklist went away with this, we would have brought up how well Echo or Blacklist International fought this fight because of their tight positioning. They saw how Echo were placing themselves, how they saw that, okay, if we just time our crowd control really well, we'll be able to answer this Roger. But they couldn't find the Roger in the end there. It was Benny Cutie who got that big win for Echo. My God, I'm still speechless with what he was able to pull off there. And eventually, this sequence here with the chase down. Once you see life bars that low as a Roger, you're happy. That is a few Lycan pounces, clawing and scratches away from getting it, and he'll run away with that Savage, and Echo will take this game number 1.
More impressive than even Benny Cutie's performance is his teammates' control. The urge to steal away the Savage. They let him have it. Kudos to Echo.
I feel like the comms there at that time was like, give it to Benny, just make sure that he gets that Savage.
Indeed, they hunt us one.
Yeah.
Hunt us one.
And they got that. Hunt us one to secure those 5. But Echo, really, how they played this game, we talked about Sanji in the beginning. I really want to put a little bit more focus on this man. And of course, the San duo. Sanford had to be patient as a Yuzong here. Because when you're going up against an Akai, of course, you're thinking as a Yuzong, all right, I'll just go hop into the Dragon form real quick. Just make sure I get that Petrify combo knockup. But we saw in that last Lord fight, actually, that Sanford was thinking about it because he was waiting for Sensui's usage of the heavy spin. Once Blacklist International put themselves in a situation where Echo said, okay, there's a little bit of a gap between Sensui Sakai and the backline of Blacklist International. All right, this is how we're going to be tackling this. We forced a reaction from Blacklist International to jump onto the Akai to save Sensui. So now we're going to jump on the Blacklist backline so that Echo can build a win from there, and then that's how they were able to win that sequence. Blacklist International, though, drafting that Loyi in the first pick, I still really have to commend that. That was a hell of a swerve for their draft, but they overlooked, it feels like to me, that Valentina. Looking back at hindsight, once that Valentina got picked up, what a perfect reaction answer to what Blacklist International want to play, especially having an Akai stealing away the heavy spin when you have an Arlot and a Paquito in your lineup. Edward and Haji will have a hard time against Sanji when he's an Akai with that heavy spin.
The Sansan duo definitely had their work cut out for them.
Yep.
And the fact that they leaned so well into it and they understood that it was a dirty job and someone had to do it, what better two pair of young gentlemen, two of the most promising and most elite athletes in all of MLBB sports to serve up and deliver. I'm super impressed. Again, it could have been Sanji, all right? A third into the game, it was Sanji MVP.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, Benny said, watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this. And I thought his moment here was going to be that 3v1, winning the 2 kills and delaying the Lord take, but then he did the Savage.
You thought, right? I mean, that's what I was saying. He went in and did that, and then capitalized it even further from there. And it's hard to really break down the fact that this is the Echo Express where from one portion of the game, it's this player or that player. And then another, someone comes up and steps up. And that's what made them so strong for such a long time, even now.
I'm convinced this team still definitely is one of the teams you have to consider when you're talking about when your breath mutters super team. You gotta look at Echo.
Yeah.
Again, if you're able to outshine the GOAT, again, we barely talked about Carl Teasy's heat map. If you're able to outshine Carl Teasy, if you're able to outshine one of the first 2-time MPL champions in all of the league, JP, who's, by the way, performance was pretty good here in this game as well. Where do you go from there, right? That's why I put them number 1 in my power rankings this week. They are the most over team for me in all of Season 13. Before we move on and talk about the predicament the Blacklist is in, let's talk about our sponsor, Infinix, the GT Series. Outplay the rest, brought to you by Infinix, our official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT Series.
Now,
man.
Again, we were wondering what Blacklist might be feeling pre-match. How about now? How about now that they... Wait, no. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You guys were like way too close to each other.
I was going to say, I don't...
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Go for it.
Let me go a little further.
Is it not Blacklist who was also the victim of another Savage? The other Savage this season. Was it not Blacklist as well? In the hands of Nomad.
Oh,
right.
That's true.
TNC versus Blacklist. It was No Man's Bruno, game number 1.
Game number 1.
Man, this Season 13 Ube might not be the flavor. Might not be.
Well, yeah. Again, when you have a Roger across from you and everybody's like low health, that's probably where you're like, all right, let's go different ways. You go that way, I'll go this way. Disperse.
It worked out, again, to save themselves from Sanji, right? But where to from here? Where to from here? How do they complete the Infinity Gauntlet, that of which is worn by this nondescript caster who is I think, combination of all of us.
I was going to say...
It could be anyone.
I was trying to think who this was.
Right? Think about it. It's almost complete. Frame 1. The qualified teams in the playoffs. Yes, I'm going to translate every single one.
Go for it.
A deep, contemplative look. And then just one more. I got that big one.
Yeah, this literally could be all of us, because if you look at the eyes, that's a combination of Brigida, Chantel, and even Mara's eyes.
Where am I in this? I don't see myself in this at all.
Well, there's something that popped into my head, but I can't say it on broadcast.
All right.
And it's not visible in the frames.
It is not visible in the frames.
You got pretty big hands. So
Yeah, it's the hands,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah, because the hand was covered by the gauntlet.
That's right.
Right?
That's a pretty big gauntlet.
Right. Thanks again to our lovely community members, artists who are also big fans of the MPL. You guys keep us going. Now, with that said, let's reel back in to the matchup at hand. It's Echo's turn. They are away, and game 2, pick side goes to them, and they pick blue.
All right, they go blue, but doesn't this also mean that statistically, again, Blacklist International has performed better on the red side?
Yeah.
So, right?
Oh, that's true.
Right, they have.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that changes, but again, I know for the team and for Coach Bonchan, they're like, just go for another game, focus on winning. But all the agents out there watching right now are probably holding on to their seat a little bit. I don't know if everybody's fully capable of just being like, all right, let's just go for the win here.
Not breathing, just...
This is tough. This is a situation ahead of them. They cannot have the 2-0 here.
Cannot.
They cannot.
Yeah.
Well, no.
They
can afford it.
They can afford it, but they really don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, because again, if Blacklist get 2-0'd here, and in a reality where by tomorrow, or by the last series of the season tomorrow, Omega have won their matches.
Yeah.
Blacklist will have to face against RSG and try to get their 1 point in the very final series of the season against RSG PH. Mind you, one of the teams trying to get through the no play-ins route.
So Echo needs this just as bad.
Yeah, Echo also needs this too. So it's tough going for Blacklist because they're going up against teams for their last 2 chances to get that 1 point. Teams who want to end the season top 1 and avoid the play-ins round.
Oh, to be an Orca. Oh, to be an agent right now. And we're just going into game number 2. Again, folks, the fact that our point system has changed this season means the dynamics of the teams trying to get in also.
Remember when we were contemplating how the point system would affect the whole regular season? Well, this is it.
Up to the very last point. Up until day number 2, week 7. Here we go. The draft is upon us. Echo on the play. They ban out the Lu Yi. And we see a Matilda ban from Black.
Yeah, so in terms of the first picks here for Echo, Fredrin, Arlott, Baksha, they've even done a Barrett's first pick at some point. Yeah, they've done Barrett's first pick twice. But in terms of their priorities, throughout the season for Blue Side, Barrett's, Fred, Nolan, Novario, even Roger. Hell, if Blacklist aren't careful, even Angela's an option for Echo for the first pick.
So far, whenever Echo is blue, yeah, again, talking about like recent memory, right? Reps-wise might change because we did have a mid-season patch.
Yeah.
But now that Fred is out, do we miss a Carl Tizzy Barats?
Yeah, Barats would be
Carl
great.
does like his Barats.
Yeah, looking at these bands, Barats makes sense for me as the first pickup, but even Arlott would be okay.
Yeah, well, we're waiting. If this is not the Barats, then that means Echo might pick it up.
Yeah.
So then, if that's the case, does Blacklist International actually want to go with the Roger this time around and put that in the hands of OHEB?
Blacklist on red.
On the red side here.
Yeah. I feel like
maybe
you need to take it.
Roger, Arlott, if that's not taken up. There's the ban, so it's Chip.
Hell, knowing Echo, they might even just go, we got to savage the first game with it. Why don't we just first pick Roger? That might also be in their mind.
Right momentum.
Oh, but it is the Angela.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
All right. Likely Sanji. Likely a mid Angela.
Yes.
Roam Angela don't work in the current metagame. Very, very expensive. Very risky to do that. Roamers need to do roamer things. And it's that young gentleman you saw earlier.
Yeah,
not this one.
And that might be the swerve that Echo are going for. Because the history of Echo with this Angela is it has always been a roam for JP. So they might swerve it, put it in the mid lane, and then just have another roamer for JP later on.
Yep. It's likely. The Arlott's still out there. JP plays an Arlott. JP has a Cho. JP has a Kaja. Still a lot of choices here for the illustrious JP de la Cruz.
This might be mid and jungle for Blacklist International. Steal away the Barretts if they want to. You don't want a Barretts and Angela. Oh, but they're going to play into it. They'll go for Baksha and they'll steal away the Arlot. So Barretts is open here if they want to. And they go ahead and pick it up. All right, picks.
Wow. Coach Tic Tac pull in a Treb, the blitz response.
Yeah.
Again, the Baksha in the hands of Sensui, who has, by the way, an all-time high in kill participation across the board this season. A whopping 86, 87%, the highest amongst all junglers in Season 13. Echo the answer back. Again, this doesn't say where the Angela's gonna go, but I'm liking the Sanford Yuzhong. Was a revelation at M4, and of course, Carl Tizzi's Barats.
It's just staple. I feel like, you know, when you talk about Carl Tizzi's Barats, able to kind of roll around with that, it's a foundation for any kind of lineup they want to go with. It's I don't know. For me, it's almost even better than the Fred in some cases.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry to all the Fred religious, you know, people out there for Fredrin.
The Fred loyalists.
But Barretts, guys, and Daytona. Let's not forget them. Especially now that they can do different things. You know, they're a little more mobile.
Yeah, you just like saying Daytona because you're from Florida.
That's true. That's true. I mean, you know me pretty well, Renmar.
Yeah, dude. Too well sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Scarily well.
You know
Sometimes I can't stop thinking about you.
Okay. That's a different level, sir.
Professionally, of course. It's going through your mind, man. In terms of the bans here, I actually love this Faramis ban here for Echo. Faramis Angela would have been devastating, and of course, it leads into the idea we were talking about earlier with more sustain being built by Echo. I still am now leaning more towards the idea that this will be a roam Angela, while the mid laner here, they can still pick up Vexana if you're Echo, if Blacklist doesn't ban it out.
No, they'll evict it.
Yep, it's snagged by Blacklist.
They might actually Valentina.
Oh, sorry, I meant Valentina. It's the letter V's.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. The final slash, the
also bluish.
Eternal Guard. And they're also blue. Yeah, you know there was one game I had where I really wanted to ban Vex, but when I pressed the ban button, I was like, wait, why is Faramis banned? Oh no, they both look kind of alike. It's the color scheme.
All right, it explains why Faramis and Vex are the same color scheme. They're both from the Necro Keep.
I was going to say,
that's true.
Yeah, in the lore, they're pretty related-ish.
Yep.
In the story.
Also in the lore, they both kind of lost like 50 years. Both very young now.
I like this Nathan pickup for Blacklist, although playing it into against a Yuzhong is going to be tough for them. So if Echo just wanted to go hyper-aggressive, put this Angela in the mid, if not the Valentina. Oh, wait, no, it is the Valentina.
There it is.
That was right already.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Going against the grain.
Whoa.
Echo, one of the few teams that might actually make Rome Angela work.
Yeah.
I would say this season it's mostly been in mid lane, right?
The mid is where it works, yeah, because again, your Rome needs to do a certain thing that Angela just can't in the current metagame.
Yeah, up against an Arlot and a Baksha. Well, it's still doable, but then that puts up a lot of pressure onto Carl Tizzi's shoulders to be able to hold the front line well. So Blacklist International, great balanced lineup. This Edith actually might be very punishing for Echo to deal with.
Okay.
And for the agents there, I just have to say that this is looking good for Blacklist Draft going into game number 2.
Definitely.
They just need to be careful with how well they play the map, because up against an Angela and a Claude, I think that's why Echo went for the Claude. They saw that we might be going into this sort of having difficulty in the early to mid. Let's have a Claude just in case we need to split up the map and open it.
Which is odd because it seems like halfway through the draft, they solved the problem that they walked themselves into.
Yeah. I'm surprised by the lineup rating there. I'm not sure if that was 100% where it had to be, but I like the Blacklist lineup here for this game, right? And not to mention, they're very good up front. The backside can be covered. They have good disengage. And then you got to factor in, too, the EG, the Eternal Guard part of this fight as well.
This lineup on Blacklist looks like the kind of lineup you play when you just need 1 point. When you need to win 1 game to make it in the playoffs. And that's where we're at right now. So all of the agents watching all over the world, send us your energy. Your team needs it. As for Echo, well, sometimes they do like this. It's the way they are.
They do be doing.
Oh, interesting adjustment by JP. It's a focusing mark on that Angela. We saw it right before the split cam. So that's a good little adjustment by Echo. Knowing that they're probably thinking what we were thinking in terms of, oh man, Blacklist could run away with this. So how do we balance that? Be able to dish out just a little bit more damage. So that 6% will come in big.
Oh, wow. Something to note as well, that's a lot of quantum charge from Echo, and a lot of emblems that just give you a little extra numbers early on. So something tells me they might actually go fast. They might try to avert expectations from Blacklist and just collapse onto them. Reminds me of a situation we found ourselves in earlier when we played ranked games.
Yep, we got collapsed on a little bit, you know?
We got collapsed and clapped.
Could be.
Could be. That was a tough one, and with this, I think Echo is kind of find themselves in the same situation where if it gets to the long game, they're really going to struggle here. So we'll see how they kind of play around that. They do have a couple outs in terms of all the CC being thrown at them with the Purifies, of course.
Yeah, which I think builds on the theory I'm working on right now, because it's not a defensive Purify, it's aggressive.
Yeah.
They really just want to lean in.
Hold on in the mid lane. Oh, JP has the heals. Stays alive with those waves, but of course they got the flicker out of him.
Yeah. And of
How'd
course,
you use his as well?
Well, folks, if you are wondering, hey, the lineup rating looks really good for Echo. What are they talking about? This Angela role might be difficult. It's situations like that. That even before the turtle, the Angela row might be low. Might not be able to get the vision you want to get in the key areas because you're going up against a Vexana and Edith together with a lot of crowd control that can pin you down and burst you down.
Luckily, he has a wave coming his way. JP might hit level 4 just in time. Turtle already up.
Oh, pressure there on the bottom side too. Dragon Form already going to be used here, trying to keep them out of the range. There goes the EG.
Wow.
Carl T's able to get the turtle though, and it's Haji the first one to fall. And now they go for more. Final Slash going to be utilized as well. JP a part of the fight, trying to keep them alive. He's stuck. Sensui will get taken down. And Edward was hunting for Sanford but couldn't find him.
This early on, heads rolling, 3 for 2. Across the map, there was violence.
Yeah, Benny Cutie was able to solo kill Oheb into the gold lane. So now that's going to be one gold card. Let's see if that gold card will go down. We're looking at that little blue dot disappear, and it did. So one gold card taken away there from Oheb. And I want to commend Sanford in that last engagement. That was an ecosystem approach to a team fight. It was Carl Tizzy who got the bite down onto a member of Blacklist, but Sanford was the one who kept Sensui from being able to retribution by utilizing the Petrify knockup combo as a Yuzhong.
Yeah, 40 was the catalyst. Now Oheb trying to make the most of a situation down bottom. Good chunk of the shield's taken away.
So little lead there. Just very minor though for Benny Cutie in the gold lane.
Yeah, in terms of the items, well, they might be getting their first items close enough. Corrosion Scythe and the Feather of Heaven not too different in terms of the gold difference. Just 200, 300 gold separating them if I'm not mistaken. And Echo, if they want to win this in the early games, they'll have to win it through the turtles and those little victories that they can get. But you're seeing here Sanford Shizong having a difficult time dueling against Edward's Arlott.
Okay, the onward comes through into the Eternal Guard. They get the Heart Guard as well, but Benny Cutie going to drive them back a little bit further. Meanwhile, Carl Tizzy will fall. Sanji picks up a kill as well, the 1-for-1 trade. Haji and Carl Tizzy. So it's a back and forth still.
Amazing target acquisition here by Blacklist.
Yes.
They put Oheb where he needed to be, and that's a trade you're going to take any day, man. A roamer for a gold lane, or jungler?
Yep.
Yes, please.
Yep. Sanford. Ooh. Okay. Got that tracking enhanced basic attack. But yeah. For majority of the time, I think we're going to be seeing this Arlott get out of lane a little bit more or quicker. But of course, you have the Black Dragon form as a Yuzhong. But in terms of lane dueling, difficult, as you can see, for this YZ. Edward almost solo killing Sanford too. So at some point, Echo might need to readjust. Turtle up.
See if they can grab it. Echo bleeding in. Haji jumped in again. Over the goes. Sensui's going to get the turtle now. The fight breaking out once again. Carl Tizzy going to fall. Sanford jumps in though. Finds a massive stun and has the Heart Guard as well. Forcing UA back. But Sanford goes down. Blacklist wants to fight back. But it's a trade, the 2-for-2 again.
Man, I'm not even playing, and I already feel Sensui's Baksha. That Heart Guard doesn't really make much of a difference. Carl Tizzy's passive healing not going to work with the Baksha's marks. And that's what's allowing Blacklist to call the shots this time around. Approaching the 1,000 gold lead.
Nice little bob and weave there. Staying alive for Sanji. Has not gone down yet. Both retries going to be used. Benny Cutie joining the fight as well. Edward now in a little bit of rough position as Sensui falls now. Edward trying to jump in. Going for JP. And he gets him before he goes down as well.
Wow, great tracking there with the vengeance by Edward, being able to get JP down. And going back into the turtle fight that we saw that led to this little scrap afterwards. we need to commend how Haji was able to just look at Carl TZ and say, yeah, man, let's just control him and take him down. Great timing, and Blacklist was able to respond. It was just an easy onward toss-up, and then with the Earth Shatter as well, Carl TZ was not able to retrieve that. Blacklist, though, still in this. Echo 2, still a very close game. Both teams playing really well around the objectives with the items up already. Necklace of Durans available for this Vexana. So they both have the anti-healing that both team needs.
They're a turtle apiece, so this last one spawning in about 20 seconds could make the difference. Their ramp up from the early to the mid. Edward given all the space to push in, making Sanford's life not that much easier. And there you go, the first turret falls.
Yeah, it's the Scythe and DHS already built up for Benny Cutie's Claude. While the Nathan just built up the Starlium Scythe.
They're going to drive around the front. Sensui, they're going to find Sanji. Finally, will take him down. First death of the game for Sanji. And this could just be for Blacklist International to take the turtle here. Unless Carl Teasy and Benny Cutie and the rest of the team want to do something about it.
Somehow, some way, this could be tough. Sensui with a flank.
Has the hard guard on top of him, goes in, looking for that turtle. Oheb's going to be able to secure it with the Blazing Duet on top of Oheb. Does not go down. Carl Teasy's the one to fall. They lose their jungler. Blacklist International wins that fight.
That was a tough engage. Echo were a man down and they still decided to go in. And there wasn't enough on Benny or Sanford to punish Blacklist from leaning hard into that turtle. Blacklist winning all of that.
Oheb was stone cold. He had the Angela and the Claude on him. But he said, you know what? I think two of my skills, one superposition, will be able to send them back, hurt them. And the moment Benny Cutie felt the damage of that Nathan, even though he had the Angela on him, he was like, nah, I gotta back out here, even though it looked like they were gonna take Oheb down. Oheb surviving that was key for Blacklist.
Abort. Something tells me Echo may have missed their snowball point.
Yes.
Their lineup was built to snowball, and again, that's what explains this odd roamer Angela. So now, I reckon the play might be, all right, let's get actual items and a solid gold lead on our heroes and on our
composition.
And then go from there, because look, there is good damage on them, but it's damage that they can't use. It's damage that doesn't really translate.
And Echo can't seem to get the longer engagement that they want to get. Again, we mentioned during the draft that this type of lineup, having an Angela roam, will put a lot of pressure onto the Barretts, onto Carl TZ's shoulders. And he's taken the brunt of it. 1, 4, and 7. He has the most deaths right now on Echo, because as the main frontliner, every time Haji and US see him, they're just like, all right, let's just go after this Barrett. And of course, again, with Angela roam, the situations that's just leading up to that, with Sanji in the mid lane just getting picked off by that Baksha and two other members of Blacklist International, one of them being the Edith, that's going to happen more frequently if Echo don't watch their positioning in certain portions of the game.
Yep. So again, they're playing the long lane here, setting up for the first Lord of the game. Blacklist also moving up towards that spot, lower quarter. 2,000 gold ahead. That's a solid 2,000 gold, by the way, folks. That's 2,000 you can feel.
And with that, I guess this is where it really comes down to see how much that power spike, that missed power spike, or that snowball power spike for Echo, has it fallen off at this point, or can they continue to farm up and get to a point where they're very threatening in the team fight, because now it comes down to these Lord dances.
Oh, look at this positioning here by Sanford. Can get the members of Blacklist International off guard, catch them off guard. But I wonder if they sense it, because this is classic Echo that we're seeing. Oh, Golden Staff already built up for that Claude.
Concealed by Hodge.
Oh.
All right, they forced Carl TZ back, though.
Yeah, forced to use the Detonus Welcome just to dash through that wall. Big resources utilized. But Sanford, unshakable, not moving from that shrub.
All right, luckily, if you have a canceled Detonus Welcome and you get it in, it does come off cooldown much faster.
Yeah,
so,
Blacklist seem to be
running. Edward goes in with the final slash, and now he's in trouble. Carl TZ gets taken down. Sanford has the hard guard. They're looking for anybody to find. Yue gets a done. Okay, he goes down anyway. And now still fighting for an Echo on the run. Oheb is unstoppable as he gets a Maniac. And this is massive for Blacklist.
Echo goes into damage control mode. They need to save themselves where they can, and with just Benny Cutie standing, Blacklist does nothing less then take advantage of that win. 3.5k ahead, huge Lord scored. Now they're gonna turn the map red. Echo are reeling.
The Filipino sniper is stone cold. And Omega's hopes of making it to the playoffs might have shattered in front of them as Blacklist have this lead. Sensui stolen a purple buff away from Carl TZ. Remember, Blacklist just needs that one game win to make it into the playoffs. And Oheb with a maniac might have just done it for Echo, for Blacklist. But Echo is still holding on.
Ladies and gentlemen, there but stands 2 turrets and a base from Blacklist and the playoffs.
Oh! Final Slash going to be used again. Carl TZ getting taken down in an instant from Oheb. And now marching down the mid lane, they see victory in their sights. They see the playoffs there. But look at the damage. It's not going to be enough. They lost their jungler. They get the shields and the mid turret down. They still have the Lord marching down the top side.
Wow, they just strong-armed that turret. No minions, no nothing. It's just JP and Benny left in the base.
They still have a Lord.
Still waiting it out. Blacklist
Oheb
wants to set the eyes on the victory, and they'll get it.
The base.
1 point is all they needed, and Blacklist will secure their spot to the playoffs.
The agents force game 3 and have made themselves welcome to the season 13 playoffs. Blacklist are moving forward.
You can hear the agents. The gauntlet is completed. And Omega's hopes have been snapped away from them as the code breakers have finally broken the playoffs code. They are still in this 10, 11, 12, now in the 4th season in a row.
Whew.
1 game, 1 point.
That's it. Scored. Looking back at how Echo tried to ride off of momentum and just snowball into the victory and force Blacklist into submission, did not work. Blacklist stood their ground and drafted a very well rounded lineup, and here they just punished what Echo was trying to do. Amazing work. Amazing work.
It's
Kill
it's
one,
tough.
baby.
This is the Kill one. This
Kill
is the
one.
this is the most significant game 2 we've seen in a while.
I was gonna say, think about it. A bunch of agents out there in the world and a barangay out there in the world.
Our heart goes out to Barangay though. This is this makes history. Again, Reptar, you counted out how many times Blacklist have made it back into the playoffs picture after their fallout in season 9. But now, one is wondering what it must be like for Smart Omega. But for now, let's give our roses to the one and only Kiel Soriano, Oheb, the MVP for game 2.
Get one, baby. On that Nathan. They said they needed 1. Oheb said, I'll give y'all 4. I'll give y'all a maniac to get us that 1. 9-2 and 4 for this Nathan. And how he played this again, the ever-looming threat of being doved on by a Yuzhong, by a Claude. And that looked like that was the job of Benny QT and JP, the Angela-Claude combo. You be the ones to look for the Nathan. And once that Nathan got picked up here by Blacklist International, you could sense it already. You can feel it coming. The looming victory to happen. They just needed to pull it off. And by God Almighty, Oheb pulled it off. With how he played this, his positioning here was key, and his survivability. Him being able to time that entropy during key moments. He would not have the perfect game. There were times he would get picked off. Twice even. There were times where he couldn't join in the fight to be able to deal the damage. But one thing that he did was be one of the nightmares for Benny QT to deal with. Because when Benny QT would be diving and trying to get Oheb down, just one hit of that skill would be able to burst down Benny QT and make Benny QT think twice about going in. You see here, he'll be going in with a Blazing Duet, but he takes a bunch of damage, forcing him to go back. Oheb and Blacklist International, keeping their formation tight, was able to get a Maniac out of that situation. And here in the mid lane, again, you got a feel for Carl TZ here. The draft of Echo meant the pressure is on the Barretts to be the tank, to be the frontliner, to be the quote-unquote roamer for Echo. But even if how tanky a Barretts could be, you're just going to be sitting there and looking, guys, I'm doomed. And that's what happened to Carl TZ. And that's what Haji and Edward made the most out of. the Edith and the Arlott, every time they saw the Barretts, once they finally had a substantial lead, they were like, hey, let's burst him down, and they did.
I'll tell you, the turning point for me, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers at home, was when OHEB almost single-handedly sent back Sanford, Benny, and JP. That was a big dog move.
Oh, that's the Nathan for you, right? I feel like he had a lot to unleash in this game as well, and now that they've gotten themselves, I feel like with this and how it unfolded, now they can at least, of course they want to win the series still, but they can relax a little bit. There's a little bit of relaxation there that can happen now. They've secured that slot.
Yeah, and Blacklist International looking back at the items here. I like the approach of Yu by going for the Necklace of Durance quickly, then rushing the Winter Trunch, and he actually prioritized defense more. Because of this Vexana playing an important role for the side of Blacklist International as one of your main damage dealers alongside that Nathan, you want to prioritize your survivability. So you were deciding to just go for that Winter Truncheon before he goes for his second damage item, meant more chances for Blacklist International to win out a fight by dealing out damage and by dealing out the most important thing that Blacklist needs from a Vexana, the control with the not the Cursed Blast, but the Deathly Grasp, the first skill to get those Terrifies off, and that's what would throw Echo off their game in terms of the team fighting. Looking back at the stats, damage taken, you can see it. 103,000 onto Carl TZ. And that's why we here at the desk were skeptical once we saw the lineup. Once you see the lineup of Blacklist, especially that last pick, Edith, was so good. Because now you have 3 sources of frontline that Echo need to deal with. The Baksha, the Arlott, and this Edith. Well, Echo will only have 2. The Barretts that got melted down quickly, and Yu Zhong that's really just there to set up and petrify. Yes, in a way you could think of him as like a frontliner, but he's not a sturdy frontliner compared to like something what an Edith can dish out that can also deal magic damage. That was the key here for Blacklist International. They needed to pull off a magic trick, and they did it with a lot of magic damage. They did it with an Edith, they did it with a Nathan, and they did it with a Vexana. Yue also had a tremendous game here, being able to dish out the controls and the damage that would tell Echo you cannot fight the team fight that you want to have.
Looking at Yue's heat map, it's representative of Blacklist's response to what Echo tried to do. They tried to cheese out Blacklist when they were up against the ropes.
There's just something I want to do here real quick.
Okay.
Kiel1, this one's for you. You said you love the Buko juice. We got one for you, bro. This one's for you.
Why is it on our desk? Why are we not giving it over to him?
Because he's holding my coconut.
Oh, that's yours? Oh, man. How come you got a pretty big coconut? The last time I had one, it wasn't this big.
I just got to make sure it's nice and heavy.
Oh, all right.
I completely forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. Let's snap back into game number 3 as we prep, because again, now the gloves are off, pal. It's down to this. Echo need to secure this to be able to make sure they don't need to go into the playoffs. Blacklist, they're just happy to be of service. They just want to put on a good show because they have secured the playoffs. We are but 5 minutes away from game 3 resuming, and I'm wondering how y'all are doing. I'm hoping y'all are enjoying so far, because if you tried something like Echo did in this game, in game number 2, then I bet you're looking at a lost star. Because very few teams can pull that off. I'm pretty sure even here Echo's like, guys, that we could have done better.
Yeah, you guys were very skeptical about the Angela being picked up, of course, in that for JP, and it showed. It showed there was obviously a struggle there, but I just think that deadly combination of all the CC and the durability that was on the lineup from Blacklist International worked out so well, and they executed it perfectly.
Yep. Right before we get into the matchup, let's hear from the Abuko Juice connoisseur himself. It's Kiel1 OHEB in this short video.
Siguro yung makapag-champion sa lineup namin ngayon ng Blacklist. Makapag-champion siguro ng MPL tsaka MSC. Yan, okay na ako dun. Ang inspirasyon ko ngayong season is yung family ko and teammates ko. Kasi sila yung tumutulong sa akin sa lahat ng mga challenges ko sa buhay.
The ever-elusive mid-season cup. The only one that Blacklist have yet to get their hands on.
The mid-season cup. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait to just see that unfold in general. We all know how big of an event that's going to be. Not just talking about the prize pool, of course, but just overall. And I can't wait to see exactly what the result of our playoffs is. But first, like you mentioned, we have to know still what matters here for this game number 3 ahead of us. is Echo.
That's right.
They want to avoid.
Suddenly,
It shifted, right? Like,
yeah.
The weight is now on the Orcas.
Yeah. Now what turns into this is, whoa, did not expect that.
That's the
and
shift.
I've forgotten everything I wanted to say this
I'm
time.
sorry, that's a physical manifestation of.
No,
so
but
that,
it's
so
true.
that people understand.
Yeah, so that y'all understand now. From looking at what happens at the top and at the bottom of the standings, now all eyes are at the top with AP Bren, ONIC, Echo, RSG, who will skip the play-ins round, the top 3 slots, who will get the top 1 slot also. So the changing of the narrative, the changing of the focus of the drama of the league in the last 2 days is still really spicy.
They're all still in the running. Again, all 4 still. Because again, even if Echo does lose game 2, which they did, and they eventually, some way, somehow win game 3, then they still get the 3 points. They are still in the running. They are still going to lock that in. So now, a look back at how experimental they got.
Yeah.
How trivial their approach was to game 2. Again, that Romangela and a slew of standard picks. But again, that linchpin, that one hero pick and their approach changed definitely as they went up against Blacklist's just fundamental lineup. Again, maybe that's why OHEB was so enabled, how he was so empowered, is because everyone just had the hero they were comfortable with.
Yeah. And looking for the side of Echo, I mean, we could look back and say they should have done this, done that. If they're ever going to go down this approach, I want to see them consider, again, what the possibility that we posed, flexing that Angela into the mid lane instead, and then packing a different roamer that could be a little bit more aggressive, if ever Echo wants to go down this exact same route. Because Echo, if they still want to get this win, and of course they need those 3 points, Blacklist International, I'd want to say momentum's in their favor. Like the air of MPL Arena right now just screams Agents win, Blacklist win. So Echo will need to draft a lineup that can be aggressive from the get-go.
I feel like with that too, when we talk about lineup draft, what we had, again, for Echo, I think that was a very one-conditional lineup where it was like, we have to hit this momentum, we have to hit the snowball right away, otherwise things are going to fall apart. That's exactly what happened there. So for game 3, I think, of course, they go with a different strategy here. We see how that happens. We see that Blacklist this time is going to be on that red side. It's funny enough because earlier we said that too.
Yeah.
They have a higher percentage on that red side, so they're going for it.
This just shows that for Blacklist to perform, for them to be the peak form of what they could be in Season 13, they have to be comfortable. They have to be ready for it. And here in game number 2, again, the aforementioned draft, the lineup, the composition was great. Now, sidewise, again, they pick red. They're able to do that. They're able to assemble such a lineup much, much better. And so, again, just add a little garnish. Again, they are here to deny Echo the no play-in spot and to just, again, relish in the fact that they've made it through the playoffs.
I'm curious, because maybe I'm sure a lot of people know this, but some people, what is the advantage for maybe those out there that don't know of avoiding that play-in slot? It's just an extra day of rest.
Extra day of rest, a chance at, again, it's automatic 2 lives.
Yeah, it's automatic 2
You
lives.
skip that play-ins, and you are but 2 best-of-5 wins away from Riyadh.
From Riyadh. That mid-season cup.
2 series. If you
And
skip that.
Yeah, it's a really comfortable slot. And especially if you miss out on the play-ins round, and Echo at this point can't go lower than top 4.
Right.
If they finish at 4th, they're going to have to go up against the team that goes through the gauntlet. And if they survive that, their next match after will be the top 1 placer of the league.
Again, the gauntlet. That's what it means now. And we're maybe a few weeks away from that. And let's face what we have right in front of us. Game 3 between Blacklist International and Echo. Echo on the play. Batting out the Lo Yi and the Minotaur. Blacklist taking out the Matilda.
I see lots of
and
prey.
the Roger. Benny had an amazing performance with the Roger game 1.
Yep.
Gentlemen, I have to admit,
It is in despair
I feel
that I see the fondest
uncomfortable
hopes.
with the fact that Nolan is no longer in demand. Nolan, Joy, all of these fallen heroes. Guinevere, we miss you.
Did he really get affected that much? Did the Nolan get that affected by the patch?
Got affected so hard he traveled universes again.
So he traveled once again.
Left Layla all as an adult.
It'll be funny if we start seeing Layla coming back. Ooh, despite all that, Blacklist I think Blacklist still acknowledging that, oh, that Angela could have been good, just
Oh,
a
no.
different pairing. But Echo, they're like, okay, we're going to rush that Harith.
Because of that.
Get the Minotaur Fred here would be good.
The Fred.
Oh, and Minotaur's banned. Right, yeah.
They
So
get the
Arlot Fred.
Fred Arlo. Do they go Vex here? They can go.
They can hold out the mid laner.
Who said there
They
are no
want to.
shortcuts in life?
Oh,
Soapin.
Whoa! I was surprised that they'd actually go for the chip, considering that they banned out the Lo Yi. So usually when I saw that, I was thinking that, oh, they're probably not going to go for the chip anymore.
Because remember what they said in their interview after facing again? They're just like, yeah, just ban it.
Yeah.
Ban the chip.
Ban the chip, please. So they go ahead and pick it up. With a Faramis, great responses. So Blacklist International, going back to the last time we saw a chip, I believe it was TNC. Us in the desk, we were mentioning this idea of Chip, he's honest in a way that if you see him alone in the objective and you're facing up against him, you know what he's going to do is simple. Just drop down the shortcut ultimate on someone and then just wait for the team to arrive, and you just have to be ready to deal with that. So if that's going to be the approach here for Echo so far, I'm liking the picks of Blacklist International to deal with that. Fredrin, Arlot, and the Faramis, they can respond really quickly and have great tools to be able to deal with the members of Echo coming through. But if JP plays this how he played this last time, being unpredictable, hard to read, then Blacklist might have problems.
And I think Blacklist have to cover up their bases. The Valentina is still out there. They want to make sure that that gets banned out here.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. I was actually just thinking about it. How would that work?
Ooh, I'd want to see Poke, though.
Oh, no. Echo wants the Valentina.
Yeah. I'd want to see them pick up a Novaria in this case.
Rather?
Yeah. Because right now, Echo, if they go Valentina, that's all well and good. They still ban it.
Again, it's not a reasonable ban.
Okay, yeah, because you don't want to give like the Final Slash, the Nether Realm.
All right. You already folded the map in half, and then you have twice the life bars.
That's true, that's true.
Okay, here we go. Last ban from the Orcas. There's the CC, who, by the way, has been a sleeper pick. Like, she's good when she comes out, but she's always usually banned.
Yeah, odd. That pickups. Wow. Okay, the Bruno.
Yeah. Ooh.
No protection.
Okay, Baksha pick up here. Echo, Novaria. Oh, yeah. Oh, Eve.
Whoa.
All right.
Debut.
She's back.
She back.
All right, there's a murmur down the grapevine of a burst Eve build.
Yeah.
Going around.
This is the response, classic response to Faramis comps and Bruno comps. So if I'm Blacklist, they could even consider picking up a utility type of roamer for Haji if they want to. Because, again, we saw the really good matchup between the Arlot and the Yuzhong. But no, Benedetta is what they go for. Okay.
They're going to cut right through that box.
Yeah. Dive it. Petrify that Eve.
Amazing.
Great decision by Blacklist to go for the Ben instead.
Echo rolling out like the TVA, teleporting these time boxes all around the land of Dawn. But
what's a TVA? TVA?
The TVA.
TVA.
That's right.
What's that?
I forgot what the acronym means. It's from that show Loki.
Oh.
On Netflix.
The Time
Variation Authority.
Yeah, Time Variation Authority.
That's the one. That's the one.
Good to know. Good to know.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Gloves are off. No holds barred. Blacklist are just playing for style points, honestly.
Yep.
And they're also denying Echo, again, the no play-ins route, which is, again, very, very elusive, very much valuable. Looking at these lineups, I'll tell you, that Eve debut, it's not as bad as the Roam Angela. In my books, I actually like this.
Yeah. I'm glad the Eve pops up here, but you guys watching once again, you can let us know who is going to win the series for a chance at the 1,000 Diamonds. 4 winners. Hashtag BLCK for Blacklist. Hashtag Echo. Don't forget your user IDs and your server IDs as well.
Okay. We need to see the emblems that we have, or at least the talents that they went for. Okay, concussive blast there by JP. Faster wave clears. 2 concussive blasts on this Baksha and Chip, which I like. Means Echo can be a little bit more aggressive early on with their lineup, or already they can be aggressive. Just magnified with those little bursts of magic damage that you can dish out. 2 lethal ignitions on the side of Blacklist International. So their version of a little bit of aggressive poking as well. So you're seeing here the adjustments dealt from the Eve with her first skill now being able to clear minion waves a little bit quicker and better. So laning-wise for Eve, not that much of a nightmare anymore. You can see how fast Sanji's clearing, but the cost is mana. He'll frequently have to go back to base to get mana back.
You know, now that we've seen the Farsa pop up again. Now we see Eve. Hey,
yeah.
You know, I feel like we're going back in time ourselves.
It just shows how healthy the metagame is. The fact that teams are willing to experiment. The fact that teams are so unpredictable. Wait, here we go.
Sensui gonna get knocked up a little bit. Has the backup from Yue, but not gonna be enough as he goes down to the first blood. Edward as well. Cuts in, cuts out. Haji, though, gonna flicker forward. Goes in with vengeance, looking for Carl TZ next. A flicker from Yue, drags him back with Stampede. Picks up the kill as well. Blacklist fights back.
That's a twofer. Thank you very much, says Blacks International. Echo walking into that one, which jeopardizes their turtle take.
Yeah. And if people are wondering where Sanji was in that fight, as an Eve in this scenario, bro, him going there would be useless. Now that he's level 4, he'll have a little bit more use for Echo, like this.
Yep. Drops down the box on Edward's head here, goes in, cuts out, will survive. Sensui grabbing the turtle.
Interesting positioning by Carl TZ. Y'all saw that.
Yeah, I thought he'd be using the shield unity. Maybe it was on cooldown. Get a little bit closer.
Once bitten, twice shy, unless he was thinking ahead. Where did he use the retribution on just now? The Little Wanderer?
Yeah, it looks like he just used the... But
just now it came...
Yeah, just now.
It was definitely fresh off when the turtle came up, and he was so far from the turtle too.
All right, that'll be a head scratcher for a while. So let's look at what else Echo can do in the map to be able to get this back. See JP utilizing Y walk to rotate a little bit faster.
Yep, which is on a 20-second cooldown now fixed, so he can actually time his rotations.
Yes, and Echo would want to, if I had any word at all of what Echo would want to do, well, focus on the gold lane because you can leave the Yuzong and the Benedetta alone and then just make sure that the Bruno stops scaling and your Harith scales faster.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, down in the bottom lane, though. Carl T's going to crash down. Looking for 2. RWM on top of it as well, all under the turret. Edward there to help out in the fight. No one dropping just yet. Sanford will get away for now, but Edward still on the hunt. Will finally get the kill. Meanwhile, in the jungle, it's Benny Cutie to fall on top of it.
Just about a minute ago, it was Carl TZ was a little too far off. Now, underneath Tier 1 gold lane, Echo seems to be a little in too deep. What's going on?
Edward's Becky under the turret. Goes in with the final slash and looking for more. Finally gets taken down, but they lose 2 for Echo.
Bro, Edwards Benedetta right now has been playing this so well. It's like the confidence boost knowing that, all right, they're playing up against a lineup that I'm going to shine with. He's up, I'm up against an Eve. Totally fine with me. That's food. Just use one Electro Final Blow Petrify, or even just save the Petrify for later on. He's been winning duels 3v1, 2v1, and being able to set things up for Blacklist International in terms of getting the vision and the aggressive rotations.
It's going to be difficult for Echo to climb out of this 2,000 gold lead early on, 4 minutes in. Second turtle up, the dance all ready. It's about 4 members apiece. Turtle at half health.
Well, see how they go with it. JP dropping down the shortcut, waiting for the rest of the squad to come in. We're going to drive them further back. Yue has to flicker out. There's another realm. Benny Cutie now joining the fight. The final slash, though. He goes. Yue takes out JP. Edward on the run. They're still going to be looking for more. Yue on the backside. Carl TZ a hit away. Edward goes in, finds the slash, gets another. Sanford will fall. Echo is dismantled. Sanji has to run, and now Blacklist will take the turtle.
Team fighting excellence on display from Blacklist International. There's a reason why they call this Blacklist iteration the most aggressive yet. They've won team fight after team fight after team fight and secured 2 turtles 5 minutes in.
Oh my god, we were just gushing over how Edward's been playing so well with this Benedetta, and he pulled it off again. But that was a great response by Blacklist International to that team fight. Incredibly unfortunate timing. The moment Benny Cutie said, all right, I'm gonna hop into this portal, finally join in the fight, he gets final slashed back. Even though Echo were fighting really well under that Zaman force, and it looked like they could have been able to survive, again, the difference was they couldn't catch that Benedetta.
And the fact that they were trying to chase something that was so elusive
allowed
for Blacklist to just blast them. Again, it's the fact of target acquisition being so easy for Blacklist and for Echo being so difficult made that huge gap, and that's what we're looking at right now. 5,000 gold ahead in under 6 minutes, just about 5,000 as well. So 1,000 per minute.
Man, Yue's timing as well in the Netherrealm really changing a lot of these fights already early on, because when Echo thinks they find their window to go in, even with the shortcut from JP. He's there. And also, just like you mentioned, Haji, man, what a game to be able to find these angles on the final slashes.
Yeah, and again, that's what we were talking about. The lineup of Blacklist, even though we haven't seen that big turnaround shortcut play from Echo, it's just that these 3 picks that they prioritize, the Fredrin, Arlott, and Faramis, are heroes that can handle the entry of the opposing team with a shortcut.
Are we going to get the flicker down now? Still fighting now under the turret. Tier 1 has to go down. Carl Teasy on the backside alongside Sanford. Zaman Force going to be dropped, so he's finally going to fall. Still battling now here. Still call on Haji. Haji still alive. Bobs and waves out. Tries to get out of there, but he finally gets taken down. That's 2 that fall for Blacklist. A double for Carl Teasy.
Echo's first team fight won clearly here in this 7-minute match. And so far, Edward just made the most of that absence, taking a tier 2.
Aggression by Blacklist, but Echo there, it looked like they were just, it's like they said, guys, we need something. We need to get something before this first turtle, and they got it. 2 kills, but still the gap is significant this early into the game, favoring Blacklist International. A massive swing by Echo wouldn't be surprising, but it would be risky.
I mean, it's going to be tough. Sanford not having his Black Dragon form at the time of turtle spawning allows for Blacklist to take it again, 100% so far in game number 3. And right now, I believe that the best practice for Echo would be to just look for something else off the map. Do not go into a fight against Blacklist. You're still outgunned, despite damage difference being this much for Benny. Again, the results don't say so. Collapse.
Okay, there's the shortcut. Oh, everybody coming through into the nether realm they go. RWO going to be dropped as well. OHEB going to fall. Edward goes in with Electo final blow and we'll find it. JP still battling it out. Sensui joining the fight, trying to hold down the front of the side. They get the stun down, but Carl Teasy now falls as well. 2 for 1 so far. Make it another, and 3 down for Echo.
So many tanky members on the side of Blacklist. The long team fight sustain that they have, that even though this Harith, just with the Feather of Heaven and Starlium Scythe is already dealing respectable damage because of the lead Blacklist has, even though Echo, they made the right call. It's just unfortunate they couldn't take down the members of Blacklist. So now Echo, for the next few minutes, can't do that. They have to be more patient with who they try to take down.
Oh, and now Carl Teasy threading the needle. Again, at the time of that engage, 5,000 gold ahead. It's like Echo tried to jump scare a full-on Marine. A Marine armed with a minigun, 2 pistols, and a bayonet knife. Like, why would you do that? I mean, yes, you might just, but he is going to retaliate, and that's what Blacklist did.
Even though Echo got OHEB down, they got the gold laner down. At what cost, then, is the question. And the cost was too high, and Echo paid the price. How else they can turn this around? Again, with the lineup that they're up against, it's going to be tough for the Orcas. And Blacklist might just be riding into a reverse sweep. But still, too early to tell, but they do have the lead. Even at this point, too risky to contest this First Lord.
Blacklist starting to dance. Positioning-wise, you can never discount Echo. Again, they have JP in the vicinity, playing around with his passive. Carl Teasy as well in range. OHEB clearing these waves. I think Blacklist knows that anytime, anywhere, Echo might just pop up. That's why they're also very, very cautious when it comes to this Lord take.
See how they play around this, still taking their time. Haji gonna find them out here. JP and Carl Teasy, obviously, while the rest of Echo making their way down bottom again. They might be looking for Haji. There's the final slash. They want to initiate the fight. Into the back line he goes, looking for this Lord fight to break out. RW going to drop down as well into the Zaman Force. Nether Realm already going to be expended.
Really?
Blacklist on the run, it looks like here. Now Haji, though, and Carl Teasy will get the Lord, and they find Edward as well. The trade, and now UA goes in with the stamp. They get Benny Cutie. They get another one. OHEB looking for more. He's happy with the triple.
That was a Pyrrhic victory from Echo. It cost them a lot, but they got what they wanted. Lord scored by the Orcas.
Oh, Echo. Again, the question haunts them. At what cost? Yes, they got the Lord, as you mentioned, Leo, but Yue and Oheb chasing down the members of Echo alongside Sensui. What a call there by Blacklist to say we can still punish this. If we let them go back and go home, they can push out. And Blacklist are still smothering Echo. Look at the difference between the two gold laners. Massive lead still for the Bruno, almost 2,000 and still climbing. And the real-time win rate climbing as well for Blacklist, 64 over Echo's 36.
Truth be told, I don't blame Echo with the way they've been playing the past few minutes. Again, one of their main strengths is the shock value. The fact that you can engage when most other lineups and teams would dare not to. And the fact that they got away with a Lord take despite losing the trade. And again, I would reckon netting negative on that Lord here just now. I think it's what they should have done because again, at least they're not staring down 7K. This could have been 7K ahead at 12 minutes. But because of what they did and the way that they've been playing so far, it's just barely 5, which is far from good. I'll tell you now, it's far from good. But at least it's allowing for them to be competitive. It's allowing for them to still have Blacklist respect what they're doing.
Even when you saw that fight unfold before, Lord was even secured, you saw that Echo still has good fighting power.
Yeah.
And it's only going to continue to scale as the game goes on. So we'll see. It is a 5K gold lead for Blacklist International, but that's what I'm talking about. As the items come in, there's the Holy Crystal for Benecutie. That's going to help.
Yeah, it's going to be a big spike. And there was something mentioned earlier. The combination of the Zaman Force plus the real-world manipulation is something Blacklist will have to respect. Considering that Sanji just built up the Blood Wings, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to take down this Eve. Not the power spike just yet that they're looking for, but the thing with Eve is since she continuously deals damage, the fact that now she also has a Glowing Wand up against the tanky members of Blacklist International. And don't forget, Glowing Wand is like DHS, but for magic users.
With damage over time.
With damage over time. So Sanji has the items that he has. He just needs to somehow blend everything really well with the rest of Echo, and Echo will need some really great teamwork to just layer their abilities so well, their ultimate so well, that the Netherrealm will feel like an afterthought. But you has been so good.
Which I think is the icing on the cake. The fact that they're surprising Blacklist might be what enables that. It's clear that that's what they want to do. Sword in the box. That's what they want to do, but will Blacklist allow it? If they get the entry, if Echo gets it in, then maybe they can shock Blacklist into submission. Now, Lord spawned already. Lower quarter of the map. Teams have all of their battle spells, all of their ults, so now it's just a matter of managing their waves. Echo needs to clear out these crashing minions. That's why Blacklist is able to start it up already. Lord, a fourth of its health gone.
Making quick work of this Lord here. They do have the shortcut available. JP kind of just holding on to that, but Echo going to rotate themselves after dealing with the waves. Holding on to that Lord, less than half health. Blacklist International knows as well. There's the reset, though.
And you see how Blacklist are actually positioning themselves against that beacon where Yue is nearby. They're also watching out for a flank, which is why it's hard for JP to flank it, because that's a Faramis. Yes, you can say that the Faramis you can burst down quickly, but that's going to be the Netherrealm still available for them. So great positioning by Blacklist to deal with this chip.
Lord at a 10th of its health. Here we go.
There's the final slash initiating the fight. Sanford just can't do anything. Gets deleted. Edward jumps in with the final blow. Sensui will secure the Lord. Carl TZ on the run. Sanji there to keep them at bay. But the objective secured by Blacklist.
Carl TZ forced to use that retribution early. You heard that sound. And once that retribution was dealt, there was only less than around 500 HP for it, and that was free for Sensui.
He was a level down.
Yeah.
The retribution diff between these two heroes at this point. And now Blacklist barreling on through. They're going to take this mid inhibitor.
We'll get that mid inhibitor. Lord making its way up top. We'll see if they can fully expose the base here of Echo. They're trying to hold it up front. There's the charge coming through.
Yeah.
Now for Blacklist. What more do they want?
Great high ground defense for Echo, though.
Yeah, I think they're going to go ahead and probably not force the fight unless it's really Haji that actually wants to, but they're going to take that discipline route now, ballooning the lead 9,000 ahead.
Safe for Blacklist to just let this go. That's a huge take off of just a single Lord to be able to push down and penetrate mid and top. So they're happy to wait for this third Lord now, spawning lower quarter once more.
All right. So Enchanted Talisman was the fourth item that the Eve eventually went for. That was an Ice Queen Wand at first, 3, so 4. So you're still He chased the cooldown reduction, but he still doesn't have that big power spike that you'd want from an Eve. Let's see if it's going to be a Divine Glaive or a Holy Crystal last for him. Edward can afford to do this as a Benedetta. And this Benedetta that's rocking damage items purely. He has a Rose Gold Meteor for him, and that's why he's also has a little bit of that sustain, that tankiness from the magic damage being dealt out. But majority of what he brought out to the table is pure damage. Hunter Strike, Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar for Edward.
It's tough to be Echo right now. It's because it's so clear that their cores are dealing magic damage.
Yeah.
So as long as Blacklist build their Radiant Armors or Athena Shields,
yes,
Bob's your uncle, man.
Yep.
Great gold benefit for the House of Black this time around. 4K ahead because of that push, that mid and top lane inhibitor. As for Echo, you're looking at damage from all sorts, man. Yue alone is capable of so much burst, right? And then you're looking at Oheb and Edward dealing the physical. It's difficult. That's why they've been winning all of these long, sustained fights.
Yeah, it's a great mix, is basically what Blacklist has here. You know, given the whole situation, as Blacklist International gets in position for this next Lord in 30 seconds, the one great thing that Echo can pull off is utilizing that box that they have. But so far, so well, Blacklist has dealt with it really well. I mean, they might lose the Netherrealm quickly, but they clash down really fast on Echo. You saw how fast Sanford went down earlier.
Okay, again, that was unfortunate that they found Sanford first.
Yeah.
But what if it is a fair 5v5, right? What if it's a 5v5 that both teams were ready for? We haven't seen that quite just yet. But since the last time we saw that, it was just about 4,000, 5,000 between. Now at 8, at 1745, oh, this is tough. Lord already in.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to get the idea of a true idea of the fair 5v5. Because there's a Benedetta on the side of Blacklist International that can just cut through the formation of Echo. And you're probably thinking, but Echo has to use but they don't have the Netherrealm. That is why Echo, in terms of the team fighting here, it's never going to be truly quote-unquote fair for them. They just have two heroes that swing the team fights favoring Blacklist International that they have to face against. So Sanji, we saw, even though he positions really well, he's dealt the most damage this game with 61,000 and climbing. It's still going to be tough for him. And you see him, he's like, oh man, is this going to be a good spot for me? Where do I go?
Yep.
He has so much to watch out for.
JP cheekily going into that bush here. Gonna wait patiently. Does have that shortcut available, but they'll let Blacklist for now hold down the Lord. They know they have to clear the lanes as well. That's Benny Cutie's job. And for now, it's Blacklist International containing this one.
Which makes it all the more difficult for Echo. They have to control the long lane. Make sure they don't get backdoored. They don't get ruined by random minions. Lord Dance still continuing. Lord, 3/5 of its health up. Sensui deep into the pit. Sanji and JP controlling these corners, these flanks. Blacklist letting go of neither side. Massive control by the Codebreakers.
Yeah, look how they adjusted their positioning. You and Edward going forward from the wings. This is great positioning right now by Blacklist. And that's why Echo cannot find an opening.
Oh, Sanji can't poke though. He can check. But all he knows is Haji's going to be there, and that doesn't change the fact because the only one purifier on their side is Benny Cutie, and he wants to use that for when they eventually collapse.
Yeah, and you're probably wondering, why isn't Echo pulling the trigger? They're close enough in terms of the goal to fight this out. Well, Oheb's too far. They're looking out for that Bruno, and they're looking out for that Faramis.
Oh, another reset, gentlemen. Lord here, back to full health.
Yeah, because of the minion waves crashing in, Echo can't push out that much either. They're just stuck with clearing.
You're going to have to just clear.
Yeah, and just wait.
Okay, to be fair, this is the best shape their base has been.
Yep.
Yeah. No minions have been in for the past maybe 30, 40 seconds.
Sanji did also just pick up that Divine Glaive, so you know he's going to be locked in. Benny Cutie as well, clearing Edward. Haji.
Massive.
Not going to be able to land that combination.
Okay, but Edward, look at him. If ever they commit the shortcut, does Benny Cutie know, or does Echo know that Edward might actually go for the gank play, the split push play?
Lord at an 8th. Lord at a 10th.
It looks like they're going to go in, go forward. Shortcut going to be dropped in as well. Sensui will get the Lord, and the fight's going to break out all into it. Trying to give it down. RWM comes down. Benny Cutie in the mid lane still. Carl Teasy will go down. And Blacklist International will cut off Sanford. And they're looking for more. Sanji flickers in. But the Winter Truncheon keeps UA alive.
He's so
and now
deep.
Sanji just running from Edward, but they got the march down the mid. And Sanji can't go back to base. He bobs, he weaves, but the sword is too sharp. And now in the mid lane, Salmon Force going to be used, but Benny Cutie will go down alongside JP. In Blacklist International will get the wipeout. They march down the mid to win the series in a reverse sweep against Echo.
A triumphant day for all agents worldwide. They take down one of the top dogs of MPL Philippines. They deny the no playoffs route for Echo tonight, and they secure their own playoff spot. Blacklist with a 2-1 victory. The reverse sweep secured.
Break the code chants break off as Blacklist breaks the Express. Even though Benny Cutie got a savage, even though Echo looked like they were on the road to going into a clean sweep, Blacklist said no, we will break expectations.
And you can see here the Orcas, Echo in disarray, wondering where it all went wrong. And Blacklist coming over. GG, well played. Sportsmanship at its finest. Even I couldn't believe what we saw here today.
Whew, we knew that today was going to be heated. Not talking about the weather alone here. And it definitely was. Echo's going to take their bow, of course. And for Blacklist International, I'm sure we cannot wait to hear from them on where their mental is now, how they're feeling. We know there's a sigh of relief again from all the agents around the world watching. So, again, I know we still have more matches ahead of us, but this to start the day was amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw over to the main stage and let's hear from Blacks International. They'll be talking to Hans and Mara.
Wow! All right, agents, let me hear it from you, Blacklist. Congratulations to Blacklist International. Haji, nasan si Haji? Haji. Okay, take the mic. Oh my gosh, congratulations on securing the playoff spot. So itong road na to has been so difficult. It's been very challenging for you guys. Pero you guys showed up when it mattered the most. Ang ganda ng pinakita nyo today. Gaano ka-importante itong paglaban nyo today, securing the playoffs?
Siyempre po, sobrang importante na itong laban na to para, para ma-secure namin yung playoffs. Yun muna yung una. Ganun.
Uy!
Tsaka,
ang seryoso mo! Umiti ka naman!
di ko alam yung sasabihin ko eh. Yan lang, sobrang saya kasi nakapasok kami ng playoffs. Lahat ng pinaghirapan namin, ganun. Nagbunga.
Nagbunga!
Opo.
Exactly. As of now, Blacklist International, 5th seed sila ngayon sa ating standings.
Number 5, that's right. This time around, Edward. Ano si Edward? Ayun. Alright. Edward, this time around, it's been a journey para sa Blacklist International and I'm sure na maraming nag-doubt sa inyo pero mas marami rin ang nanatili, especially those of the people watching you right now. Anong pakiramdam na there's so many people supporting you kahit anumang mangyari sa Blacklist International at ngayon, nakasecure kayo ng playoff spot?
Ayan, sobrang saya kasi marami pa rin nakasuporta sa amin kahit na anong roster man kami or kahit strike kami ganun. At patuloy pa rin sumasuporta yung agent sa amin.
Edward mentioned na matindi pa rin ang suporta ng agents para sa kanila. And yun yung driving force nila towards what they achieved right now, which is securing a playoff spot.
Nasaan si Oheb? Oheb. Ayan, nagtatago. Oheb, ikaw naman. My gosh, yung play that helped your team secure the playoff spot, yung maniac mo with Nathan, congratulations ng time na yon. Ano yung nararamdaman mo considering abot kamay na yung playoffs at that time?
Kulang pa. Kasi kulang pa po. Para more practice pa sa amin siguro sa dadating na break before playoffs sa amin. Parang kailangan pa namin mas malakas na practice pa kung gusto yun talaga namin mag-champion tsaka makalaro sa MSC.
Pero yung time na yon na nag-maniac ka, ano yung tumakbo sa isip mo? Ano yung unang reaction mo?
Wala lang, nice one. Boss
nice
guys.
one. Kalmado lang, kalma siya. kalmado, nice one yung sinabi niya.
You know, this time around, kakausapin ko naman ang ating Game 3 MVP. Wala iba kundi itong katabi ko na si Yue. Wait lang, pakinggan muna natin sila ng mga ilang segundo lang. Wait lang. Yue uli, Yue. Okay, Ue. This time around, nasabi nila Haji tsaka ni Edward dun sa stories nila, dun sa para tagumpay na, or sa para sa tagumpay na, para sa kanila, ang tagumpay this season ay mapag-champion kayong dalawa ni Sensui. So ngayon, kung ikaw ang tatanungin, ano ang para sa tagumpay for you?
Siguro para sa akin, siguro makapag-champion kami ngayon. Mag-champion kami ngayong team namin ngayon, tsaka makapasok sa MSC.
Mapag-champion ang team nila ngayon and makapasok sa MSC. Those are two vital spots. And I think with your performance right now, hindi malabong mangyayari yon.
Congratulations once again to Blacklist International. Let me hear it from your agents once again. Blacklist, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International secures the playoffs. They're number 5 sa ating standings ngayon. At sabi nga ni Coach Bonchan, nagsisink in pa lang. Nagsisink in pa lang siya ngayon.
The job is not done, but what they had was accomplished. Gaya nga ng sinasabi nila sa karamihan ng mga pub mats nila, it's mission accomplished para sa agents.
They don't need to wait for tomorrow. They secured it today. Mission accomplished para sa Blacklist International. And now let's go back to our casters. Casters, pasok.
Called it on the dot, well, on the nose. Yue is indeed the MVP of this game and takes a lot to actually step up against the likes of Sanji, the likes of JP. He was covering those back lines like a champion. And now looking back, let's break it down. Again, MVP performance by Yue Gento.
Clutch Realms is the best way that you could put this. His nether Clutch Realms.
I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
Continue. What? Don't bother us.
Y'all were laughing at me. But Yue got the last laugh over Echo, and Blacklist International got the last laugh over the expectations of the world. They needed just that one game. Hell, they walked away with a sweep victory. Reverse sweep victory. Now, Blacklist won't be able to get into the top 4. The points are too far. But at least they can put themselves in a comfier position in the, well, actually no, their highest is 5. So they're going to be in a very uncomfortable position in the gauntlet. But let's just go back to US performance. Here, being able to save Oheb with the Flicker Netherrealm, that became a trend here for Yue throughout this game. 4-2 and 15 with the KDA, with the assists being the most important there. And those decisions are out of nowhere sometimes for Blacklist International to just go ahead and chase and turn up against Echo. We talked about Echo in game number 1 and what we call the Lord turn, team fight turn, the turn. When you're facing up against a Faramis, you have to be careful because you might get turned on in the team fight. Just when you've utilized your abilities to bring down the members of Blacklist, if a Clutch Netherrealm comes out, then you're gonna have to go for round 2. But in round 2, will you have your abilities? And sometimes those were the key questions for Echo. Did you still have your abilities to fight? And even though Sanji would be able to conserve the real-world manipulation and all that jazz, there was just too much to deal with up against the side of Blacklist International. Again, when you're up against the Benedetta, poetic that was one of the last moments where we saw Sanji up against the hero that gave the lineup of Echo the most problems because of how well it pairs up with everyone else on the side of Blacklist. Yep, Blacklist will walk away with the victory here. Looking at the emblems, revisiting it. Nothing too crazy though, although a little tip here for mid laners, yeah, pick up more Inspires, especially if you're a mid laner who wants to utilize a lot of skills, such as the Faramis getting his Ghost Bursters and his Shadow Stampede a little bit quicker. You can expedite that, get those faster as well, and that's why Yue just felt so present all throughout the game.
Yeah, mind you, Inspire, the talent emblem, right? Not the battle spell, is a percentage reduction.
Yeah.
So that scales with whatever the final number would be. So again, kudos to these micro decisions, even pre-game, that our MVP made.
Yeah, so you can see there the priority of the items for you was Necklace of Durans, has cooldown reduction, 5%. The Enchanted Talisman, 20% cooldown reduction, plus the 5, so that's around 30% cooldown reduction overall with the items with Inspire as well. And add to that the 10% cooldown reduction, if I'm not mistaken, from the base Mage Emblem, or 5%. He just had a lot of CDR. And
that's why Clutch Realms.
Yeah, that's why Clutch Realms, bro. Welcome to the Clutch
Love
Realms. And even though Echo, it was difficult to play into this chip lineup, the moment that you saw that the first 3 picks of Blacklist International, what they were with the Fredrin, the Faramis, and the Arlott, you know the chip's going to have a hard time. So even what people would be seeing as hesitation from JP was really, honestly, are you going to put your team in a very dangerous scenario up against all those key abilities? So you had to be careful. It's just unfortunate that during the times JP decided to pull the trigger and make plays, especially with that one we talked about earlier with OHEB almost getting caught out. He did get taken down, but Blacklist International had time to respond with Yue coming in with those Clutch Realms. Well, it's just unfortunate that it got turned on, and that's how Echo lost his game and how Blacklist took the cake.
Clutch Realms.
Clutch Realms.
Check it out, our roamer here for Blacklist International, Haji, who has had quite the season 13.
Yeah.
Quite the run for the returning captain. Early on, he definitely focused on enabling and helping out Yue get those Clutch Realms early on. And from there, they were just everywhere. He was everywhere.
Yeah, he was. And I think they played really well into the chip once again. And like Renmar broke down in the analysis there, their composition dealt with it well. And now we get to look at the updated standings here.
Finally, we have the picture for the playoffs. 6 teams walking into the gauntlet with 4 of them fighting for those top 3 slots to skip the playoffs completely, entirely. I can only imagine what other countries' MLBB fans are looking and think. It's like, all of these teams, man, all of these teams worthy of a championship. All of these teams making their way to fight for those 2 slots going into the mid-season cup.
I in my head, I'm like, did you say skip the playoffs or play-ins?
The play-ins.
Play-ins. The
Yeah,
play-ins.
yeah.
I don't know.
Nobody
I was
skips
like,
the playoffs.
I was like,
No
how
one
do you
skips
skip the playoffs? You go straight to the mid-season cup.
You skip it and you just go to next season? I don't know. Let's watch out for the next matchup again, which, again, GG well played to these 2 teams. They had one hell of a season 13, and they are going to expedite their rebuild and recovery stage. OMG and TNC on display. Best of 3 coming up after this. Again, it's been an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first match of the night. He's Renmar Santa Cruz. He's Naisu. I'm Leo. It's us, We Bear Bros. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 13. It's second to the last day of the regular season. We'll be right back.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Kasama natin ngayon mula sa Smart, Omega, Andoryu, and Chaknu. Seryoso kayo ngayon na. How are you?
Ayos lang.
Ayos lang. Chaknu, kamusta ka na? Parang tulala ka.
Okay lang naman. Okay pa.
Okay pa. Okay pa tayo. Meron tayong question of the day. At yung ating mga manonood pwede rin sagutin to. Sino ang season MVP mo? Pumili ka nang hindi ka teammate mo.
Si Sanji po ng Echo.
Bakit?
Magaling po siya sa macro and micro tapos consistent po siya sa bawat laro nila.
Magaling sa micro at macro, consistent sa bawat laro. Ikaw naman, Shaq News, sino yung season MVP mo?
Siguro si Kerra.
Si Kelra, bias ka ba kasi dati kayong magka-teammate? Bakit?
Oo.
Okay. It's that simple. Shaq, no, bakit may mga white hair ka na? Stress ka ba?
Hindi Normal naman yan
Bakit ang stressed out ka ba today? Pag-usapan natin, ano nangyayari? Anong iniisip mo?
Wala. Okay lang, okay pa ako, guys.
Okay ka pa. So, malungkot ka, Shaq.
Sino hindi malulungkot?
Mamaya, pag-usapan natin yan. Punta naman tayo sa kabilang panig. Hans, what's up? Hans.
This time around, kasama natin ang TNC Pro Team. Quick match lang. Same question as last time. Sino ba para sa inyo ang regular season MVP? Ikaw muna, Goyo.
Para sa akin, walang kabayas-bayas si King Kong.
Si King Kong. Oo nga. Tama. Kampi niya dati yun. Sabi ni Coach Ben. Ikaw naman, Eds. Sino sa tingin mo ang regular season MVP para sa season na to?
Para sa akin, si Nats.
Si Nats. O sige, bakit? Sa'yo may explanation. Bakit si Nats?
Yung mechanics niya po, sobrang taas. Tapos yung late game decision making, sa pagsama sa clash on point po palagi.
Okay. I see it. May gusto mag-participate. Okay, Coach Bentings. Para sa'yo ba? Kasi kanina pinapractice natin, medyo hindi ka pa nakakuha ng sagot eh. Pero ngayon, sino ba ang regular season MVP para sa'yo?
Nakalimutan ko, pero dati ko tong bodying dikit na dikit. Pospor ko to, si Escalera.
Escalera. Bakit si Escalera?
Yung impact na nabibigay niya sa team, kung paano na-activate yung pagiging aggressive nila, kung paano niya i-abuse yung 5 seconds, 3 seconds opportunity, yung pagiging tank standard na kay Escalera.
Daming options, ang daming players. Napakarami pang pwede mangyari in this season. Simulan na natin to. Casters, pasok.
More than just elimination, it's redemption that Omega and TNC are going for in their possibly last bout, their last outing in Season 13. And we're bringing that to you in a best of 3 tonight. Welcome mga boy, at your service. My name is Leo, here with Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you tonight's second matchup. It's Smart Omega versus TNC Pro Team. Gentlemen, how are we?
Well, that was a great bear stack. I'm feeling pretty good, feeling solid in the matchup ahead of us. It might be a start of something new here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it because, well, with two teams not in the playoffs, they can just go out with a bang. Have fun with it. Show us some weird stuff.
That's right. It's an expedited go at a new beginning, the start of a new chapter for the new barangay and for the ever persistent TNC Pro Team. Much like a Phoenix, they keep coming back. Much like a barangay, they will still remain standing even years after years here in the league. We would wish GG well played, the TNC and OMG. And boy, oh boy, how weird is this, man? After TNC has rebuilt so many times, after Smart Omega has kept us at the edge of our seats year after year, season after season, it's them who miss out on Season 13.
It's almost bittersweet, right? Because I feel like, again, if you are part of the Phoenix Army, you've been through this now for seasons. And if you're part of the barangay, usually they're the ones clutching into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So now, you're kind of feeling this, but again, we have to kind of look at it as, yes, it's unfortunate that it happens for them and their fans and everything else, but they can look at it as, okay, what is going to be ahead of these squads moving forward?
Yeah, we're going to be seeing an Omega-less playoffs for the first time in a long, long time.
Yep.
But again, instead of being sad about it, hopefully this becomes a celebration of what these two teams could have been, of what these two teams are. And again, I'm just really hoping for just have fun with it. If it's going to be 3 games of like back and forth MLBB, why not?
Nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
Is that not the best thing that we can hope for? And for all of the members of the barangay, all of the Phoenix fam out there, this is for you. They're going to be performing out of their minds, and they're going to be playing for all of you. Naisu, for those specifically watching on YouTube, what we got for them?
Don't forget to subscribe first to the channels and get a chance to win 500 diamonds. We're picking 4 winners. Just let us know who you think's going to win. Hashtag OMG for Omega or hashtag TNC for TNC Pro Team. Don't forget your user IDs as well as your server IDs, because if you guys miss that, we can't give you the diamonds.
Yep, and it'll just pop up once you are chosen as one of the 4. So with that said, let's go ahead and welcome our marshals to officiate this matchup. Here we go. They've been working hard all day. Let's acknowledge them. They are up on screen right now. 4 minutes in. It's Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
And these guys are about to start their new chapters as well as they take their bow here. We'll see what that's going to be about next season.
They may no longer be able to qualify for the playoffs, but never say die means winning. No matter what the world says, no matter the stakes. Always ready to put on a show, hailing from the barangay. It's Smart Omega! For the final time in MPL Philippines Season 13, MPL Arena, make some noise for Super Yoshi, Goyo, Heads, Ryzen, and Nomad. They are TNC Pro Team! And of course, a round of applause and warm welcomes to our coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Ben Things. MPL Arena, make some noise for Smart Omega and TNC Pro Team!
Consummate professionals. They came into work and they're coming in to put on a show. Smart Omega, the eventual lineup that they would have found in Season 13. Let's talk about what they're bringing to the table.
Bringing to the table, I wish, again, we could have seen this iteration a little bit sooner. And, you know, things kind of fell into place here for them a little bit too late. We'll see if they can perform to go out strong here against TNC Pro Team.
We're fielding Goyo this time around in the mid lane instead of Hatred. It's still Nomad, Ryzen, Heads, and Super Yoshi. Flanking him at the wings though. And I like that they brought in Goyo. Because Goyo, I feel like for TNC Pro Team, you get the chances of showing up some more unique picks, some weird picks. But hopefully Ryzen gets his hand with Assassins. I want to see that.
Oh yeah. Yesterday we had a back-to-back win for Ling from TNC's previous jungler in now ONIC PH's King Kong. Looking at the team head-to-head, so far stats-wise and their performance, again, it's no secret that TNC love the early game. They are so good at taking turtles, killer participation. They're able to collapse on the opponents, which again is something that Omega does as well, especially with their one-of-a-kind gold laner in Big J. I'm looking forward to how those cores will be helped by our junglers, who again will help snowball and secure these objectives that help control the map. We're talking about Doryu and Ryzen.
Yeah, again, I'm hoping that, like you mentioned, we get to see some of the Assassins come to play, of course, for this matchup here. Would love to see that, even experimentation for these teams and these lineups to see what's in store for us.
Give us a Zilong gold lane.
Yes.
Oh, no.
That could work, too.
Yeah.
Very much TNC. Very much TNC. Let's talk about the keys to victory, though, brought to us by Infinix.
And I like the focus is on Andoryu and Ryzen. Reveal Andoryu's true hero pool. When he was in Smart Omega Neos in MDL Philippines, he played things like the Grangers, Assassins. So, Andoryu, go ahead and play those if you want to. Utilize Ryzen's mechanical skills, TNC Pro Team. Allow him to get the Ling. Allow him to get the Lancelot. Any more Assassins that Ryzen can show off. And of course, for both of these two, go out with a bang. And you know what tickles my fancy right now? What gets me a little bit loosey-goosey excited?
What?
If we see Assassins, will we see Chak Mamba's Kufra? Right? We might see the signature Kufra for Chaknu.
If it's the kind of assassin that is on the ground that the Kufra can prey on, then yeah, definitely.
Especially if we happen to see a Ling pop up, I think there's a good chance.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen some really good bouncing balls.
Has there ever been a Kufra in Season 13? I'm looking back.
There has been, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have to
Season
double check
13?
that.
Exactly.
Season
I must have been
13.
off desk when that happened because I remember, again, a Kadira making a debut, a Ling making a debut.
Yes.
Just earlier today, an Eve making a debut. What's going on?
From what I can recall, I don't remember seeing a Kufra pop up just yet.
No, there hasn't been, yeah.
Exactly. Hey, maybe.
This might be the one.
This might be it.
Yeah, hell, we've even seen a Selena roam, but we haven't seen a Kufra roam.
So, this right here is Smart Omega's game. They are home, and with that said, they pick red side. Interesting. Again, it has been proven that blue side is the dominant side, still sitting at a 57-43, walking into week 7. Now, it looks like Omega wants a 2-pick swing. What is this? Are they the ones setting up for the possible assassin? Because you want to, again, draft safely. If you're experimenting, that's what you want to do, right? You want to be able to watch out and protect that soft pick.
I think at this point, if we're contemplating assassins coming to play, really when you have those 2 picks on the swing back, it's great to set things up. So let's see what unfolds here.
Here we go, game number 1. Best believe TNC on the play. We're already in the second ban for the Barangay. TNC taking out the Angela and the Faramis, while Smart Omega bans out the Chip. Are they going to ban out the Luyi too?
Well, let's see if they're going to go for that. TNC Pro Team with the Luyi, maybe that's why they brought Goya in, because maybe he has more reps with the Luyi compared to Hatred. Smart Omega, though, great respect bans here by TNC Pro Team. The Angela has gone really well for them, but most importantly, the Faramis of Okir and then the Grok for Chaknu has been great pickups for them, especially since last week. So it's a good thing TNC are acknowledging that and respecting it. Meanwhile, for Omega, if they're going to take away something from TNC, maybe take away a comfort from Ryzen. Take away the Fredrin. But now they'll take out the Baksha instead. In terms of the jungler matchup, it might end up becoming a Fredrin Barats trade later on, or a Fredrin, maybe even an Akai pickup, if it's going to be the tanky junglers. Because
Please,
again,
I don't want to see it.
I want to see Assassins,
No,
bro.
it's likely if they're going to play properly.
All right.
It was going to be the Fred if Harith wasn't open. I almost missed out. Matilda also.
Yeah.
Matthew Hilda's open.
So many things are open right now. If I'm Omega, pick up the Matilda Barats here. For Chaknu and Andori, it was a great combo for them when they won up against APBR. Yeah.
There it is. Good call. That's picked up here. Massive 99% contention right for that Matilda. So we're going to see that come through. We've seen it a couple times pop up. And now that that's locked in, the answer, at least for TNC, of course, the Fredrin's still available. They're going to go with the Minotaur for now.
Yeah, Chak Mamba effect. Omega has an average assist of 17.86. But with Chaknu coming in, it has come up to 30.6. Way more assists for Omega. TNC Pro Team goes for the Minotaur and Vexana. Hey, what if Omega are potentially considering swinging this Matilda into the mid? We've seen mid-damaged Matilda, and then they pick up something different for Chaknu.
I don't like it.
Not a fan of it?
Not a fan of it. It's going to be disastrous. Again, you saw single-handedly, the Chak Mamba effect almost doubled their kill participation, right?
And he played the Matilda last week, right?
It's his best hero.
The Matilda Barrett.
It's his best hero.
There's
and here we
no-
go. This I'm comfortable with. I like this. I like the Novarian mid.
Temper the expectations.
You do you, Ukir. I like it.
You do you.
And at the same time, you get something that the Astral Echo into the Zaman Force is also a field of slow that Omega can work with. So, I like it. Get the vision, and you get to temper the rotations of TNC Pro Team. Come on, give me some Assassins.
Not gonna happen. although if anything, Smart Omega can still can swing.
Look at that.
TNC, I don't think I want to see an assassin with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, it's gonna be
unless
tough.
they put something very chunky in the XP.
Yeah. And I appreciate how Omega are still respecting the Ling. Even though it's a Barrier he's going to be up against, yeah, the Ling fares well in that matchup. If TNC pick up something like a Lancelot, I would like it, but I would not be... I'd be scared for TNC Pro Team.
Either a Lancelot or you throw out there the Hayabusas, maybe the Hanzos.
They're both looking out for it because, again, they're both swingable. The Barats might be deceptive, but you can throw that on Ryota, call it a day.
Yeah, it could be a mid-lane Barret, EXP lane Barrets. So, come on. Come on. Nah, we don't,
Hayabusa's still out there, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually respect Hayabusa.
Yeah, the fact that he can Retribution during the ultimate.
When the body suffers.
And he becomes more of a shuriken-focused hero.
Yep, zero energy cost on the two skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed that with his ultimate, right? So I think ultimate is one of them where it doesn't cost energy anymore. And what was the other one?
Oh no, the first two skills don't cost energy.
Oh, the first two skills?
Yeah, only the...
His shurikens and his shadows don't.
Shadows,
And
okay.
then his ult still does.
Yes.
Amazing.
The night sky tells all.
Oh!
Esmeralda.
Oh. So they're also respecting the Esme. So I love how really both teams are acknowledging that, hey, both of us are no longer in for playoffs contention. We might even get weird with the picks. So they're both just respecting it. Gold lane Roger tells me they're leaning towards jungle Barrets for this.
Yeah, it's more likely. It's clean.
What if it's a gold lane jungle Roger?
Jungle Roger's fine. I think 1 in 8 or 1 in 10 Rogers in Season 13 were Jungle Rogers.
Yeah.
Right?
There have been like a couple.
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken.
H2 specifically.
H2? Yeah.
Was a Jungle Roger for Smart Omega. So now TNC, all cards on the table. Are we going to see an assassin from y'all? Is Rising going to do it?
I wonder. They can go higher. Because the Navarre is going to be the... Aww.
There you go, Fred.
Yeah.
All of the suspense out the door with the appraiser here.
Who's that?
Okay,
Oh,
that's a
Paquito.
Paquito. I think you guys were saying, though, if it was an assassin jungler, it'd almost be a little too expensive a lineup. You know, you also really want to allow this Harith, obviously, to scale up really well, and that's kind of the answer is like, all right, well, the Barrett's is already there, so we might as well pick up the Fred and not get a little too costly with our lineup.
Yep. So what's Omega to do here? Did they put the Rizzler on Ryota? Because again, we're assuming that this is just the basic Barats, yeah? Put the Rizzler on it?
Yeah.
Whoa.
For my
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I'm so sad I didn't mention this.
Okay, we got a different debut pick in. And hold up.
Remember
Are we
when Benny
throwing
did this?
back? Are we throwing back to Season 11?
Yeah.
In
this season 11 or
in
season
the
12?
SMX, it's 11.
11? Wow.
That's right. In the playoffs. Put it in the gold lane. Won that game too.
Yeah.
Gold lane Mincy. A lot of dashes on the side of TNC Pro Team. And let's see. Theoretically, it's the counter to the Harith. You stop him from dashing. You stop the Paquito from dashing. That's
right.
You even stop that little dash coming out of the Fred.
It's not a little dash. It's a pretty significant
Yeah,
dash.
it's a
It's a nice
significant dash.
slide.
Don't
It's
say
a
that
nice
about my
slide.
friend. Don't say that about
You best friends with Fred or something?
Yeah, you get pretty personal and defensive there when it's about Fred here.
Yeah, brother.
You don't understand. Here we go. One more look at their lineups. TNC and Smart Omega. And it's the barangay that's looking to push the envelope of what's possible in the current metagame here in Season 13. A gold lane Minicitar in the hands of Big J.
You know what I'm sad about? When we were talking about, like right at the top of the program, in the back of my head, I was thinking, I wonder if any of these two are going to pick up a Minicitar. Because Harith has been showing up more frequently. Paquito's been coming back more. So it was in my gut that like, oh, maybe someone's going to bring it up. I wish I said it. But now let's see how it's going to perform in the gold lane. In the hands of Joan. We're just waiting for what the emblems will be for him. And it's Assassin. Pure attack speed. Master Assassin. Assassin emblem set. Interesting. I wonder what items he's going to build.
Little glide there.
There was no reason for him to go that far. I mean, he did get himself closer to the crab, but all right, here we go. Opening items, opening emblems.
In terms of the items, nothing too significant right now. I wonder if Okir, I believe I saw the gem there. He might actually be going, the mana crystal. So he might be going for Necklace of Durance as his first item, let's see, just to minimize the healing dished out by the Minotaur. And of course, the shields, shield generated by Harith.
Also the shield from Makito and Frederick.
And the shield too, and yeah.
Answered quite a bit, so yeah, spot on to pick up the early Durance. Again, members of the barangay still out there showing love and support for their team. Now that's a fan base I'd love to be a part of.
Yeah, I think, again, man, last week, you almost wish everyone could at least experience that, being here personally when we had that last week, that rally behind the barangay. And,
I've never heard Shooting Gallery pop that hard.
It was, I don't know, it was magical, right? And given how, again, just one game could have changed the whole course of this matchup ahead of us, but they're still here showing their support, of course, and you can't deny the fact, the power, obviously, that we saw, too, with the Chak Mamba effect, but just the barangay as a whole. I feel like they're in that situation where they're going through these adjustments, they're going through those growing pains, you know, and we've seen this from other teams in the past, and eventually they settle in and they find something that works for them. I feel like it's one of those seasons for Smart Omega.
Let me tell you, Joseph, it happens to the best of them.
Yeah.
Blacklist missed out on a playoff season 9. Season 10 won the whole thing, went on to the grand finals of M4. AP Bren missed out on the playoffs. Rebuilt for seasons and eventually won an M5.
That took them seasons.
It happens to the best of them, man.
Then they went on a world tour.
Right?
So
who's to say?
Yeah.
For TNC and for Smart Omega, the journey's just about to start all over again.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe down the line we'll see these two in the finals instead of being in this scenario. I mean, it's always good to hope. What's Jack the Post?
Yeah, you know what Troy and Gabriela said, right? It's the start of something new.
Ah, yeah.
Heck yeah.
I love Camp Rock.
Dude, that wasn't Camp Rock.
Yes, it was.
Dude, that was Frozen.
Right.
Come on.
Thanks, man.
Read a book.
Read a book.
I will.
All right, real quick, before we pause, it was but a minute and change, and nothing significant happening on the map. Again, we have yet to see the impact of a Mincetar. But, all right, over and under, gentlemen, are we going to see the Mincetar come into play sooner or later? Is it an early game to mid-game spike, or they're going to save it for, like, those big moments wherein they punish the dashes?
Given the fact that he went full-on, full-force assassin for the most part, I think he wants to start off strong. And not only that, but I guess it's a great counter, obviously, to the Harith and what we talked about. It's first picked. So, you know, you play around the ability to kind of stop all the dashes and the ultimate going off. And I think that's going to be a big obstacle to deal with.
Truth be told, a lot of members of the community watching now, online, on TikTok, during our own streams, our own content bits. People are asking, how do you counter Harith? He's so good. He's, bar none, the best gold laner in the game right now.
Yeah.
I would never really acknowledge anyone who says, pick the Mincetar, just pick the Mincetar. It's because it doesn't show up. It's literally a outside of the meta pick. But now that it's here, we're going to have to start talking about it.
Yeah. What if it ends up changing the course of your RGs?
And what if also the course of, like, the playoffs? What if after this and the Mincetar goes well, other teams now in the playoffs are going to be looking at it like, wait a minute.
Starting tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow.
All right, here we go. Again, folks, we're just hooing and hawing, not to yuck anyone's yum. Maybe the Mincetar is going to change the game, but with the turtle spawning here, upper quarter, 5 seconds in, it looks like Smart Omega is in a better position. They have a better perimeter around it, and after this purple take from Andoryu, they should be making a beeline.
Okay, so Horizon going to start this one up. They don't have Andoryu here just yet, but he's working on that purple. They might just go ahead and give the first one over, but they're going to hold it here for now.
They don't care.
So, still working on it. Echo's going to come down, but there's the Appraiser's Wrath. Horizon will easily get that first objective of the game.
Ooh, and you saw Omega there actually. At some point, Andoryu was looking at the opposing orange buff and thinking, should I go invade this? But then there was something just a little bit off of the timings, and so they decided, nah, let's try to invade the purple instead. Will they get there in time? You see it in the minimap.
Yep. They almost single-handedly get shooed off by Ryzen.
Retribution used, though. I wonder if anyone got a purple buff steal.
Let's see. Waiting on Doryu.
Yeah, here in the bottom lane though. Good decision by TNC Pro Team to now commit a rotation here and there just to help out their Harith. Hopefully they're not going to be passively just chilling there.
Nope, no Grant Theft Purple.
Yeah, Ryzen has it. Hopefully TNC does decide to help out their Harith more. And hopefully that means we get to see Omega help out their Mincetar more.
By that, you're making it seem like it's a 50-50, but is that really the case? Is it 50-50 between Mincetar and Harith?
Again, we don't have enough of a sample size
Right?
to know. Yeah.
We haven't seen the matchup play out.
Yeah.
What other than that, what else would actually work against the Harith? What's the answer to that question that's constantly asked?
Esmeralda, that's why they banned it out.
Yeah, just to steal the shields. An Esmeralda that got a good early game. An Esmeralda that got a bad early game and will have to like come back from it has a lot of difficulty.
Big J.
Z-Force.
He's feeling that Zaman Force, indeed.
Yeah.
Just going to kind of back off here. He knows the pressure is there. Echo spotting multiple members down here, of course. But now the fight for the resources is going to start. A flicker comes in. There's the taunt. Here will get taken down in the first blood. And all this, once again, Ondoru trying to shoo them out of the jungle here. But TNC able to find some.
Yeah.
All right. Andoryu does commit the retribution, but lucky for him, it'll come off cooldown just in time for the next turtle.
Yeah. And back to basics here for TNC Pro Team. Their lineup can invade really strongly against Omega. It's a soft assassin type of jungler for OMG. So TNC can continue this. Again, early to mid game, momentum can be theirs. And Omega will just have to play defensively.
Ooh, the 1-2 punch from Heads. Checking them in the bush here, but now he's going to get eaten up, thrown into the wall by Ryota. Still looking for the kill, not able to follow up on it though. He's going to live, and now Ryota, the one in trouble, will guiding his wings out of there from Chaknu. And still going for the clear. Takes the brunt of the Appraiser's wrath and will fall again. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane as well, the 1v1 with Nomad and Big J under the turret, but won't be able to capitalize the kill there for Nomad. Oh, meanwhile, Andoru gets shoved out of the jungle again, but he was able to get the buff.
Straight up, TNC's lineup. A sledgehammer to OMG's wall. It might seem like it's impressive, but no, TNC's lineup is just built to run through him. But wait, look, bottom lane.
I think we got an answer
Did we
now.
get an answer? Yep.
Okay, so the Harith still wins.
Harith wins up against that in the 1v1 scenarios in the gold lane.
Yeah, just because you stop the dashes doesn't mean it hurts less.
Yeah, he'll still hurt. Another invade by TNC.
This is tough. 3K ahead at nearly the 6-minute mark here. TNC relentlessly in this jungle now, still fighting for the purple. They'll go ahead and grab it and get out of here. So right now, TNC completely controlling the momentum.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, well, not really unfortunate, Omega decided to do this to themselves, wherein they gave TNC a lineup that can allow them to play the comfort game that they want, which is dominate and control the early to mid game. Looking at the side of Omega though, in terms of their mid to late game wave clear, it's really just the Novaria. The others have to put themselves in difficult situations.
Wow, the flicker going to be used by Ryota.
Great combo.
They're trying to get the kill, and they do get Heads. And now they're going to get themselves an objective as well. They get the tier 1 in the top lane.
Yeah, that was
a little expensive.
Yeah.
That's a lot of things thrown at one hero.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the tower, they get the trade out. And it looked really cool how Omega executed that, not gonna lie. Honestly, timing in the Detonus Welcome, the stun into the wall, Ukir's Star Shatter also landing onto him. Let's see how many more of those Omega need to do to actually take good control of this game.
Very TikTok clippable.
Yeah, it's very clippable.
All right, looking at the items, Nomad already on his feather. Already has a Starlium Scythe. Oh, wow, yeah, definitely buried in value.
Yeah.
Big J, 1,500 down.
I think even Big J had trouble getting good last hits up against that Harith. While Nomad, it was easy for him. He just kept dashing and just using the Synchro Fission to make the most of getting the max possible gold from last hits on the minions, while Jome couldn't.
Yep, tough. And I think this is most likely just going to be Turtle going to the hands and TNC again. And Doru just getting his buff, but Chaknu is going to go ahead and circling Eagle around and escape. But still, Omega just trying to find whatever they can. Jome, though, the Spear of Glory into the King's Calling, looking for any kind of follow-up, but they're not going to find him as he drops in the mid lane. And still holding on to that mid turret, but TNC will respond to it.
Good catch, but there wasn't much of a collapse from Omega. Not enough firepower just yet, especially since they're down 3K. Mid lane turret didn't even hit much.
So now Omega will have to crawl into this. Well, trying to think about it, like what are Omega trying to combo? Okay, let's say you get a lot into the King's Calling. Are you setting them up to get scratched by the Roger? Damage coming in from Ukir with an Asshole Echo?
Basic attack by the big guy.
Basic
That's
attack.
It. Basic attack by the big guy, and then I don't know, like
hope.
Hope for hope.
Little DOT from Ukir. There were better approaches, I think.
Yeah, but then the sad thing is Omega 500. Oh, Joe.
Big J. You can't, not much you can do there. Chaknu flying around, circling Ryota on the backside. Here comes Endoru, though, with a Lycan Pounce, looking for it. They're going to find Nomad. They might want to respond here, too. Ryota going to eat him up, and the Daytona's welcome into the wall. Head's going to be in trouble now. There's the Pounce from Endoru. Now chasing down Super Yoshi. They're hungry for more. Jumps in once again. They'll find the Minotaur. And Goyo has to flicker out as well. But Chaknu once more alongside the rest. They're going to hunt them down under the turret. And Omega finds some wins there.
First big win for the Barangay in game 1. They do close the gap. Now they're just down 1,000, 2,000 gold, and they get their first win. A trade still, but now they're keeping it up.
Eternal Guard going to be dropped down into the Appraiser's Wrath, and Ryzen will swoop on out of there. But Smart Omega whittling down that gold lead that TNC held on for so long.
Damn, never say die. That's the Omega attitude, and so far we're seeing, again, typical TNC things. At some point you slip, but you can't fault for them continuing that sequence up top because it looked really bad for Omega. Just unfortunate Nomad ended up in no man's land. Now he already has a Bloodwing, so it should help him out in terms of the tankiness. So TNC Pro Team, yes, they sort of slipped their big lead, but they still have a chance to continue being aggressive.
Whoa, crashing down in the mid lane. Eternal Guard, Zaman Force, everything being dropped. Ryota's the one to fall. Now still fighting it out under the tier 1. They're going to deal with the Eternal Guard. They're going to clear that out. But TNC, they want to fight it on. Omega is going to jump in. Jome looking for Goyo. Can't find him, though. Guiding Wings out. They only lost Ryota, but now TNC will start up the Lord.
Here we go. TNC showing exactly OMG that even if they have very little range, it's lethal range. Another pull!
Spear of Glory going to be dropped down. Again, the Zaman Force is there and available for Nomad. Forcing Chaknu back. They're quite low here. TNC does have some healing available to them, though.
Yeah.
But Smart Omega, they don't want to give them this Lord.
Yeah, they can actually just show themselves and actually now take control here with their Barretts back. With, as you mentioned, nice with the members of TNC low. Yeah, Omega can just poise themselves here to contest this properly.
Nope, doesn't matter. Yoshi's healing them up. They're fine. They're going to continue. This dance isn't as simple as it looks. Smart Omega, we're yet to see them still make the most of what combo they have. Yeah. They have great engage range. They can catch you with a recall, an echo. They can catch you with the hook, the Spear of Glory. They can even do the special Detona's Welcome delivery.
Yeah.
But I think with all of those options, TNC is all the wiser. TNC just knows that they got to lean hard into one of them.
Okay, that's tough. And Dory doesn't have that orange, so looks like Heads took that now. Super Yoshi going to be the focus down. Zaman Force going to be dropped down, forcing them back once again. And with Heads having that orange buff stolen from Endoru, still being a menace in that mid lane right now. TNC will go ahead and start things up. You can see the placement on Big J. Jome waiting there to possibly do something about Heads here. He's a menace against Enduro. Can't even get in. Drops the King's Calling. There's the hook. Heads though. Gets the shield. Still going to be fine. The response though. Nomad dropping down, and Chaknu had to get out of there. Still now once again, the Lord going to be worked on by TNC.
He's skedaddled out of there. And again, Smart Omega committed so much, and yet they're going to lose the Lord here. Lord at half health. The dance continues.
If they somehow get this, miraculous is all I could say.
Ryzen quite low. Zaman Force going to be dropped once again. They get the flicker out. Still fighting for it. Lycan Pounce in. Andoru next to the Lord, but Chaknu going to be taken out. Ryota looks like he's going to be next. Eats up him, but throws him out, but won't be able to get away because Ryzen shows up. They slow him down, and Ryota will fall. TNC again making their way down the mid. Finds a win, and it's Smart Omega on the defense.
Great handling there by TNC. There were so many attempts of Omega to just break the formation and break the composure of TNC Pro Team. But TNC acknowledged one simple fact. Omega doesn't have the damage that they need right now. The combination that they're looking for, yes, it counters, but it doesn't really take down anyone on the side of TNC Pro Team. So they just said, all right, we have a Minotaur, we can just heal through things. We have heroes that can generate shield for themselves. They can also heal somewhat. So TNC just didn't lose their cool and didn't lose their position. Great decisions by TNC Pro Team to reset at the right time and to fight at the right time.
And now they're facing down a full-on siege. All waves pushed in. TNC synchronized them well. Lord crashing up top. Omega's getting penetrated here.
Top turret gonna fall. Now Heads making his way there on putting the pressure on the bottom side as well, but Omega will deal with the Lord. It's one of the first ones of the game, so quickly goes down. They hold on to the two turrets.
It's about 2 minutes until the next Lord comes up. And Heads here gets a retreat. Slowed.
Okay, so, he's fine. There was a response there. TNC was ready to rotate down as well, but again, they're having this big lead, and we've seen TNC in this position before, previous weeks ahead of us, and we've seen it slip out of their hands. So hopefully this time around, with this kind of lead and the way things have been going, the course of this game, they should be able to cap out this game here. And even if they wait for the Lord for this next over a minute on that, they just have to make sure they somehow doesn't get surprise attacked. Now, the biggest surprise attack from Omega, honestly, over here, it's probably going to be the Spear of Glory. But Big J, he hasn't been able to land many of those just yet.
And at the same time, the lineup here of TNC Pro Team, they have a lot of tankiness and sustain. They're building up Oracle, so that means they even get more healing received, more shields generated for themselves. So Omega, since the brunt of their magic damage comes from a Novaria, let's go back in time. MSC last year, 2023. What became a surprise response to Novaria is, if it's possible, draft the Uranus, because he can just heal back the damage being dealt by a Novaria, who at that time was just melting down EXP laners and frontliners.
Here's the flicker play in. Super Yoshi wants more. Summon Force already dropped 2. Eternal Guard gonna find 2. Knocks them up.
Lord.
Big J already down. Andoru on the run. Ryzen trying to cut them off on the front side. The Echo's gonna drop as well. Now TNC still making the way. Ryota gonna go in with the Pantone as welcome. Has to flicker out defensively. But Omega, they lose Jome. Now Lord up for TNC.
I just want to say, Super Yoshi, great decision to use the Despair Stomp to block the path of the Detonus Welcome onto Ryzen. Because if he didn't block that path, he would have been brought back under the turret of Omega and got stunned. But since Super Yoshi blocked it, Ryzen was safe and he was able to get away.
And now back at the Lord, blitzing it. No way Smart Omega can even think of contesting. Huge Astral Echo, though, spots them just to say, hey, they're going to secure either way. So far, Smart Omega, the story of their lineup, the story of this Minzitar-led output. What it's solving is a problem that doesn't exist. It's not like OMG need to engage. It's not like OMG are stopping TNC's mobility. TNC is a full-on dive comp.
Yeah.
I don't know what the plan is for Omega now going into the late game.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing also is, remember there was a time when we saw that Kagura became a response to the Minzitar? With the Minzitar here, the King's Calling is like, hey, put your Minoan Fury here. Hey, put your Eternal Guard here. It's like you're telling TNC Pro Team, use your abilities here because that's where we want to fight.
Yeah, even Ryzen's Fredrin doesn't mind. Like, he can dash into it and still make the most of it.
Yeah, put your Appraiser's Wrath here.
Well, right now, target or not, Omega's going to have to defend. Chaknu taking a trip down with the Circling Eagle. Lord's going to be worked on, though. There's a Minoan Fury from Super Yoshi. He's going to get eaten up by Ryota, thrown into the base. He will fall, but the turret in the mid lane will be taken out by TNC. And it looks like that's all they're going to get from that Lord push in.
Yoshi paid the price for them to be able to push in mid. I'm pretty sure there was a world wherein he didn't have to lean hard onto it. And again, this is explained by the fact that he did not use his flicker. So he wasn't hard on looking for an engage. With that said, both teams are going to have to wait for this third Lord of this game. 17 minutes in, it's going to be an evolved Lord. Could be the last if Omega don't pull something out of this anytime soon.
Despite everything, it's only a 5,000 gold difference. I mean, TNC still has an advantage here, but it's not that much. Honestly, Omega, they have hope again, but just how do they layer everything together and make this lineup work with each other? the biggest question. You can appreciate how they're pushing out though. They're not just staying in base. They know that since the gold lead isn't that crazy at this point in the game, they can fight it out. And remember, we are in Omega time now. It's Omega timers. The old idea of 18 minutes in Omega already.
Nice job getting that Spear of Glory landed. They get the flicker out of it from Goyo. So again, that might help them leading into these next Lord Dance. Less than a minute away.
All right, the lack of burst from Omega allowed for Goyo to survive. And I'm pretty sure that flicker was more than worth his life. I'm thinking that's another issue that Omega have to deal with. What if they get the perfect pull combo? What if they do get the Detona's Welcome? It's still not a perfect collapse. It's still a fight that they have to work hard for.
Yep. The Astral Echoes would be big. If they can get an Astral Echo onto 4 and 5, that gives Andoryu actually a good chance to be able to deal a lot of damage. Oh, they got to run!
Oh no, they're going to get sandwiched in. Circling Eagle going to be used as well. Joe might walk his way back for this fight. He's looking for his own. He's only going to find it on multiple members. This might be the time for Smart Omega to collapse down. Daytona's Welcome going to be used as well. Ryzen, though, scoots on out. And Dioru is going to deal with Super Yoshi, trying to keep him down. It's a triple now. Heads was in the mid lane pushing, but Chakdu's not going to let him. Cuts him off, has the shields, though. Will be fine. 4 down for TNC, and Doru finds the Maniac. And Heads is the only one alive. Lord is up here. What does Smart Omega do?
Suddenly, the barangay have come alive. Oh, Chaknu, close call. Almost got knocked out. Heads, the only one left. Look at this. They're not even going for the Lord. I think they're saying we can penetrate. It is endable, but they double take and go for the Lord.
What the heck? Welcome to another classic Omega game. Another classic TNC game as well. It's even now. Somehow Omega with a sandwich play, a bait play at that, forcing Super Yoshi to flicker check into that shrub because he saw that, I believe Andoryu and Chaknu were there, but they were able to get away. Chaknu even used the circling eagle to avoid getting controlled by the Minoan Fury. He'll fly out, and then Jom, you see from the shrub behind them, coming in with a big 3-man. Make it 4 Kings calling to set everyone up. Astral Echo as well means a little bit more splash damage coming in from Andoryu's Lycan Pounce and basic attacks. Wow!
Something tells me the information was delayed. Andoryu was clearly out of the bush, and it was just Chaknu. At that point, not at all was that big flicker Minoan Fury worth it.
Yeah.
That was so expensive, and they paid the price. They paid the iron price all of their lives.
The iron price, yeah.
It looked like Super Yoshi was thinking, oh, they're probably both still in here.
Yeah, maybe if it was both of them, yeah, worth it. But they did not expect Joan to respond so quickly as well.
So now, it's Omega knocking on the door of TNC's base.
Oh, they're in, they're
They
in.
keep him in. Ryota going to go in with the Daytona's Welcome. Can they fight this without Joan, though? Super Yoshi going to jump in with the Minoan's Fury. Nomad will get the kill. And there's another Immortality going to be popped. Ryota flickers out. He's running on the small dino legs and flies away as well.
Amazing punish from TNC. They knew that Big J wasn't around. They knew that they had to fix the long lane. All the waves crashing in. So with that, again, 50-50. Balls in anybody's court now.
It feels like that. Yeah, definitely. Again, at this point, it's even now. Items, though, here.
The angle of Heads' entry from the left wing also really helped out. Now we're all even. Everyone has the items that they need. It's a Thunderbolt, though, interestingly enough. For that Roger, not building into an immortality as most Rogers would at this point in the game.
And Doru's going to be up in a couple seconds. TNC doesn't want to wait for it. They work on the turret. All base turrets down now. Ukir has to flicker out, but it can't escape from Nomad. And Doru comes up, though. Jumps on into the fight, but Heads has a different idea. Working on the base. He's not going to be able to get it. Takes a couple shots.
Minions.
They're still working on it. Turrets are all down. But Smart Omega keeps it together for now. Ukir won't be up for another 30 seconds. They clear the waves.
That was close. That was close. Smart Omega, though, they know their priorities. The flicker in!
Heads could be in trouble now. And Doru there with Chakdu has a bunch of shields and the immortality and will not be able to be taken down.
Man, the Makido generates so much shields, but look, they're still fighting. They're still scrapping.
Oh,
this is what we wanted to see.
Ryzen!
They're going to get cut off here. Ryzen, though, will go down to Ryota. And now Everybody is everywhere, and Doru on heads goes in, but he doesn't have enough shield. Zamin Force, whoa, taking a trip around the rocks, and Doru will be fine, and now the Lord is up once again.
Okay, good time to reset. Again, the fact that Ryzen is out for the next 40 seconds means Omega needs to do two things. Number one, clear the minions, and then two, make a beeline for the Lord. Andoryu is here. His retribution is going to come off in 10. I think Omega can blitz this.
Let's see if they can.
Oh, they find heads. Winter Truncheon going to be used as well. There's the Zamin Force. Jones going to be live. Picks up the immortality himself. Ryota and the rest of the team here. Lord's going to be ignored for now. Ukir, though, takes a couple of shots.
Oh my God!
Will go in and get the kill, though. It's scrappy. It's dirty. But that's what we want to see here.
World Star!
World Star!
All right.
That's straight up messy, bro. Omega gave up the Lord to take Nomad down.
I mean, it's 1 for 1. 50 seconds apiece, right? Nomad and Ukir out of the equation, and neither team have a clear line at the Lord. So now we go to dance. We gotta dance.
Yeah, okay, but both jugglers are up. Let's see. Astral Echo, I feel like, is one of the biggest tools for Omega's team fighting capabilities. It's very important to them. And you gotta watch out for Heads' split push play. He has a Sea Halberd on him, if I'm not mistaken, so that's a respectable amount of attack speed and physical damage being dished out by that Paquito to go for a split push backdoor end.
Which makes it so tricky because who do you send to man-to-man defense against Heads, right? So far, Omega, for the past 2 or 3 attempts, it was Big J. But it's very clear they need Big J.
Yeah.
They need him in the fight.
They need him. Either, again, you know, you're kind of wondering exactly how do you execute that King's Calling? Where's the best use of it? And honestly, like we saw minutes ago, it's on a surprise factor. It's not like the big target of, okay, fight us here. They kind of have to catch him out as a surprise. So we'll see how they play around it. But Omega, having this small lead for them, of course, they're just going to be juggling items around at this point as well. So now they get geared up for a possible Lord dance. But right now, we're at a stalemate here, gentlemen.
And good management of the minion waves here by TNC Pro Team. So Jome's going to have to show himself in the map. Something that he hasn't been doing a lot in this game. Like, yes, we know he's like the gold laner. He's not a traditional marksman. But this has been a low-key Mincetar. Because a lot of the damage being dished out by Omega is coming from that Roger, from that Novaria.
Hell, even the Barats.
Yeah, even the Barats. So Jome is sort of playing a more reserved type of game here. He's really just, all right, I'll clean up the minion waves. I'll show up if needed. Oh, that's big!
Flicker going to be used. They want Goyo here. Winter Truncheon going to be used. Into the King's Calling. Eternal Guard going to be dropped as well.
Wow.
Has the immortality, and here's the answer from the backside. Goyo's finally going to fall. And now they have to deal with Nomad. Bobbin Weaver with his Zamin Force. Chaknu could be in trouble. Has the immortality. Jome taken down. Ryzen's immortality going to be popped. And Nonu gets cut off as well. TNC answers back. They only lost Goyo. But man, did it cost Smart Omega.
Demon in reverse walking in with a clothesline from hell. Welcoming Andoryu. Andoryu could have sworn he was going to get away. Like, oh no, there was a Harrod there.
Surprise. Hey, at least Omega got 2 kills. The Vexana and the Eternal Guard.
Well, right now, TNC looking to cap out the game here. No one. Smart Omega down 2 members.
Oh
no. Are they going to be able to clear this out?
They got
Yoda.
Waves from bottom and mid.
Trying to deal with it here. The 1-2 punch coming out from Heads. Clearing it down. Echo going to be dropped. Appraiser's Wrath going to be used as well. Chaknu trying to keep the lane there, but the Zamin Force is just too much. And now the base is going to be worked on as TNC takes game 1.
Losing grip mid to late and eventually clawing their way back into a winning position. TNC taking the first game in this best of 3. Amazing work.
That went for almost 25 minutes. We saw that game. Whew. Congratulations, TNC, for getting that game 1. It was scrappy, it was messy, but damn, I will admit, I enjoyed seeing all of it.
Man, that was like a UFC bout in the modern age.
Yeah.
In the modern age?
Yeah. Earlier UFC fights ended in like 10 seconds, bro.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So this one was like just 5-round, 5-minute championship bout for the welterweight belt, man. That was good. I like that.
I mean, this is what it feels like to watch. Like, it's MLBB without the inhibitions. Because you know the pro scene inhibitions, like, all right, in terms of the minion wave, is it good? Is our positioning all right? Battle spells, you know, so many things to calculate. These two were literally just like, let's fight. Let's go. Hey, we can get the Lord. No, let's get that Harith.
That's what it felt like. And I don't know, maybe there was like some hope there if the game went on where we see that Big J participate in those fights and win things, but man, Nomad was tough to deal with here.
Yep. Game MVP for game 1, the Harith. It's Demon in reverse.
Is that because he's a cat?
He was, yeah.
I mean, he's a Leonin.
He's a Leonin.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
Harith is he has ears.
Reminds me
Yeah.
of Castle.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
5-3 and 5 for Nomad's Harith here. And for TNC Pro Team, with the lead that they built up for themselves, they themselves were a castle that Omega had to siege. Break through. Try to find a way to pierce through all of the defenses that TNC had. Not in terms of defending from the siege, but like breaking the lead. And eventually Omega breaking the lead came from the fact that they got to take TNC out surprise. But we saw multiple times, but TNC, if they weren't surprised, if they were fighting the team fights that they wanted, then it's going to be going good for them. Again, Omega's lineup counters dashes, sets up for what was the question multiple times. We saw there, once Omega got a surprise team fight, putting TNC in a situation where they're fighting uncomfortably, then there's a chance that Omega will be winning the fight, which they did. But again, questionable decision-making from both of these teams, especially this one. So many things spent just to take a Vexana down. The Vexana is problematic for the lineup of Omega, but it's not your main prize that you're looking for here. While for TNC Pro Team, they just played around the Harith. They played around the Zaman Force, and they kept their lineup and their team fight honest. It was simpler to pull off the lineup of TNC Pro Team. More in tune with the current meta was the lineup of TNC Pro Team. While for the side of Omega, you can't knock what they wanted to do here. What they wanted to try was something theoretically plausible. Mincetar counters dashes. Harith, lots of dashes. Lineup of TNC Pro Team, lots of dashes. So it could potentially work, which as the game went on, we sort of saw shades of. At some point, Andori was 7-0 N2. He was not taken down. Ukir's Astral Echoes actually set up Omega and their splash damage around the King's Calling. However, it just became a moot point, and TNC Pro Team just punished a big Omega call that eventually became too costly.
I mean, that's two severely punishable plays. It's just the fact that TNC got away with theirs.
Yeah.
TNC survived what could have been a game-ending wipeout with that initial jump in by Yoshi.
Yeah.
This time around, in mid, when it was Jom and
Chaknu
and Endoryu trying to kill, it wasn't actually Nomad, it was Goyo.
Goyo.
They
The
were
Vexana.
shining at
The Vexana.
Goyo.
Yeah.
And then he winter trunched into the King's Calling.
He wasted so much time.
That's what I said. They threw everything at him.
Why isn't he dying? Why isn't he? Oh, right.
He's suppressed. He turned himself into an ice block, and now Omega just ended up standing there frozen as they were watching TNC Pro Team. They had members to defend, but it's also just like, there's not much we can do here, folks. Again, theoretically, it's exciting what Omega wanted to try here, but also, a part of me really wants to keep going back to, y'all, why go after that Harith instead of taking down that Lord? You guys could have rushed that Lord.
Yep, and then played for a better goal, a better siege.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die on this hill. This lineup, from a point A to point B, a straight line situation, I'm not with it. I don't understand what it was trying to do. Because even in the best of cases, right, you were solving a problem that Omega didn't have an issue with anyways. When it came to engages, it was TNC who was trying to go into you anyways.
Yeah, bro, it was a little bit too 1980s even for my taste.
It was fun. I mean, it's nice to see a little bit of that possibility where Mincetar pops up. Maybe it is answering a problem, but this time we got our answer. We came in with questions, we got answers by the end of it.
Yeah, the storyline we had here was like new chapters for both. TNC just played a different chapter of an
That's
old
like a different
story.
book.
Yeah, Omega played a different book.
Whole new genre.
Yeah.
Entirely. And again, for anything that's new, some people will always say it's weird, but what if it works?
Down the line, who knows?
This time, it's maybe not the Mincetar. I was afraid that starting tomorrow we would see just a bunch of Mincetars, but not here. But again, this allows for us to see what's possible with the current setup, with the current metagame. Maybe just back to the lab. Maybe what if they reiterate? What if they polish up and then fix that in Game 2? More on that in just a bit. Right now, we'd like to give out a huge shout-out to our official restreamers from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and the world.
And don't forget, we have our local restreamers as well, and our international restreamers from Cambodia, Middle East, North America, Singapore, Malaysia, and of course, Indonesia.
And all of them are tuned in to witness our players fight for victory week in and week out.
Salamat malam to all of y'all tuned in right now. It's about 6 p.m., 6:02 to be exact, from where you're watching if you're somehow in Indonesia. That's creepy, right? You looked at you're watching like, oh, he's right.
What about North America?
That's gila. What?
What time is it in North America?
Depends on which state and which time zone you're in.
That's right.
Nice try, Joseph.
That's right.
Nice try. Next question.
You know your geography very well.
Thanks. I was always great with math.
Yeah, that's one of the subjects of math, right? Geography. It's the study of shapes.
Geometry. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Trying to stump us here. 5 minutes until we get into game number 2. Again, we're at the point in the run of these two teams and in the current metagame where you just throw things at the wall, see what sticks.
Yeah.
I think the Mincetar, when we saw Mincetar before, wasn't it, and this is what, season 11? Didn't it work? Wasn't it paired with the Franco?
It was a win.
There was like 2 hooks. It was like Hook City, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You had like the Spear of Glory and then you had the Iron Hook, if I remember right.
That was a hook meta.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, be part of digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid eSIM.
All you guys have to do is go for the digital delivery. So go on to the Smart Online Store. It's only 99 pesos, and you can grab it now.
Scan that QR code or take a picture of the guy if you want to also, while scanning the QR code.
Or scroll back and then do it then.
Yeah.
But we're going to be here the same way, right? You just click live or you catch up to the current timestamp, and likely the game may have begun. So, again, that's how simple it is now to get an eSIM from Smart, only for 99 pesos. 4 minutes in. Again, we've already seen so far 2 matches in a day number 2. An Eve.
Mincy.
A Mincy. What else made a debut today?
Was that it?
Yeah.
Is that it for today?
Even Mincy for debut pick? Yes.
Yesterday, Ling.
Yesterday, Ling.
And believe it or not, am I right to assume yesterday Hilda was a debut pick as well? There you go.
We're just at that part of the season, man.
Yeah, it was.
Debut picks are piling up.
Yeah.
That makes me wonder, what are we going to see in the playoffs? Because but I think
I'm not against that. I like Popoli Kupa.
Right?
Man, ONIC, I think they're one of those teams that is just ready to unleash some debut picks maybe for playoffs.
Yep. Take a look back again at Game 1. TNC drafted a very dive-heavy comp. It is stable as all get out. As for Smart Omega, this is where you start to get a little spicy. Get a little bit of that sambal sauce on the side.
I love sambal.
You got the Mincetar.
I love me some sambal.
That's what you call it back in Florida. You got the Roger. You got the... why did you like the Nova here, Reptar? Talk to us about why you were calling for the Nova.
When did it come into the phase? Well, because the lineup that they have here, I like the idea of Astral Echo into the Zaman Force, because like instead of your team just being the one slowed inside the Zaman Force, at least you can slow them back while at the same time increasing their hitbox. So
now everyone's slow.
Yeah, and then at the same time,
little slow motion.
which is good for the Roger, which you actually saw again when Roger's Lycan bouncing and slashing at everyone. The splash damage is big, dude.
I was a Paquito. All right, TNC. This time around,
That stunned me.
being on the way, decides to pick blue. So it looks like they're going for the throat. That's the message I'm getting here. They're going to go for a very strong, very, again, foot to the ground first pick, and then call it a day. That's what they want to do. They want to end their season strong, and then go have some Korean barbecue or something. That's
and on a
what
high
people
note.
do, right?
Yeah. Oh, Korean barbecue?
Oh, I'd love some KBBQ right now.
Sam Gipsal, I would love some.
Man, you guys, it always gets to that point where you start talking about food, you know?
English broadcast staples in season 7.
Isn't that what happens?
Yeah. Welcome.
Trying to look at the how these two teams draft right now and trying to think of like what other weird stuff that we'll see. I mean, part of me still wants to see the assassins come into play.
We almost saw it because again, we did we did allude to the fact that maybe the Barats wasn't the jungler.
Yeah.
So
which
that
ended up
happened.
happening.
That
And technically, Roger is an assassin, and if you think about it, like more assassin-focused style of gameplay for the jungler. So we did get that, but
I think technically even the Mincy could be. Like, in theory, he could be an assassin.
no, yeah, he can.
Maybe.
He can.
Yeah, he can.
Ladies and gentlemen, MPL Philippines live stream viewer rewards are now available. Come and watch the MPL matches on TikTok in a chance to win yourselves a goodie bag lottery. Be one of the lucky winners.
All you guys have to do is head on over to TikTok if you're not there already. Go to our official page at MPL Philippines TikTok. It's at MPLPH_official. Click on the live stream and then look on your top left.
Right here.
Click it.
And get that goodie bag.
It'll be around here. When this timer bug is out, you will go ahead and see the button and click it.
There it is.
I mean, it will be there, but not now.
In game, I think.
Yes, when we're in game.
Yeah, keep an eye out for it. Don't forget, too, on YouTube, you guys joining as well. Hashtags. Is it going to be TNC? Hashtag Omega. Let us know for a chance at 500 diamonds. 4 winners. And don't forget your usernames and ID and server ID as well.
And subscribe to our official YouTube streams.
Yes.
Don't forget to subscribe. We will check. We will triple, quadruple check if you're subscribed.
He knows. He knows.
They got me like that.
All
That's
right.
how they got me.
With that said, we are going into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Again, that's TNC on the blue side. So the Phoenix fam will be playing with that first pick, Gambit. Would not be surprised if they play hard or they pick hard enough. They ban in a certain way to get a first pick, Fred or Harith. Harith, forget about it. No Harith here. Oh, wait, no, there it is.
There is.
I thought
There
it was
is.
banned. Man, we jumped in straight.
Spoke too soon.
Straight into the picks already.
That I did.
Bans also similar.
Detective Frederick.
What?
On the case.
Oh.
24/7.
What skin is that?
Best jungler.
That is the...
That's Neo. That's Neo
yeah,
Beast.
yeah,
He's a
okay, no
detective.
wonder. Okay, so Fred and Matilda instead of the Barrett's Matilda this time around. Keeping things honest. Honestly, for TNC Pro Team, just pick up the Minotaur again, man. Minotaur and Vex would be good.
Find a way.
Yeah.
There you go. They're just going to draft the same way.
If it's not going to be Minotaur, then I don't know.
Okay. Well, you might as well. I think this is where if it is the first phase, that's very
no
similar.
Minotaur, bro. Minotaur's banned out.
I mean,
All right.
Minotaur's banned out.
The box. Maybe the box.
Oh, that looked like a boxer to me earlier.
Yeah,
Excuse
no,
me.
They can pick the box now.
You know what, bro? Just pick up Ling.
Who?
Ryzen, just pick it up.
3 cores,
Just
really?
go
Just
for
do
it.
Yeah, bro.
Just do it.
Just show your hand. Dang it.
Oh, that sounded like Barrett's.
Oh, okay. So it's Barrett's over box for them. No worries.
Yeah. Omega Faramis is banned out.
Yep.
TNC Pro Team. Don't need to go for the Novaria.
No, oh no, this is Omega. Never mind.
I'd like Vexana or their gold laner right now.
Oh, there's Vexana. You mean Valentina?
Valentina. Oh,
You're
those
just.
two.
It's one of those. It's one of those Saturdays for Renmar, you know.
Yeah.
No, okay. Since Valentina's coming back up into the meta for like a few weeks now.
She's always been around though, but yeah.
No, but like before it was just literally Vexana and Novaria.
Sure.
Now with Valentina coming up more in the past 2 or 3 weeks, I'm reminded of the old problem I had with always mixing up those two. So yeah, they do get their gold laner. And by the way, fun fact for TNC Pro Team, Barris is their most picked hero at 11. And in terms of their win rate record, it's probably not going to be that great.
On the Barretts?
Yeah, they struggled this season.
Talking about how Barats is one of their most picked heroes, it makes sense given that their playstyle is very dive.
Yeah.
They're very in your face. And even if their Fredrin was taken away, again, Ryzen is very comfortable with that hero.
For a punch.
I get it, why they go to Barats anyways, even without the Rafaela, even without the Matilda. But I don't want to speak too soon. They might still even be able to pick the Rafaela.
That's
Super
true.
Yoshi doesn't have a hero quite yet. Going to the bans. There goes the Paquito. Heads gave Smart Omega hell with the Paquito earlier.
Yeah, he did. He was able to just take a lot of the attention from them. So good man here. And yeah, I'm wondering as well, what is Super Yoshi going to play this time around in that roam roll?
That's Core H2.
Oh,
That's
H2.
Core H2. What was he dancing? Was
That's
that,
the motivational dance.
Was that Pantropico?
I'm not sure.
Or was that Salamine?
Pretty sure it's one of those.
Yeah, very popular
everyone's
songs.
dancing and singing to Beanie right now.
I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know any. I was just thinking I don't know any names of dances.
Oh, really? You don't know the Macarena?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure that you know the Charleston.
What?
The swing dance.
The boogie.
The boogie. No, I'm just saying things.
I know the line dance.
The twist.
The line dance. The walking like an Egyptian.
I'm not that old. I'm not that old, Redmar.
I'm not saying those are just the dances I know. You know, no one's talking about your age here, sir. I believe that's Andoriu's family there.
That sounded mad defensive. There's a Kaja band out again. Still no roamers for TNC, hence why the Rafaela might still be a big possibility.
Yeah, Grok taken out here. Trying to see what else. There's a wide hero pool actually
Yoshi has
for
a Cho.
Yoshi.
Yoshi has a Cho.
Yoshi has a Cho. CC. We still have a chance of a Franco, but there's no one really you need to hard cash other than the Claude. They can also go Tigreal. Oh, Heads is a signature Benedetta pick.
Yep, one of the first few players in Season 13 to make the Benedetta a XP lane mainstay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe they did it already in the first game of the season. They played the first series for MPL Philippines Season 13.
It was big then, it's big now.
Yeah, don't go Chip. Masha's been snubbed all throughout this day, huh?
Chips banned. I mean, if you're playing
Wait,
Masha,
Chip.
you have a very specific approach to the game.
Yeah.
Thunder.
Clap
him.
You gotta clap people.
Yeah.
Okay, Ruby for Super Yoshi still up, and the Tigreal if they want to go that way.
Oh boy, I miss Ruby. We haven't seen Ruby in a hot minute.
Yeah. I wonder if they still go Assassin here, though.
Hold on, and then they swerve the Barangay.
Yeah.
Oh, debut pick.
Oh, it is a Ruby, but another debut pick.
Okay.
Khalid XP, still a Jungle Barrett.
Khaleds.
Khalid.
No, Khaleds.
Khalheads.
Khaleds.
Khalheads.
Khalheads.
I mean, Yasta, I don't think I want to put the Khalid in Rome. We've seen that in the past.
Yeah.
But that's no good, Habibi.
Yeah.
That's not good, Habibi.
That's an EXP lane Khalid Habibi.
All right, what's Omega missing here? Still no mid. There she is, the Vexana.
The Vexana.
I'm sorry I mixed them up. Okay.
You gotta say it with confidence every time.
Great pickup there on the Vlunox.
All right, folks. Raptor's been calling Valentina Vexana.
We know
all
it's a
day.
Valentina, but hey, it's thematic if you think about it. Valentina steals ultimate. She's literally IMU. She turns into different heroes. If I mix up her name, that's fine.
So technically should be anyone.
You can call her Alucard.
That's a little bit too much.
Exactly. Anything with Alucard is a little too much. Let's check out their lineups one more time.
Whoa,
is this
solid lineup rating.
Is this not an all-time low? I don't think I've ever seen that number below 1.
I would like to think it's because their lineup has no support utility. For some reason, even though they have a...
I was going to say, wait, what?
You know, yeah, they don't.
Yeah, the calculations that the program goes for are not accounted for what the lineup does.
Yeah. Like earlier, we had the thing where the Echo lineup rating was higher than the Blacklist lineup rating, but all of us unanimously was saying, like, that's Blacklist lineup leading it.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2. TNC looking to go for the throat. They've debuted another pick. This time around in the XP lane. It's Heads on the Khaled.
Khaled. See if they can make it work. When was the last time we really saw Khalid come through? Was it back in M5?
Yep. Game number 7 on the hands of Flap Teasy.
That's right.
From the Filipino perspective. I can't even remember if we saw it in that off-season tournament. Nah, way too far. I'd like to think it was M5.
Yeah, maybe.
But I also do like that they decided to pick that up because they face a Benedetta, and the Benedetta will have a little bit of a problem up against a Khalid if the Khalid maximizes the Desert Sandstorm, I believe.
She does nothing to the quick sand guard.
Yeah.
All he does is force her to lay out all her kit, and then he just sits there.
It's a good way to manage the mashup and the minion waves in the EXP lane. And at the same time, you have two EXP laners that break formations of the opposing team. So then it just boils down to who can make the most out of their abilities, the Petrify or the final blow, or just the entry with the Raging Sandstorm by the Khalid.
Surprising amount of damage from this Khalid, especially since it's built this way.
I was going to say, yeah, I noticed that as well.
He'll
just
hurt.
The assassin emblems galore.
And the lethal ignition.
Yep. So we'll see how they play this one out. Of course, we're just kind of waiting for that first objective as both these teams kind of wait for that. And then Honestly, statistically, it's TNC that usually gets that lead built up, and they kind of go in guns blazing from there.
They're built to do that. Their lineup does that. Oh, here we go.
They're just going to go for it again. Throwing him into the wall. They go. Andoru going to be taken out. Ryota trying to get away as well. Will get away with a sliver of health. Not having that level 4 just yet, and that's what we're talking about. Heads will just heal on up. Turtle now will be starting up for TNC.
And just like that, TNC are ahead 1,000 gold. They're at an advantage in the Lord. And wait.
Another quick play coming out from TNC, and this will help them even more secure this first objective.
Yeah, good decisiveness there by Super Yoshi to just decide to pull the trigger using the flicker. I believe that was also the I'm Offended and then the Don't Run Wolf King. I think Chaknu and the rest of Omega were thinking that they could somehow set up on Doryu for a quick steal, but even if that got stolen away, it would have been risky for Omega. They probably just would have gotten chased by TNC.
The 1v1. See? There's the Sands. Petrified going to be used, though, to stop him from healing up.
But isn't that a losing trade? That's literally just a skill 2 for a full-on battle spell.
Yeah, there's the charge up.
Whoa.
Ryzen goes in, not going to find the right bush.
No one home.
But yeah, I guess that's what you got to think about. Is that worth using that Petrified to stop the heal? Because he's just going to heal back up.
Right?
Yeah, real quickly. Just constantly healing up. And Ryota.
Wow. Oh, okay. I think he's fine.
Yeah, they're being aggressive really with that duel. And which makes sense because as a Benedetta up against like Khalid, you can't allow him to just bully you in lane. You really have to match it. So despite TNC having that lead, they have a little bit of a saving grace, I guess, from the Benedetta. But right now, with Ryzen's Barretts having a considerable lead over the Fredrin, it's still TNC's way.
And this is just the way they like to play. It's comfortable for TNC to be in the lead this early on. We haven't really talked much about gold lane. Claude versus Harith, Harith versus Claude. There's a lot of momentum on the back of Demon in reverse. And Big J, again, it takes a lot to shake Big J. Oh, here we go. 1v1.
He's going to battle it out. Summon Force already going to be used.
All right, Harith wins most 1v1s.
Yeah, I think people are going to be trying to figure out really what works great against this Harith, even as we get into the playoffs from now.
A nerf would work best for Harith.
Definitely.
That whole shield thing, man.
Yeah. All right. Going to take a good lap around, try to clear the waves out. Chaknu, though.
Wow, okay.
Has to burn the flicker.
That was honestly cool to see. He sort of slithered through all of that.
Yeah, and he single-handedly stopped a 4-man push.
Yeah. All right, Chaknu, we see you. But yeah, without the flicker, he can't be so aggressive right now. Doesn't even have the circling eagle back.
Yeah, it doesn't have that available. Turtle going to be worked on here. Andoru will hold the line for now. Ryzen just waiting, keeping the stacks up. And now Heads also making his way, has that Sandstorm available. Going forward, there's the flicker in, into the play they go. Heads is going to get the turtle now. They fight into the Zaman Force. Blazing Duet going to be utilized as well. Heads getting it on out of there, but Nomad will get the triple. And again, this Harith shows up. And Super Yoshi feeling good. Taking a couple shots from Jome, they won't be able to do anything further.
Oh my God, 1 for 4 underneath a turtle number 2. 5 minutes in, TNC barrels forward, 3K, looking to take away Andoryu's purple. This is not looking good for the barangay.
Oh, one hit away on the turret. Heads. He wasn't sure. He's like, should I get this one hit in? Won't get it. Ends up dying instead.
Well, at this point, you can just let the minion take that last hit on the... TNC did their job, although it would have been better if Heads didn't go down.
Got a little impatient.
You got a little bit too impatient. Quick item check here. Demon Hunter Sword was actually the first built here for Jome, considering that he's up against a tanky lineup. The Ruby, that Barretts especially, so not the Corrosion Scythe. First item makes sense.
Like the final blow going to be used, gets pulled with the I'm Offended. Ryota! Eye for an eye! Nomad, though, will come in and get the kill.
Imagine throwing all your abilities only to get taken down by Harith.
Demon in reverse, amazing killer instinct on this young man, sitting at 4-0-1, just picked up his Feather of Heaven. 6 minutes in, if I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, TNC's going much faster now than they ever did in Game 1.
Oh, yeah. Way faster how they're scaling and rotating. Weirdly enough, I believe this is just TNC being assertive, really, with their rotations. And they're playing instinctually. Again, one of the best traits of Super Yoshi that we saw last season when he was still with ONIC Philippines, his assertiveness and confidence. And it's just unfortunate that we're seeing it very late into the season.
Oh, here we go.
Not going to land that I'm offended either, so Chaknu going to be fine.
Reptar just talking about assertiveness. You see how that Ruby was just checking every bush
Yeah.
and just dashing in to every single position that anybody from Omega could be in. Now another fight breaking out.
And Doru gets out with a guiding wind, but forced out of this side, so that's going to be the objective again taken by TNC as they secure the third turtle of the game.
Wow, TNC Pro Team. Again, let's see if this will end up quick or will it end up becoming a super late game again. GTP was committed.
One count guilty. That's Ryzen.
Yep, holding on to this tier 2 turret till they do that canyon minion. Not going to be able to cap that off. Now it looks like Super Yoshi might want more. Going to go on forward, holding on to that I'm offended. Who are they going to go for? Chaknu going around with the circling eel and will be fine. TNC now on the hunt, possibly to find Ryota. Hold on. Again, Ryzen. Oh, it's the forward to the I'm offended. Jome has to use the Blazing Duet. Backs off here. And even with the great initiation, no one will fall in the exchange. But look at who's waiting patiently. Ryota. To get spotted out. Has to just kind of back off here. Again, a great setup potential from Ryzen, but nothing to follow.
Hey, Ryzen still stole away the orange.
Yeah.
So he's committed Grand Theft Orange now. He has like 3 stars.
He's wanted.
He's wanted, right? He's getting chased.
No helicopters yet.
Not just yet. But the cars are getting faster and there are roadblocks at this point. Ryzen, the 2-level gap between him and Andoryu really just shows the lead. It's only up to a Dread. Literally, Andoryu has 3 items. His boots, the Molten Essence, and a Dreadnought armor. Not even an anti-Cuirass
Those
yet.
aren't even 3 full items.
Yes.
That's tough.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, that's
Golden Staff, Jome just got to build it, so that's only 2 items on him as well.
I mean, that's a silver lining, is it not? Jome hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
Big J's done well to protect himself.
He's farming the best he can given the situation. You know, that's the upside of it. And we've seen that even when he pops the Blazing Duet and he's got all the stacks and everything else, he can actually pump out good enough damage. It's just with TNC now leading into this next Lord here, we'll see how they approach it. Ukir also holding on to the Eternal Guard himself with that Valentina.
Oh, look at that position by Andoryu.
Oh,
pushed out ahead to conceal.
Super Yoshi going to go in, already using that Raging Sandstorm on Andoryu. They want to take him out. Zaman Force going to be dropped as well. Tries to cut him off, but he's going to slide on through. Circling Eagle down for Chaknu. Now going to be working on it. Eternal Guard gets dropped. And it'll be Omega holding on to the Lord for now.
Okay, Ukir has the Eternal Guard, though. TNC needs to be careful with that. You gotta appreciate how Ryota's playing the map, but look at the damage coming out of Head's Khalid.
Whoa. Look at this dance. Lord, at a 5th of its health, a 4th gets reset. Wow, the respect that Omega is demanding from TNC.
If Omega somehow get this, I just don't know anymore. TNC Pro Team. Yeah, you see that Omega are still fighting again. Never say die. But will they say we can commit?
Ooh.
Risky, they're low.
That wall bush, they didn't know. No one was home. The Y bush, though, the control.
They know Ryota's not there. Circling Eagle going to be dropped. Heads has the Raging Sandstorm once again, and they're just going to cut off Omega from here. So Ryzen will get that Lord. Interestingly enough, Smart Omega doesn't even fight for it.
Clean take. Yeah. They pay the price, though. Top lane has been working on by Ryota. I don't know. Is that worth it? Do the numbers add up, Reptar?
Right now, TNC Pro Team, they can just push out with the Lord. So they got a consolation prize at best. While TNC Pro Team got an even better chance to get a considerable lead with the Lord push there. You saw during that Lord take, actually, Jome was able to build up the Corrosion Scythe. So the holy trinity of items for the Claude already built up. In terms of what else is brought to the table, right now TNC just has a comfortable lead. They can get a lot with this push. But Omega, as long as they keep sending Ryota out there, should be able to manage somewhat the losses that they're going to get.
Huge minions, man. 3 heroes could not. Doesn't help that TNC are actually ushering them in. They're walking with their wave. They're walking with the Lord up top.
Oh, could be a big one in. Yep. So it's Omega once again finding themselves in a position. Ukir holding on. Oh, Super Yoshi goes and jumps in and takes care of Ukir just like that. They have to still deal with the Lord here, but Smart Omega down a member. Jome gonna get forced out. Top turret gonna drop. And now TNC eyes set on that mid lane as well. Lord going to be brought there. They still have to get the tier 2 down in the mid lane.
Wow.
So TNC gets the top inhibitor turret down.
Super Yoshi and the rest of TNC folded that man in half. Okir did not see it coming. Didn't even get to respond with the flicker. There is a trade off cam though. Ryota does push down bottom.
Not
But
gonna
wait,
be,
TNC!
Summon Force going to be dropped again. Ooh! We saw it too. The I'm offended did not land.
Yeah.
Ryota had a great push down in the bot. But we got to take a breather here.
Yeah, honestly, that push by TNC Pro Team could be even more devastating. What I like Chaknu did there, he treated that Lord like a World of Warcraft raid boss and pulled aggro. He brought him under the tower in the mid.
I get the reference.
Yeah, thank you. But
Good
you're
job.
Horde, so no, I'm not giving you a high
What?
five.
For the Alliance.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Man, I love first-person shooters.
that hurt my soul.
You guys are adorable. All right, 3 minutes on the clock. We're trying to make sure that both teams get the best experience here. Again, it's going to be very key for Omega because it's their base that's getting knocked on right now. In case y'all were just tuned in right now, it's actually TNC at the cusp of penetrating mid.
Yep.
It's that mid lane inhibitor that's next up on the docket for them. They just recently took top. For Omega, what's the game plan for Omega here? They just lost Uki. I think Uki was about to spawn again.
Oh, if he's just about to spawn again, then he should be back in time to be able to help clear those minion waves. Yeah, just manage some minion waves, and if anyone from the side of TNC Pro Team get a little bit too eager, see if you have your displacement ability to punish them, a crowd control.
Like an eager beaver.
Yeah, like an eager beaver.
Well, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get lost in checking out all these, all the great audience photos.
Yeah, I mean, as awesome as it is to watch online, it's still different to be in the studio, to be in the MPL arena.
I know what you'd put on your phone screen if you were in the audience.
Oh yeah, you bet you would. You know.
Definitely.
You know, folks.
Definitely.
You all know. And by the way, a quick update for all of those who know, Cups is okay. Cups is doing great. He got a little oofski this week.
Well, oofski.
But we got him to a good vet, and he's doing fine.
That's great to hear.
We're hoping all of your fur babies are good. All of your pets, all of your sons and daughters.
Renmar, you gotta join the crew, man.
It's okay. Taking care of a pet is like taking care of a child, and I'm not completely ready for that.
They are children, yes. What are you talking about?
Yes, and
I birthed Cups and Castle.
That's wow.
We share the same DNA.
All right.
I could see it. I can see the resemblance.
So that's what happened. So
I will say.
Whoa, yo, Naisu. Yo, can we get the camera on Naisu?
No. I'm not gonna flex off with the audience here.
Yeah, because you'll win.
We gotta let them have their wins,
They came to
Renmar.
enjoy the show.
Come on, White Mamba.
Not to be showed up by one of the talents, all right?
That's true.
Wow.
But
How
what
did
if
I
he's-
become the White Mamba?
I don't know.
You just are. How did he become the White Mamba? I'm sorry he got carried away as well. It's like, sometimes you gotta give Reptar something. You know? All right, 30 seconds till game.
You guys are me.
30 seconds till game. And we see the crowd here, big fans of those TikTok dances, no matter how old. That's got to be like 6 to 9 months back, right? That little finger dance.
Yeah. It's
It's
been a minute.
That one went quick. All right, back into the land
Wait,
of
no
Nod.
karate chop?
We go. No karate
Yeah.
chop. We were expediting the game here. And luckily for fans of the barangay, members of the new barangay, they're able to defend. Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think if I remember right, just that shield in the mid turret did get popped. But again, Ryota, man, given the situation, he has been doing work on these side lanes.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
What?
I don't know. That's the first response that popped in my head.
Was not expecting that. Yeah, dude.
You're not wrong. I mean, he's agreeing because it's true, but why?
That throws me back to him. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, the Valley, dude.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's why that brought up, because for some reason lately, the Valley dude has been playing in my head over and over again.
Yep, members of the Valley, they're actually split up in two now. Are actually competing
soon.
at the NACT. So
Grand
maybe
finals.
it's just come high time that we acknowledge them. Again, good luck to all of y'all going out of Vegas. We'll see y'all when we see y'all in Riyadh. But now, back into the matchup, 13 minutes in. Enhanced Lord spawning, lower quarter of the map. It's Smart Omega first to the scene. That's odd. Why is Omega the first to contest?
I think they're confident enough in starting this up, get that distraction, their own diversion, if you will. Let Ryota push that top, that long lane, and deal with that. But look at this. Conceal play going to be used. They go in with that offended. On top of Doru. Whoa, Dome! What happened?
Big J! He got blasted by Demon in reverse. That's what. Ouch!
Oh, wow. And off of the back of a no look, I'm offended. Y'all see how straight Super Yoshi just went in there?
And now Endoru might be the next target from Nomad. Super Yoshi goes in again, but they have to deal with Ryota as well. They do send back heads to deal with it, but that's going to be the Lord secured now by Ryzen. And now Ryota on the run. Raging Sandstorm, though, will come through from heads.
You could see the emotion of heads. I'm pretty sure you could read his lips in Filipino. He said, "Oh, I know." In English, now what?
Now what? You guys know that song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. As impressive as that little sequence was, an amazing read from Heads, though. You gotta admit, whenever you're trying to chase down the Benedetta, she could end up in any other direction, any different location, but Heads saw it coming. Now, what Omega's got coming is a push from all lanes. Bottom, tier 2, taken. Mid lane inhibitor, slowly getting barreled down. Top lane, there's a big lord up there.
Yeah.
It's looking like the Barangay's days are numbered unless they do something here. TNC, they're synchronizing these waves very, very well.
Yeah, looks like this is it for Omega. TNC Pro Team is just way too good for them. If somehow TNC walk away with this with not ending it, I'll be very surprised.
They're going to push it in. Zaman Force going to be dropped. They're just going to work on the base here. They don't have any minions just yet, but that's going to be it. TNC will sweep Smart Omega.
They get a big dub for their last match of Season 13. The Phoenix Army rises into redemption, closing off their season with a sweep.
With a sweep and a bang, just like last season, TNC Pro Team closes out the regular season with a big win and smiles on their faces. They're not a playoffs team, but they're still one of our teams in the Philippines, and they showed us their never say die attitude.
Again, sportsmanship between the two teams here as they battled it out. TNC will have to see exactly what that new chapter ahead of them is going to look like. But man, again, a very great way to end on a high note here for as both these teams, again, not in playoff contention anymore here.
And now, members of the Barangay are going to take their bow. They have yet one more match to play tomorrow. But here tonight, their chorus, GG, well played. We're going to go ahead and throw over to Mara and Hans on stage. They're going to talk to Smart Omega and hear about what their thoughts are.
Barangay Smart Omega, it breaks my heart to say this. Unfortunately, hindi kayo magmo-move on sa playoffs. Now, kay Okir na lang. Okir, with this bagong barangay, you've given us something to look forward to. GG, well played. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta para sa inyo?
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa Smart Omega through ups and downs. Yun, bawi kami guys. And mas gagalingan pa namin. And hintayin nyo kami next season. Ayan.
It's always difficult palagi when we bid goodbye, but you know you have a lot of supporters behind you. Everybody, I would like all of you to say Omega. Bagong Barangay! You may now take your bow. And your journey ends here. And now, let's call on TNC Pro Team. TNC, congratulations!
You know, it's so nice to see Mara na
they're all smiles. At kitang-kita mo yung ngiti nila in their final match of the season.
And now, ang kanilang standings. Congratulations on winning the final match of the season. But first, let's ask si Super Yoshi. Super Yoshi, you can take the mic. You faced a lot of challenges bilang captain. So what will we bring for next season?
Siyempre yung mas magandang run para sa team, ganun. Tsaka mas gagalingan palagi tas sisipagan.
Tanungin mo natin si Bentings kasi ang laki ng ngiti ni Bentings. Bentings, what are you feeling right now?
Hindi, andyan po yung boss namin sa TNC, si
Oo,
Boss Josh
nandyan
po.
sa harap.
Oo.
Si Joshua.
Magagalit po siya sa amin kasi po nanalo, madidisappoint.
Bakit?
Hindi siya sanay na mananalo.
Bakit? What do you mean?
Hindi siya sanay na nananalo kami.
Hindi siya sanay na nananalo. Tama ba yun? Ayan show yung nasa harap. Ayun. Okay, now, bilang bagong coach, you face a lot of challenges. Ano yung mga natutunan mo this season na dadalhin mo para sa next season?
Sobrang dami. Yung isa sa sarili ko, malaki mo na yung natulong niya sa akin kasi bilang nag-step up ako sa pagiging coach, kailangan ko alamin ano yung ginagawa ng mga coach, paano yung mindset ng coach. Yun. Tapos, yun yung natutunan ko sa pagiging coach, yun yung dadaling ko sa mga susunod pang season.
Alam mo, maraming hindi nakakaalam, sobrang maganda yung personality ni Bentings. He's the funny one. He's the life
Real.
of TNC. Paano ka ba namin mapafollow? Kasi gusto ko ma-follow ka nila eh. Paano ba? Paano ka ba namin masasuportahan? Ano social media mo?
Kahit yung TNC Pro Team ML page na lang, pa 500k natin, Phoenix Pub.
And Bentings, ayun.
I also want to hear from some of the rookies of this team. Unahin natin si Nomad. Nomad, this was
Nomad.
a very good end towards your season as a rookie. How was the entire experience like para sa'yo?
Masaya po na nakapaglaro na sa MPL tapos mas nag-aim pa po sa mas magandang performance ng team.
Same goes with Heads. This is galing ka sa MDL last season and now you're here at the MPL. Kasama mo rin si Super Yoshi noon during that time. So how does it feel to be with your teammate and at the same time playing at the MPL?
Masaya
Kamusta
din
yung
po.
buong experience mo playing for MPL and playing for TNC?
Happy po. Tapos bawi po kami next season.
Babawi sila next season. You love to see the optimism from the rookies.
And now, ang ating game MVP, si Nomad. Nomad, ikaw ang ating game MVP. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa TNC Pro Team?
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin this season. Next season po, hindi na po kami papayag na hindi kami kasama sa playoffs.
Congratulations! You've won your final match. You may now take your bow.
Phoenix will rise again.
And take your walk of victory. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Bentings, Phoenix will rise again and hopefully next season they will rise even higher.
I don't think you can replace the smiles that they've had when they exited the stage and went on their victory lap was priceless. Hindi mapapalitan yun ng kahit anumang pera sa mundo.
It's a great way to end Season 13. Ngayon, we're gonna break it down with our casters. Casters, pasok.
Congratulations to TNC Pro Team for going out with a bang in a blaze of glory, sweeping Smart Omega in their final matchup. And congratulations to Demon in Reverse for a back-to-back MVP performance.
Teams are going to be looking out for this young man, and I think we all should. Hopefully we get to still see him in MPL Philippines next season, because dang, a very promising young man, 7-0-2, deathless in this game, made this Harith look even easier. Already easy to play this hero. That was a festival of blood on that Harith too. So he really maximized the spell vamp that he could get, and well, it was easy goings for Nomad. I also really want to shout out here two of the players that were interviewed on the stage. It was Captain Super Yoshi and Heads. Heads said, well, we'll get him next time in Filipino, while Super Yoshi said, well, we would have loved if we got a good result here or in the season and be a playoffs team. But I think we just got a flash of what TNC could have been as a playoffs team. The decisiveness, pulling the trigger unexpectedly, especially in this play that Super Yoshi got to do as that Ruby with a flicker in and then using the I'm Offended ultimate. And moments such as these where if they saw just one moment of Omega or one member of Omega out of position, they're going to go for the bite and they're going to go for the play. Hell of a play there by the members of TNC, by Heads and Super Yoshi, and everyone really just, I guess you could say this is what TNC looks like with the pressure taken off their shoulders. A TNC that doesn't look like they're overthinking. There was an interview by Coach Ben Things with Spin PH recently where he was very blunt about how the decision-making of TNC, about how you guys already know what you want to do, but you just don't do it. TNC, this series, they did the decisions they had to make. And I liked what I saw from this version of TNC, and hopefully this is what their new chapter will look like down the line.
I agree with you, Reptar. Sometimes it's not even the quality of decisions that you make, it's how fast you can make them and how you can force your opponent to respond, and that's what they did to Smart Omega. If this kill score of 12-2 did not tell you that already immediately, you can watch the game and you know exactly what we're talking about.
I think when you have to go back at TNC's journey throughout the season, again, I think people got used to seeing them control a lot of that early game potential, the mid-game maybe even, but then struggle with the end game. So I think if they can really break that down now that they have this time where they can review that and come up with a plan, like how do we cap out these games? How do we make sure that we secure the end game from game to game when we control most of the time our early game?
That's true. And as you can see here, Nomad really, the rich guy and the carry, the GPM that he has 837 per minute in 15 minutes and 12 seconds. That just goes to show why he became the MVP here. And also great itemization by TNC Pro Team. There was a Blade Armor on Ryzen, Dominance Ice on Super Yoshi, and those two items will just really shut down the Claude. Even though Big J was able to farm up really well, he dealt a respectable amount of damage. Just having the presence of those two items will take out a good amount of the damage that Omega wants to dish out, and at the same time punish the damage that Jome wants to dish out here as that Claude. Again, for Dominance Ice, you don't need to be close to your target anymore. Just get hit by your target and you will put down the slow on the attack speed and then the movement speed as well, and that's what it did. Super Yoshi being forward almost all the time, really just being there to take the brunt of the damage by Jome, meant that Jome was getting slower and slower, slowing down his attack speed, slowing down his movement speed, which set him up to get damaged by TNC Pro Team.
Not to mention the reduced shield, so even if Chakra would be coming in to the rescue, it wouldn't be as efficient. Something to note, check out the heat map on the young Ryzen. Dean Sumagi, early on, very clearly going for the B line, jumping up into the, if I'm not mistaken, the XP lane here. Quickly going for these rotations. Again, early game, their strength. I'm hoping that the next time we see TNC, they're able to get that, plus the finishing power we saw them use here in their closer match.
Yep, and with that, you get another glimpse at the standings here as we are in that last week of the regular season where things are on the place again. TNC done here for their run. Definitely a struggle this season, but they had moments of hope and brilliance when they were testing things out, and again, all we can really look forward is their new chapter ahead of them and what's on the horizon.
For Smart Omega, their chapter hasn't closed just yet. They still have a series tomorrow. Again, no longer playoffs bearing for them.
That's right.
But if TNC could end their season on a high note, who's to say that Omega cannot? I'm sure Omega will also want to go swinging and try to end their season on a really high note.
That's tomorrow. They'll be facing off against Minana Evos. But for now, we are looking forward to another matchup. One more best of three. If you all thought we had it down pat for the first two, best believe two of the best teams in the world right now will be on a showcase. We're watching ONIC PH and APBR.
And we know what they're battling for.
Yeah.
We can't really say that things have concluded just yet. The pacing has already started by these fellow Bears.
ONIC and APBR.
The play-ins. At
smack
hand.
each other.
Both of them can still be top seed.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how hot it is here in MPL PH.
Yes.
Yeah, the battle of the mountaintop. APBR looking for revenge. ONIC swept APBR earlier in the season. Bro,
Not to mention, ONIC is struggling right now. ONIC is in a lose streak, but they already won. But I'm just saying, it's as tough as it gets. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching MPL Philippines Season 13. He's Reptar, he's Nice Sue, I'm Leo. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Ito para kay Carl Tizzy. Si Carl Tizzy o si Carl Gabriel Nepomuceno ay currently jungler ng Echo sa edad na 19.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Laila Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin ito Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala kasang Pinas We are laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Lacking every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen, malak crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Beast of the southeast taas sa watawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 13 at para sa third series natin, kasama natin dito walang iba kundi ang mga nagre-reklamo, hindi kayo nagre-reklamo. Wala lang, tatanungin ko lang sila. Okay, the question is, sino ba para sa inyong tatlo ang regular season MVP? Kung ang tanong nyo ay pwede bang galing sa inyo? Pwede. Kung pwede bang galing sa ibang team? Pwede rin. Ang tanong, flop. Since ikaw na may hawak, sino para sa'yo ang regular season MVP?
Feel ko si Super Marco eh.
Si Super Marco. Okay, pakita mo nga ng konti. Pakita mo ng konti, ano? O, konti lang. Ano eh, kinikilig masyado eh. Yan, okay. Bakit? Bakit si Super Marco?
Kasi matagal niya nang gusto maging MVP. Tapos, yung meta ngayon, bagay sa kanya.
Bagay sa kanya. Okay, kasi parang napapansin ko, Roger, sabi ni Coach Pando, Roger daw talaga gamit. Okay, so si Super Marco para sa'yo. Ikaw Ogwin. Sino para sa'yo?
Para sa akin si Benny Cutie o si Escalera.
Si Benny Cutie or si Escalera? Ba? Hindi galing sa team niya. Sige, bakit si Benny Cutie?
Nakasabid siya, nasa taas sila ngayon. Kasama na, na yun. Kapantay lang namin.
Okay. Si Escalera naman, bakit si Escalera?
Dami niya ring nagawang play, tsaka marami na siyang MVP of the week.
I agree. Ikaw, Super Marco, mabilisan lang. Sino ba para sa'yo ang regular season MVP?
Si Benny Cutie.
Bakit si Benny Cutie?
Kasi kitang-kita naman sa laruan niya na deserve niya mag-MVP.
Okay. Since nasa iyo na yung mic, ikaw na yung mag-throw kay Mara. Sabihin mo, Mara, pasok.
Mara, pasok.
At nandito naman tayo sa panig ng ONIC Philippines kasama si Calra and Escalera. O, alam niyo na. Tinatanong namin sa lahat, pati sa ating mga manonood, sino nga ba ang inyong season MVP? Para sa'yo, Calra, sinong season MVP mo?
Para sa akin si Carl TC.
Bakit si Carl TZ?
Siya kasi yung GOAT sa buong MLBB.
Siya ang greatest of all time sa buong MLBB. Okay. Good point, good point. Ikaw naman, Escalera, sino ang iyong season MVP?
Para sa akin Carl TC din
Carl TZ din?
Pero pinili niya, sumunod sa akin si Super Marco.
Super Marco, yung kalaban mo! Okay, bakit siya?
Sobrang consistent niya maglaro tsaka nahirapan na ulihin siya.
Oh, magaling talaga si Super Marco. Para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, write down below kung sino nga ba ang inyong season MVP. At ngayon, umpisahan na natin ang bakbakan kontra sa ONIC and Bren Esports. Now, let's go back to our casters. Casters? Pasok.
They say it's lonely at the top. Not in this league, not in MPL Philippines, especially in Season 13. Welcome, Mama Boy, at your service. My name is Leo, here with Nice and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you tonight's closer. It's ONIC Philippines facing off against AP Bren. Gentlemen, some would argue this match is, how do we say, worthy of a grand finals.
Yeah. It is, and I can't wait to see it unfold because there's still some contention here for these two teams.
Yeah, it's hype. I'll leave it at that. It's hype.
It do be hyping.
It do be hype.
It do be hype.
It do be hyping.
Hyping?
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to update you all on what's going on with our standings. We would like to clarify that Echo has already won 20 games. Prior updates to the standings in tonight's broadcast may have shown otherwise, but now can confirm they're currently sitting at the second seed of the standings with 29 points. So we're looking at currently, right now, AP Bren, Echo, and ONIC in the running for the no play-ins stage, while RSG, Black, and Minana are just happy to be there in the playoffs for now.
It's crazy to look how close things are. Again, RSG is also at, 28 points it was. But we'll see how this falls in because this, again, if ONIC can turn things around here against AP Bren, and maybe they get a sweep here, they get the 3 points, or they just win the series, that's going to put them at top.
That's right. Before we got on desk, before the match began, we had on camera two of the greatest gold laners the game has ever seen. We saw Kelra on screen, and we saw Super Marco. The question, what are the greatest gold laners in the game made of? Super Marco was quoted saying this recently: I hope that whenever the subject about the strongest gold laners are, I hope to be included, because it's a thing that whenever people talk about, who are your top 3 gold laners, who are your top 5 gold laners, Marco just always seems to be missed out.
Yeah, and the Romer Ogren actually included himself into that little joke. It's been a running joke in the Bren camp, actually, where he mentioned his MVPs of the season were Benny Cutie and Escalera, which I'm sure he means to an extent, but it's also going into that joke.
Yep, and again, there's a reason why this young man is called the gold standard. Look at his stats. They go toe-to-toe with a defending champion, a world champion. And check this out, he's got a few key heroes that he plays that Super Marco just don't.
Yeah, and you know what I love about this too is because when you talk about the gold standards or the gold laners that really pop into mind, I just feel like, again, Super Marco, he's one of those more calm, collected personality types.
Yeah.
You know, he kind of keeps like that, but man, does his personality in game, the Land of Dawn, is where he obviously really shines, and he's made a crazy legend and name for himself.
Yep, a real quick recap. In the first time they met in Season 13, ONIC swept AP Bren, wiped the floor with their stats all towards the Hedgehog side.
Escalera's Franco is a pick we have to watch out for here, and a part of me hopes to see it again from ONIC.
Oh man, again, we cannot wait for this match to unfold, but for all you guys watching on our official YouTube channels, we've got another diamond giveaway for 4 winners out there. Let us know who you think's going to win. Don't forget to subscribe as well. You have to make sure you're subscribed to the channels. And yes, this is also for the international viewers. Give us a hashtag ONIC or hashtag APBren. Don't forget your user IDs alongside your server IDs as well, so that we can get you guys the diamonds.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and welcome our marshals because that means the match is about to begin. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Let's go ahead and meet them. They'll be calling this match down the middle. It's our beloved marshals, of course. Going from left to right, it's Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbur.
So I asked Chico, of all the MLBB heroes, who do you think would be really fun to go on a date with? He said Fanny, but he's also somewhat inclined to Esmeralda. Great choices. Great taste.
Let's welcome ONIC and Fred.
Going for gold means setting yourself up for success. Becoming the new standard means to set it yourself in the regular season. To be the man, you gotta beat the man. It's time for ONIC Philippines! Heavy is the head that wears the crown of gold. Heavier is the weight of the world on your shoulders. But they are here for a reason. They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, APBR! And welcome our coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Ducky. MPL Arena, make some noise for ONIC Philippines and APBR!
Doesn't happen very often, but Coach Ducky looks great in white. Let's talk about ONIC Philippines here. They haven't really changed their roster, and they've been doing very well. It surprised us halfway through Season 13.
Yeah, you love to see it, how they performed again. We call them the super team, especially coming into the season.
Super fam.
They super fam. They struggled a little bit, but they found their footing as well. And now again, against this team, the APBR, who, I mean, they speak for themselves here.
Yeah, the template for the Super Fam. The 5 that went on a world tour. Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Few, Flap TZ, and Ogwin. And yeah, I'm just going to join into what we're focusing on for this series. The gold laners. Super Marco has been tremendous for APBR this season. 5 MVP performances for the team. He's only behind Ogwin with 6.
Oh, wow, look at this. The KDA between both teams are so close. A lot of the stats are actually very close. And when you're going to check out the way that they perform on the map, check this out. APBR just slightly better when it comes to Lord control, slightly better when it comes to turtle control. And then that aside, they're all very close. If anything, you can say ONIC might be a little more aggressive.
Yep, a little bit higher in that first blood percentage there. But again, this is the story for tonight, especially as we start things off. That gold lane, that's where our eyes are going to be set on.
Oh, yeah, this matchup. I believe the last time these two faced off against each other, if my memory serves me right, actually Super Marco had difficulty against Kelra in the gold lane. 2 carry games for Kelra, and there were times where Super Marco were actually outplayed by the Filipino Savage.
Yep.
My brain blanked there for a second. Just 2 superstars on our screens.
Filipino. 6-9. I can't believe it's that close, given that Kelra has played a Phoveus gold. So already the stats should be skewed, but still, there's a reason why it's called the gold standard. Now let's talk about the K2V brought to us by Infinix. Reptar, talk us through.
Okay, so for ONIC, contest Kyle TZ's Assassin Hero Pool. You know there are going to be assassins available for him. Contest the Fanny. You can play Ling. You can play Fanny too, King Kong. So contest it. Challenge King Kong's Assassin Hero Pool. Just copy-paste what I said, but just change the names. And if not, priority pick Fredrin.
You know what I feel like that is? I feel like that's a wish list from the production, and maybe it resonates with the world out there.
From the world, I can confirm about
Ling and Lance.
What?
See Ling and Lance.
Ling and Lance.
Oh, you want to see Ling and Lance? How about
The
some
double
Haya?
L.
How about some Haya?
That could work too.
King Kong has played some Haya.
Give me
Nolan.
assassins.
Nolan.
What?
Yeah, Nolan has fallen off.
Nolan. No.
Nolan has fallen off.
All
But
right.
yeah, no,
Forget about Layla's daddy.
Just to echo what was mentioned in the Keys to Victory, how often are you guys asked online, is it already the Assassin meta? Is it already the Assassin meta?
You know, sometimes I go through my message requests, and that's all that's there.
Always, right? There's people asking, is it the Assassin meta? So far, ONIC can say yes, they've played a Ling. Now, speaking of, they are picking, they are home, hence why they're going blue, which is still, I think, high win rate still in the current standing. Not an unhealthy high, but, you know, still very heavy blue.
And to answer your question also, you asked Nice, sometimes I get unsolicited Ling pics on my DMs.
Oh.
Just pictures of Ling.
Nice BPs.
Yeah, man.
Look at this 0 and 0.51 Ling.
You always got to ask for consent.
Report.
Yeah. Ling pics.
Do you want to see the Ling?
Yes, I do. I mean, King Kong said it last time. Like, why do you like the Ling? Honestly, I love the changes. He's kind of OP right now. Those are King Kong's words.
Okay, well, Fred has been banned out. Aksha too. But there's the Barats.
Oh, what the hell?
We still don't know. We still don't know.
Yeah, that could be XP.
We don't
This could be all part of the plan, gentlemen.
the hidden gem. Hidden gem. You saw him on screen. He could play this Barats.
Yeah, and he's the one who picked it for ONIC right now. They told him, yo, Gem, pick this up.
Do it.
Pick this up, bro. Make them think. Make them think. Just pick up the Fanny.
It's the mind games.
It's a little bit too early, though, because the Barrett is a high invade hero. So, AP Bren, I would want to see them pick up the Matilda as early as now. Maybe even... Oh, since the Boxers taken out, yeah, Matilda would be a great first pick here for AP Bren on the right side.
Always on the way.
Well, there it is.
Ooh, they get the Farah, too. Okay.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
That
Crazy
is
opening. Crazy opening.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see that every day, right? Especially considering how Matilda's been throughout the regular season, but they locked that in. That's a whole lot of utility already available for AP Bren. I'm wondering how ONIC will actually answer with this. Oh, whoa,
I told y'all! I told y'all! It's the Ling pick.
And the Roger.
Yeah, man, they're sending Ling picks right now.
Possibly fastest swerve and flex we've ever seen. Like, all right, pick one. Forget about it. Let's go. Let's just jump.
Yes, sir. Double assassin. Look at that. Look at that painful, kind of greedy lineup. You got Ling in the jungle. You got Gold Roger.
I'm uncomfortable for ONIC.
Yeah. If I'm AP Bren right now, okay, they need an EXP leader. I'd want to see Flap TZ honestly get the Paquito here. Someone who can like clear wave really fast and even punish the Ling or the Roger. They decide to get in a little bit too close. If you really want to like match up the assassin, see a lot of swords, a Benedetta for Flap won't be that much of a, won't be a terrible thing.
Yeah, no, the worst thing that AP Bren can do is to not leverage the fact that ONIC is overextending.
Yeah.
Like, ONIC can get punished so hard. I'm with it. AP Bren picking up the Akai, just fully isolating what ONIC is doing here. It's a possibility.
I'm just mirroring the energy of a lot of the Indonesian and Assassin meta fans that we always see in the chats.
But you're also very self-aware.
Yes, I'm
how
also
greedy it is.
Yes, it is. It is very greedy.
Never extinguish
See if it's
it.
gonna work though. And it's actually a whoa. They still banned out the Masha because believing that it could go into Flap TZ's hand in the EXP lane. Yes. Masha EXP lane still a viable option here. I'm still in the idea of EXP laner for AP Bren needs to be able to clear fast.
Yep.
And can dish out the damage. That's why Paquito would be really good. Benedetta would be really good. And they banned it.
Good ban.
Nice
read.
Yep, good reads here from ONIC. We'll see how AP Bren decides to respond. Most likely we'll pick up that XP laner next, given the situation. But I think even with the case, the fact that you have the Faramis and the Tilt already picked up for AP Bren, it makes things obviously a little bit harder for King Kong from ONIC.
Yeah.
You can expect you're going to have a hard time, you know, at least being pressured to use that retry early on or on your resources. So we'll see how they kind of protect the Ling pick that ONIC gone with. But AP Bren on the answer. Let's see what they go with.
What if they go Brody Khalid here for the last 2 picks? Never mind.
CC.
CC. Well, they needed someone who can be aggressive with their rotations, and with the lineup of ONIC showing just 3 heroes that love to dive, that might leave the back line of ONIC just susceptible to getting taken down by a hero like the CC.
Yeah, and she wouldn't mind peeling. Can stand in the way of the Ling, can stand in the way of the Roger.
For sure.
Wouldn't mind getting eaten up by the Barats. So, great pickup, CC on Flap TZ there.
Yep.
Now, what's the closer for ONIC? They still need a mid laner, they still need a roamer.
Witness the light priestess of primal lightning.
Okay. Oh, wow.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
Interesting.
And Odette into an Akai, a Matilda, and a Faramis. Very interesting.
Why does it sound like a setup to a joke?
Yeah. A very aggressive lineup here by ONIC. This is...
Dive heavy.
Dive heavy, in your face. Susceptible to getting counter punished here. The gold laner pickup, though, for AP Brent might be difficult. You can't go something like
They can't
Itcher.
carry. They close it up with the Odette.
You can't carry. Brody might be your next best option, but in terms of the damage department, might be a little bit too slow. Ooh, AP Brent might have
He
gotten
doesn't want to do
trumped
Claude,
here.
does he? Claude?
Claude's
Claude Brody off the top of my head.
Claude would be tough, but then, I mean, with sidestep, he might be the next best option. What's it going to be? Nathan? No, Nathan's too tough here.
Hawk aerial assault unit
All right.
awaiting orders.
Wow,
Still
interesting.
the carry.
Okay.
You know
Even
what?
with the range.
Yeah, Super Marco's solution is just, I'm going to play better.
Yeah.
That's it. There's an Odette. I don't care. I'm going to play better.
Yep.
There's an Odette. There's a Roger. I'm just going to play better. All right. Lovely. And we thought the swerve was in the first 3 picks. ONIC still brings out the Odette.
Ooh,
All right. Well, audience. Looking at the audience prediction here.
That's fair.
57%. Yeah,
That's
fair.
fair.
Yeah.
I could imagine that even our audiences online would say would be the same, right? For every 4 or 5 ONIC fans, you would have like maybe 5 or 6 AP Brent
AP Brent fans, yeah.
Mhm.
This is this one of the highest lineup ratings we've seen? A 6 plus ish?
Yeah, 6 to 5.
6 to
around,
5.
Yeah. That's usually the higher end. I mean, I remember seeing a 7 or 8 at some point.
Did we?
Can't
Because
recall.
it's very rare you get a Matilda and a Faramis in the same round.
Yeah. Okay, so just looking at the lineups again, what we've talked about, very greedy on the side of ONIC, but it's one of those greedy lineups that if they win early game, they probably might win game.
And you know what's ridiculous is there's 3 purifiers for AP Brent.
Yeah, so you take away a lot of the crowd control capabilities on the side of ONIC.
Here we go, game 1. In tonight's slobber knocker of a closer. ONIC PH versus AP Bren. Again, here's King Kong with his Ling. Currently sitting at 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I remember just watching that game yesterday. I was stuck in the car, and when it was picked up, it was nice to see, but this is what we're going to be seeing. Ogwin really putting the pressure where he can, but of course, we'll see how it unfolds. Emblems, though, how they're looking.
Take a peek.
Trying to look if there's anything. Rupture on that Odette, Master Assassin, only for the Roger. The carry went full defensive, actually. Went with firmness and toughness.
Here we go, the rotations from purple to orange for Kyle, and then orange to purple, the opposite for King Kong. If I'm not mistaken, we watched yesterday's games, and he was struggling to get his purples, yet they still won.
Oh, yeah. I don't think, though, like, facing up against, like, the AP Bren, then AP Bren's rarely a team that allows an early game lead to slip. Again, rarely. Not to say it's impossible, just rarely.
Yep, the losses that they suffer are from punishes mid to late game.
Yeah.
The early game, they got that down pat, so ONIC understands, I think. They're not as aggressive as they could be 2 minutes in.
Yeah, and that's why, ooh, aggressive rotation here by Kaltiz and Ogwin.
Oh, they're going right there, yeah. He's already got that level 4 available. But again, this is Gem, this is a Barrett. It's going to be difficult to really do anything this early on, so stalemate for now. 10 seconds away on that turtle.
Yeah, that's one of the things about the ONIC lineup. Usually you see EXP teams go into the EXP lane first, try to take down the opposing EXP laner, and then build an advantage from there. But up against a Barrett, you really can't do that, so you have to build advantages elsewhere, like this.
Okay, we get the Stampede. Oh, whoa! Okay, Super Friends wasn't sure, but better safe than sorry. Use the flicker now. Turtle going to be for the taking here. AP Bren probably just going to go ahead and grab this one Escalator there for the vision. But Kyle TZ will get it, and now Escalera, oh, he's going to flicker as well. Unfortunate for him, as Ogun will get that first blood. It just seems like ONIC making some minor mistakes here in the early.
A second too late on Escalera's flicker out, and a second too soon. It didn't need to happen for Super Friends. So again, back-to-back there. Small wins for APBR, leading them to get maybe a 700, 800 goal lead.
Dare I say, Escalera placing himself there actually put APBR in a scenario where they had to make Kyle TZ use the retribution. I think the next play for APBR, if ever Kyle TZ took that turtle without a retry, was to go ahead and invade into the orange buff and take a buff away from the Ling, slowing down the farm even more. But since Escalera showed himself to APBR and said, yo, you can just take me down, that meant that Kyle TZ had to commit that retry because Escalera still had a chance to take it away from APB.
So in some weird roundabout way, Escalera died to help make sure that Ling would not be invaded, that King Kong would be able to continue farming.
For sure.
That's one way to look at it. Looking at their net worth so far, part of me agrees because this could be a 1K, 2K gold lead already. Well, not 2K, but 1.5 if ever that was the case, because it is the first blood plus turtle. Massive wins for APBR so far. But wait, they engage.
Oh, trying to make a play here. All fighting for that extra XP, and so now for the extra gold, and they'll back off from it again. So King Kong, really, when you're waiting for your time here on this Ling, and you know there's a little bit of that risk to it, you just kind of build up and get the lead that you can. But look at this, Kyle TZ already pretty confident on that Akai. And right now, they'll keep them busy in the mid lane. King Kong going to be forced out of his orange.
Oh, wow. Is he just going to concede? Oh, it looks like he is.
Yeah.
That's Grand Theft Orange right in your face.
Kyle TZ still has a retribution, but I don't think they're going to go invade into the purple buff. So this is the pains that you're going to experience as a Ling up against this lineup in the modern game of MLBB. A buff or two will get stolen away from you, and this turtle looks free for APBR, although King Kong has a retry.
It's just
the retry,
painful truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen. If you're playing the Ling, but wait,
Okay,
King Kong get it.
might try to go in, and King Kong will get it. So waits patiently. Yeah, he lost his orange, but at least he's going to get the objective for the team. But still, ONIC working their way against this minor lead. APBR's got him.
Wild under Ling picks, 4 minutes, 44 seconds, stolen.
Yep, Kyle TZ also wasn't able to use his retribution there, so that was just King Kong with a faster hand and really surprising APBR. We talked about the pains of having a Ling where you're a little bit buff, well, of course, you're going to be buff dependent, but then you can set up your team for plays like that, surprisingly taking away the buffs from the opposing team. And ONIC right now, they're sort of playing in a way where they're not directly fighting APBR. They're still respecting the capabilities of the reigning MPL PH and world champions by just trying to steal objectives under their noses.
Which makes sense. I like the way that Ling is currently performing in the metagame now, given the changes. Wait, Gem?
He's tanky
fine.
enough, yeah.
He's okay. As I was saying, is this the most late game we've ever seen Ling? Like, he just now understands, maybe King Kong specifically, understands that he can't fight. Not until he's ready, not without the items.
Yeah, you
What
will
do
have to wait.
What about 2-3 items at least? But again, too, against an Akai and the utility on APBR, you really have to be selective in the way that you actually approach these fights. So you can already see this. APBR wants to take the resources here, but King Kong not even a part of this. The team is just going to provide the vision for now, but it's APBR will take that purple now.
But you can see that ONIC expected that rotation, sent actually 3 at 1.4 members to protect the buff of the Ling, but they will lose it. The damage on that from that CC on this Ling, now they have to watch out for that. APBR in control.
Look at this, King Kong hovering around the bottom lane, trying to find a way to rotate out of that position because FlapTZ's on him, and he's getting these waves. He's cutting these waves down bottom, receiving them right before the turret. As turtle spawns, upper corner of the map, Prince and Gem, they've been staying in this area for a while now.
They've just been farming up that Ling, and all of them have just been trying to hold, sustain, and farm themselves. ONIC is playing the slow game, but let's see if something happens.
Yep, circling eagle going to be used again. King Kong going to get knocked off there, and Turtle again secured here for APBR with no contest. So, you know, for King Kong, I mean, at this point, it seems like, all right, I'm just going to try to keep up in levels at least because I'm not going to have all of these buffs that I want. So the main point is keeping up in level, but at what point? Because at some point, AP Bren, what they're doing, the momentum is going to swing, and they'll continue to build up, especially in terms of space on the map.
Yeah, ONIC PH though also getting their own space on the map. With that quick lane switch here in the mid, a bit of action.
Oh, they want to go for Gem once again. He's quite tanky still. Going to get dragged back by the Stampede. Kelra also there, but there's the lockdown. Flicker going to be used with the Daytona's welcome, and Gem will get taken down by Super Marco. AP Brand, calm and collected, disciplined, will find a kill.
Ooh, up top though, King Kong making the most of that free time he's gotten. Will take tier 1 up top. You know what they say, when the cat's out, the mouse plays.
And now AP Bren are at a turret disadvantage. Both side lane turrets already taken down here by ONIC PH. As we look at the items, you see Super Marco still in the lead over that Roger. 1,000 is the difference, but look at the difference in farm between the Ling and the Akai. AP Bren have been winning the objectives, but again, King Kong has just been farming all throughout the map at around 400 to 500 gold lead. Already has a Berserker's Fury and Endless Battle.
He's looking to build a Trinity, and I'm guessing that's when he's going to say go time.
Yeah.
So, what is that? Post-Lord take? Or maybe even go for a sneaky Lord steal. That might be possible for King Kong.
Yeah, Lord Steal, counter punish. But a part of me, based on what we saw from ONIC yesterday, they're harkening back to their roots when the old version of ONIC PH with Alakari Season 8, the old idea of what we used to call the banana split, open up the map. Force your opponents out of playing together around the center and make them play the map.
I'll do you one better, folks. Put on your tinfoil hats. What if you combine Banana Split with Omega Timers? This time, it's ONIC time because you're playing Kelra coming in!
They're going to go in. Purify going to be used, but it's not going to be enough as Few will go down to the mid lane. And now fighting under the turret. Oh, a turn run as well, but he can't escape the pounce. Kelra gets a double. And now ONIC sets their sights on what's available here. Lord is up, but Few will come back quickly with the passive.
Oh, Gem, good coverage there, and Flap Teasy saw the EXP laner and asked out loud, can I lick it? He went ahead and ate that CC up and blocked the entry of AP Bren from being able to help in the mid lane. This Lord, though, who gets it?
Wow.
Kyle.
Kyle will get it. Again, very decisive on, this is our window, let's grab the objective.
Sharp retribution set in by the young Kyle Saison. But all the while, again, King Kong steps on the clutch, says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go back to farming because so far, it served them well. Any other team that plays this way with this kind of lineup would have already folded AP Bren 10 minutes in, but no, look at this. They're picking a fight.
Okay.
They're doing fine.
That's what they kind of have. I mean, what we saw earlier might have to be what ONIC just looks for now.
Yep.
And continue to let King Kong push around the map. They're finally going to get that tier 1 in the mid lane down. And it's up to them again to find any kind of these wins across the map they can. They have to deal with the Lord right now, though, on the top side. They're going to lose that tier 2, so they might just get prepped and ready to defend on this side.
ONIC PH are holding the center of the map really well, knowing that this is their gateway for holding on to a good lead or a good control, but now it's a pinch by AP Bren.
Tough again. They're going to lose that tier 1 mid lane. King Kong had to go back to base after getting whittled down by Flap, and now the mid lane tier 2 will fall as well. AP Bren, it's just on a macro level, exactly what they want.
Something tells me Escalado just waiting for his flicker to go off cooldown. That's what allowed for that clapback, that sudden clapback in mid from ONIC. So now, what, about a second away, there you go. Escalera, Jomi gets his flicker back. The Season 9 Rookie of the Season, formerly TNC, now the rover for ONIC, might be able to make another play, might be able to call for it again. We haven't really seen, mind you, Super Friends do anything. Not much in game number 1.
Yeah, we haven't seen a big swan song just yet. Genius Wand and Necklace of Durance was the items that he decided to go for to reduce the healing provided. And given on the side of AP Bren, meanwhile, the Genius Wand to lower their magic defense.
Oh. Escalera, not going to find that. Circle Leo to find 4 members, though. Already forcing out the Primal Wrath. There's the response, though, and now another realm going to be popped as well. Escapes with the Guiding Wind, and King Kong will continue to put pressure on these side lanes.
King Kong, really, his presence all around the map. Already climbing up to 1,100 gold lead. At one point, that was just 500 to 700 between him and Kyle Teasy. But literally, this lane has just been non-stop farming all throughout the map.
And he's on his way to a sad sword.
Yeah.
Oh my god, imagine the damage on possibly popped Nether Realms, a low carry. But that's neither here nor there just yet. AP Bren still in control, definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, 6K almost, AP Bren. And you're looking at the farm. It's interesting. It's amazing how Keller has actually kept it this close.
Yeah. He's also been able to get his own farm elsewhere in different locations in the map. AP Bren now, the question will be what happens when ONIC gets to catch up with those items? ONIC PH, their lineup, they can fight once they have the items. AP Bren, one of the biggest problems is they don't really have a lot of ranged poke. They want to fight close, but ONIC's lineup also wants to fight close.
We're going to give this a go once again. Conceal going to be used. Escalera looking for the combination, the Earth Shatter, but he's going to pop the Primal Wrath again. They have to force it here, it looks like. Kyle Teasy going to take the brunt of the damage. It will be a reset on the Lord, though. So right now, ONIC being very controlling on how they want to approach the dance.
Yeah.
But AP Bren will respect it.
A lot of big ults still available for both teams. AP Bren goes for the commit. Gonna sit right there.
Yep, and now Gem has to use that Daytona's Welcome. Gonna go in with the flicker as well into the wall. Flap Teasy popping the Vengeance and now unleashing. Gem will not be able to get away that time. And now AP Bren with a numbers advantage will start up the Lord. Escalera here, the vision, but that's it. I don't think ONIC can do anything more.
Sadly, like a busker in an empty mall, Super Friends had no one to sing to with that swan song.
That sounded like, did that happen to you?
I don't want to talk about it.
All right, sure. AP Bren, though, they are singing a song, and ONIC is having dashing to their tune.
King Kong, he's going to go ahead and poise on through. Has to Tempest of Blades as well to get away. And, you know, this might be the question. You look at the lineup, you look at this Ling, and it's like, all right, let him cook, but until how long?
Yeah.
When do we eat? When do we eat?
When?
How long are you going to let us slow roast, man?
Yeah. We're talking about a pot roast here.
1,400 gold difference between the two roamers. Escalera is at the deficit. Ogwen already has the Blood Wings with a photo, Flask of the Oasis, and the Enchanted Talisman. So yeah, we're going to be seeing the... Right now it's still somewhat sustained, but I wouldn't be surprised if the fourth item for Ogwen's going to be damage, if he can get up to that point to build it.
Oh, wow. AP Bren watched yesterday's matches very closely. They understand how to make King Kong not do his thing.
Yeah.
There's the charge in. You can see that too. Flap Teasy being drawn back by Kelra. They're happy with the top inhibitor turret for now. We'll see if AP Bren can get more.
Yeah, AP Bren, it's like they're reminding the world, this is what it's like to play Assassins in the current metagame if you're handling it right. And they're handling it very well.
Conceal, going to be used. Escalera looking for any type of entry point himself and won't be able to find it again. As ONIC will lose that mid turret, and now AP Bren might possibly look for more on the bottom side unless they decide to take the discipline approach, and they'll back off. ONIC struggling to really find something here to start a fight.
A very, very expensive defense coming in from ONIC. Forced even Escalera to use the Primal Wrath. So now, you have to wonder, what else is left in the tank? What's ONIC waiting for? Because we're approaching the 16-minute mark.
That might be it. Flaptee's going to pop the Vengeance, put it to the backside. Again, a huge circling eagle. Going to throw in, Gem will fall, and now AP Bren unleashing. Tempest of Blaze is not going to be enough. King Kong will not be able to escape view, and they get cleaned up. It's only Kelra, but AP Bren will take game one.
The defending champions surgically dissected ONIC here, giving King Kong's Ling its first defeat in Season 13 already. Oh wow, how the tides have changed. AP Bren draw first blood in this best of 3.
Oh man, AP Bren look terrifying right now, cold-blooded. They know they were swept by this team. This is the team that ended their potential record-breaking winning streak, although it was in the middle of that record-breaking winning streak. But AP Bren, my God, I've never been so scared of a flying Akai. Ogwen and Kyle Teasy to close that up was crazy.
Never? You've never been so afraid? I dream of that almost every day.
Of?
A flying Akai.
A flying Akai.
Gotta get that checked. Like, if you dream about it every day, you gotta get that checked.
You know?
You know a guy?
Yeah, I'll recommend some, don't worry about it.
All right.
So back to the matchup again. This is AP Bren taking ONIC, putting them up against the corner saying, not this time. Not this time. They are already one game away from closing this up. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what the math looks like, but they're confirmed to at least be into the no playoffs route and no play-ins route and to maybe be top seed.
Very close to it. You know, with this game, how it unfolded, it just looked like, again, on macro level, AP they mastered it here in ONIC.
Yeah.
They were just trying to buy as much time, but look at this. MVP. It's Ogwin.
Is this what it looks like, Leo, in your nightmares? Or no?
This is actually a little more pleasant.
Okay, that's great. Ogwin on this Matilda. 2-1-6. And that's why we mentioned in the draft earlier, Matilda was open red side, and that surprised me greatly that ONIC would decide to give that Matilda. They first picked the Barretts, which makes sense. Maybe they were thinking, they're not going to pick the Matilda without the Barretts, but nah, they still went ahead and picked up the Matilda. And Ogwin just showing one of his best, if not most iconic heroes that he plays in the MLBB esports pro scene. AB Brand, this has just been a masterclass, folks, of macro. No matter how aggressive a Ling, a Roger, and your team wants to be, you can't beat the macro kings that is APB. And how they calculated movements, the surgical precision that AP Bren went at this, knowing which trade to take. That final play by Ogwin and Kyle to go in, circling Eagle, knocking up 3, breaking the tempo of team fighting for ONIC and setting things up for AP Bren. The Ghost Bursters, all the members of ONIC being together. There's a reason why they're the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world. Sometimes they just play way damn better than you. Not sometimes, oftentimes. And we got to see it here. An unsung hero for me in this game would definitely have to be Flap TZ. As the EXP laner with a lot of mobility, it was his responsibility to manage the minion waves that King Kong can mess up with, and even Kelro can mess up with as much as possible. AP Bren decided to play into what I would like to call a gambit, because AP Bren had to give up something to get something good. Shout out to the chess aficionados there, and even Manjin Faldas, he loves chess. So if there's the Queen's Gambit, this is AP Bren's King's Gambit. Let's give up power to, or Rook's Gambit. Let's go with Rook's Gambit. They gave up towers, they gave up their castles. But what they did was they got so much more wins there. And I know you love Castle, Leo.
So what's interesting to me is how you pointed out Flap TZ, all right?
Yeah.
Among all of their lineup, he's the one that's like, CC's pretty mobile, but the least mobile. CC is the brick wall that stopped the snowball from ONIC. There were so many potential moments where in the back line, it would have been over. Like, ONIC could have just wiped out AP Bren, but because of how Flap TZ was playing as close to a man-to-man defense that you could in the game of MLBB, at least in the current metagame, that just didn't happen. ONIC only got 2 kills out of this, 15, 16-minute game. So, again, I echo your sentiments.
Yeah, look at Flap TZ. CC took 88,000 damage, almost 89. That's almost 3,000 to 4,000 more damage that Escalera took. So it really just goes to show what you mentioned there, Leo. Flap TZ was a wall. There were times where ONIC was like, yo, let's take Flap TZ down. But Flap TZ literally just clicked his vengeance, survived, and continued the fight.
Not worth it.
Dished out the curtain call, dished out the yo-yo blitz, just bouncing on them as well. Flap TZ is an unsung hero for me in this game.
And that's what makes, again, looking at this, the gold per minute Super Marco, as we were talking and comparing the gold standards here. This guy, on the carry, farms like crazy, will be able to pull things off time and time again. And again, when we were in the draft, we were like, oh, maybe not the carry because, of course, that shorter range. But, also for me, guys, the Odette was a very underwhelming pick in this game. And I think overall, ONIC just really wasn't able to do much because, again, King Kong, man, he just spent his time trying to fly around the map and get what he can. And really, when it came down to it, not only was Flap TZ pivotal in that, but again, Ogwin, how many multiple target circling eagles did he land to disengage or engage on ONIC?
Which is perfect. Again, just to double down on what you said, they overshot the Odette. I agree, they overshot with the Odette. And if I'm not mistaken, Odette's ult, Swansong only stopped by 2 things. Suppress and knockups.
Yeah.
That's what the Matilda brings. So how perfect. I don't know. That's just the story of this matchup, of this lineup. It's very difficult to have played what ONIC brought to the table, and that's why they have to double down and get a grip on things to force a game number 3. Real quick reminder to join the MLBB X KOF 97 Bingo Draw event. Take a shot at winning 3 brand new King of Fighters collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags.
Until April 30th, grab the skins and unlock their exclusive gold ID tag. After this period, you'll then snag a silver tag when acquiring the skins. So, unfortunately for you guys, you missed the gold tags.
I missed the gold
You missed it.
Shiranui.
I have the gold tag.
We're trying to start here.
Okay, while those two stare each other down and now I'm scared, during the event, enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10x draw and daily draw 1x. Don't miss out on awesome opportunities.
You want to throw a tantrum so that he would also stare in your eyes?
No.
Didn't you get one?
Yeah, I got 2. The Valier and the Terry Bogard.
See how he was dodging nice to his eyes? Assemble your own community tournament. Be a part of E-Project, esports for everyone, and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You guys can go ahead and scan that register on the QR code down below.
Yeah, this part of the script doesn't have anything for an analyst, so just do that.
Just do that.
You put yourself in it.
Yeah.
That's what counts. About 3 minutes before the game resumes, again, it's ONIC PH up against the wall. Their backs against the corner, and they got to play as clean as they can, all right? Folks, right now, right here, today, we're now looking for the smart game face of the day. MPL Arena be the next smart game face of the day winner.
Well, let's find out. Got a whole lot of screens there, but you need the green. You need the green screen.
Yeah, green background, green background.
You need the green background.
Not a picture of your friend.
I mean, you can, but you're not part of the thing. You can't win. What can you win? It's a redeemable in-game code. Who we got? Who we got?
Is it 2 winners?
Is there 2 or is it 1? Is it 1?
Are they? Is it both of them?
Do they look? Is it just me or do they look related?
They kind of do.
They do.
All right. So which one, Reptar? Which one?
They both.
Which one is it? No.
Did you do it?
Yeah. I was copying it.
Just imagine him with a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Dude, don't riz me so much, bro.
I'm not rizzing you.
That is the
Not yet.
The most reluctant and defensive rizzing I've seen in quite a while. Going into game number 2, I mean, I've seen it before. Going into game number 2, AP Bren gets to pick their side, and of course, they're going blue, of course. Still the dominant side, and they did pretty well for themselves on red. This time around on blue, what more? First pick Gambit. Reptar talked about a Gambit earlier on, a Castle's Gambit, a Rook's Gambit, if you will. I miss my son. But talking about what their draft might be, we'll be giving it a recap later on. That game 1 draft was quite flawless, honestly. Like, you rarely get Faramis and Matilda together. They pulled it off.
It was so quick, too. When they had the opportunity, they picked it up right away. And it paid dividends in this game for them. Again, it really felt like just ONIC struggled to really find anything unless it was Escalera getting the Earthshatter combinations, onward combinations from the Edith. But sometimes even when he landed that, you had so much utility to deal with.
Yeah, and on the side of ONIC PH, what I saw was a team really reluctant to do anything, knowing that they're up against a heavy spin.
Yeah.
It's like the heavy spin will ruin their team fighting, and then the Nether Realm also would throw them off. So it looked like ONIC were just really waiting, and while they were waiting and farming, and that was the sweatiest farming I've ever seen.
I mean, it's scary.
Yeah, it was literally just like, oh, I'm going everywhere, man. I'm getting all the farm I can get. AP Brand together are just like, all right, let's get this. That's good. Get that one. Oh, we lost a tower. It's okay. Let's go invade. Here, it was just like that.
It's point and click.
Yeah, it's just point and click for them.
Again, it's what you end up with when your lineup isn't built for the meta just yet. You have to admit, watching the way the game was played and watching the response from AP Bren, that was made up for by the sweaty farming. If it was a closer lineup between what works currently and what ONIC is trying to make work, then maybe it would have been closer. But as it is, I'll argue 3 out of 5 heroes from ONIC are what belongs in the metagame. The other 2, the Odette and the Ling, aren't quite there yet.
Maybe we will get there, like we saw yesterday again. Ling worked.
I'm not shutting it down. I'm just saying, like...
Yeah, it was... I don't know. Maybe the changes with those 2 heroes could have made things a little bit better, but I still think we're in this overall arc, not just here in the MPL Philippines, but globally, where it's like,
oh yeah,
the tank junglers, the utility there that they provide, in a way, the team compositions, the way they unfold with those heroes locked in, it seems like it's easier to build that lineup, that composition, where, of course, when you pick up an assassin, there's a risk involved with that for the entire composition.
Yeah, the way it looks, the tank junglers, the utility junglers, they are the dinosaurs, but they're not going the way of the dinosaurs just yet. And the assassins, as many people might argue, they're not the Homo sapiens just yet. They're just the Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, the dinosaurs still control them. The dinosaurs still are the dominant species. Let's go into game 2. The draft is upon us. APBR taking out the Lu Yi, the Terizla, and the Angela. ONIC, on the other hand, taking out the Harith, the Barats, and the Faramus.
So it's a decision, Fredrin or the Matilda. But the first pick for APBR.
I think it's Fred.
Yeah, Fred. Yeah. So ONIC take the Matilda. You don't want. If they still give the Matilda to.
No, they're taking it.
Yeah,
they have to.
You gotta take it here. Where's my research?
Faramus.
Matilda.
Faramus Roger.
They don't.
ONIC!
Whoa. Okay. What?
I'm pretty sure some people in the chats right now are also saying what?
Eto Max, Patrick, listen to me. Why?
Bro, just get the Matilda and
Coach Tony, you let this happen. Why?
Just get Matilda carry now, or even Matilda CC.
There it is.
Okay, Matilda. Oh, it's Matilda Valentina. Interesting. Oh.
But you know what? Something tells me even Coach Treb is flummoxed by this. Like, why would they let that through? He let like 5 or 6 seconds elapse before, you know, the pick. Yeah. He's usually there.
My domain.
We're going aggro.
This was key to
yesterday.
One of ONIC's wins yesterday, yeah.
Got it a Rogerling. Okay.
Very aggressive, very bursty.
Yeah.
It's very bursty, so maybe the game plan is, all right, let's go for early snowball if we can. Maybe they try to either get fed on Ling. If Ling doesn't, then that's fine. You can continue to farm around the map, but maybe the Roger. But with this, how do you even round this lineup out, like these first 3 picks from ONIC?
You need a tanky EXP laner, honestly.
And one hell of a roamer.
Well, this might be a roam Kadita if it's not a mid Kadita.
Sure, yeah, Escalera is capable.
Yeah.
More than.
It's one of his, that was one of his picks that he almost got a name with. Ooh, they read into it. Okay, so they're thinking, yeah, mid Kadita for Super Friends, and they're going for pickoff. So I wonder if APBR will bat out the Kaja. Kaja Kadita together would be great. Kaja, one of the best lane clearing roamers. And Kadita will need help with clearing up the minion waves at mid.
Man, it's just a little, I mean, even seeing this Kadita here, it's kind of worrisome because when you have the Matilda across from you and you already, like, who do you want to burst? Because most likely when you just unleash with your ultimates, they might just get away with the guiding wind alone, you know, for the most part. So you really have to be able to capitalize on this burst potential that you have. But the CC is going to be picked up here from ONIC, so hey, at least they have this kind of front line that they can use. But even so, the answer from APBR might deal with this as well.
So they kind of answer that tanky roamer, the tanky XP that we're looking for. But
the CC.
I don't know. You can hear it in Joseph's voice. I'm not as convinced either.
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet on the CC being enough for this. So
yeah, a part of me is thinking that they decided to pick up the CC to turn off the Claude, because Claude would have been really great against those 3. But then with the CC now having a Vengeance, they still might end up rolling with a carry again here for Super Marco. The Claude still could work, but it'll be risky. Oh, X-Borg. They take it away from Gem. Yeah.
Hawk aerial assault unit awaiting
Still a carry, yeah.
Wait. All right. Wait, why would they take it away from Gem? Where would the
excuse me.
CC
Yeah,
be going?
You're right.
The hunter
That's
of all the evil
HPCC.
gods.
Yeah, something tells me the X-Borg is just their roundabout answer to what the CC might be doing.
Yeah. One of the old matchups, CC versus X-Borg.
Yeah.
Like how right now it's Paquito Bene or Terizla X-Borg, but then CC X-Borg, yeah.
Yep. So that's the close up to the draft for ONIC PH, the Edith. In the hands of Escalera once more.
Yeah, which I like. They needed a little bit more magic damage with their lineup that isn't just from the burst of the Kadita and from the Wind Talker, potentially from either the Ling or the Roger.
Yep, and something that's... all right, with the Edith pickup here, maybe ONIC has done a good amount of balancing, of some effort to try and get a solid lineup working. But one thing that they are lacking, in my opinion, is peel. They have solid CC. I don't worry about them cleaning up waves.
Yeah.
But the peel, there's very little peel here in this lineup.
Especially in comparison to across from them.
Oh, yeah. Again, Kyle TC's Fred alone.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. AP Brand sitting at match point, and they have done well to play to the meta game. And they're looking to go for the juggler, close up tonight's series in a sweep. Can ONIC PH stop them from doing just that?
Okay, let's see if this might just end up becoming a repeat of earlier in terms of how AP Bren will play the macro game here, because ONIC gave the Matilda. Part of me is thinking that ONIC teams in MPL PH will play to win. That's always true. That's never doubted. However, a part of me is also thinking ONIC are somewhat stress testing AP Bren and their potential ideas of lineups.
And not just AP Bren, themselves.
And themselves, yes.
Well, again, it's a good time to do it. But we still know that, obviously, if AP Brent does win the series, that's going to give them the nice 3 points at that top of the standings. So mid lane going to be the focus now, and we'll see how this response is. That's a lot of poke, though, again, from AP Brent this early on.
Sending Prince home. That's a TKO.
Yeah, they both have like a lot of wisps, the Valentine and the Matilda together.
Yeah.
Like wisps you can't really dodge. Once the wisps from the Matilda are locked in, you're gone. If you're in the range of Valentina dash, you're going to get hit.
And so far, both teams have solid map rotation speed, and that allows for both gold laners to get a good amount of backup. Look at this now.
I was expecting possibly a pick trying to go there. King Kong being at level 4, but right now, they're just going to kind of get in position. Turtle's going to be up in 10.
Okay. That's a lower quarter spawn here. And so far, if you're talking about ONIC, they can be anywhere in the span of, 5 or 6 seconds, so they don't mind. Wherever King Kong is, he can just make it to anywhere.
Yeah, so good read here by AP Brand, sending Ogwen to make sure the purple buff of Kyle TZ will be fine, because it makes no sense for ONIC to contest this so heavily this early on. They might go for a steal though, it's still very possible.
Few holding on to the Primal Raft himself, gonna force him in. King Kong looking for it. Kyle TZ though will be able to get the turtle, and now Escalera on the run. Gem gonna be the first to fall. Super Prince Kyle TZ will pick up the kill as well. AP Bren comes out swinging.
You get nothing, sir. AP Bren takes 3 on the way out, plus the turtle. Barreling on forward, 2,000 gold here. Not even 3 minutes in. Oh, close call, almost stolen away.
I thought you would take that, but that's Grand Theft Purple by AP Bren. Kyle TZ stealing the purple buff of the Ling. And this isn't like earlier. Earlier, it was orange buffs getting stolen. Now it's the purple, and that's bad news for ONIC. And one thing I'd like to add here, this Fredrin for Kyle TZ was going into this day 11 wins, 1 loss. That is comfortable as all hell for AP Bren. And if I'm not mistaken, the only team to deliver a loss to the Fredrin of AP Bren was ONIC. I'll have to double check that.
Oh, wow, full circle, huh? But sitting at 11-1, you got to put your ones up because now AP Bren have redeemed themselves. Again, they're looking to sweep, and if you're looking at 3 minutes in, 2K ahead, I wouldn't ask for anything better, man. Few here are going to be sent home.
Well, that's what we're talking about. You know, you have this kind of lineup, especially when you have the Kadita. You're looking for those picks. Not able to find it that time, but they do. Obviously, the damage is going to be there, but you can already see it. 4 minutes in, AP Bren, this nice, comfortable lead. So it's like, ONIC, okay, where do we find control, or at least to keep things even here, balanced in this early game?
Yeah. It's weird. I was going to say maybe in mid, because Super Prince needs very little to succeed. Super Prince could work with Kelra and Escalera, because it's obvious that King Kong wants to wait for his Trinity to be online, but even that isn't working out, because look, he's getting bullied by Few!
Oh my goodness. He's getting outplayed by this Valentina. You have to consider AP Bren. Those 3 Purifies will cause hell for ONIC in terms of layering their crowd control abilities. I have to correct myself. It wasn't ONIC that delivered the loss of the Fredrin. The last time we saw AP Bren and ONIC face off against each other, Kyle TZ was playing the Joy and the Akai. And another purple buff stolen. Tough going for King Kong.
Did we not see Kyle do that before? Did we not see him dash into a bush where he felt someone was in before?
Yeah.
The instincts.
That was earlier this season against Manana Evos.
Amazing. game IQ, game sense from our world champions. Now approaching 3,000 gold ahead. Now the second turtle spawned, lower quarter. APBR's not even rushing. Like APBR knows that they're dictating the pace.
Yeah, it's very similar to what we saw in the previous game. You know, if they can find wins with these fights, then they'll take them. But all in all, they just want to get the macro game under control, and that's exactly what they're doing against here. So King Kong finds himself in a similar situation. Turtle's up here. It's going to be taken up by APBR again. And that's the thing. That seems like the trend of this game, very similar to what we saw previously.
APBR now like the aggression here. If they take down this mid tower, the map will get so much smaller for ONIC.
Oh,
what a taunt!
There's the implosion. There's the Tempest Blade. It's going to be followed up. He's going to go in with a Circling Eagle. Oh, Super Prince, though, has the damage but can't find the kill. Gets bonked under the turret with the Appraiser's Wrath.
That's not skibbity, as the kids would say. 6 minutes in, APBR approaching 4,000 gold ahead. King Kong not a lick of his purple buff. And now eventually the main artery ruptured by APBR. The map is going to be all the more theirs to control.
Oh wow, Super Prince getting bonked. Was like a reminder by APBR from Kyle Teasy. Calm your tizzy, bro. What a smack. And now APB will just continue this. Great timing, layering everything. Mid goes down, top goes down next. King Kong will try to cut the bottom minion wave, but the bottom tower should be up next now in the docket for APBR.
So tough to be King Kong, man. He's not even at home on his side of the map. Alms!
Not only that, but look how much support he needs for this orange buff alone, and he's probably going to need the same for the purple, because now APBR continuing to put pressure here on this side of the map. Super Prince there as well, and here's the rest of the team to help him out.
Good
Earth
knockup.
Shatter with the onward goes in, but it's Kyle Teasy. He's tanky enough. Super Marco goes in as well. King Kong not going to be able to get the purple again.
And he does go for the retry. But check this out. He's a full level behind Kyle. So the threshold of that retribution will obviously be on different parts of the health bar for both of them. That's why Kyle Teasy has a clear advantage.
Items, 1,400 to 300 lead here for the carry compared to the Roger. And that should be a sign to tell you that this has completely slipped out of ONIC's hands. But a nice layering of crowd control should bring them back in.
Elgwin gonna survive that.
Oh my God!
Escalera won't be able to survive that one, and now Count being pushed back as well. Turtle's still gonna be up here. Kyle Teasy will start that up. It was a good effort from Escalera, but not able to find it just yet. Still not on the board here.
You're a full man down. I don't think ONIC should be anywhere close. Not even Super Prince. He's sitting here with his Queen's Wings. That's not going to save you. Not from what APBR has prepared. Marco pushing off bottom lane right after that last turtle take. 8 minutes in, 7K ahead, APBR.
God, this isn't just the Spanish bread era of APBR anymore. They're bringing out the pain of chocolate.
Oh, they got the whole bakery.
The whole bakery.
Chocolate or not, under the turret, they're going to have to fight again.
Oh my God!
Will get taken out this time. And the turret, Super Prince, he's in trouble. Has to use the waves to get out, but now they're going to get clashed down on. Kyle will get another on top of Ogwin. APBR is just dominating.
3 for none, plus a purple buff for takeout. That's amazing. APBR now going from objective to objective. A perfect game for them so far, 9K ahead.
Gentlemen, still, even with the shields being knocked down here, King Kong has not been able to do a single thing in this game. He's having trouble, more so than the previous game.
Oh, you got an orange buff at least.
Oh, Kyle Teasy flashing an ONIC sticker and TPing on their face. My God. And Flap Teasy's been low-key in this game as his export.
Oh, again. This is just how far ahead they are. They can plant themselves here right in the faces of ONIC.
Well, I have an inquiry. What was Super Prince doing that deep down bottom into APBR's jungle? I'm wondering what happened there. How'd it go that deep? How'd it get that far?
A little too deep. Energy interruption going to be used, and now their eyes set on this mid turret. They'll get it very easily. APBR 10,000 lead ahead.
And you know what's ridiculous? That's without a Lord. Lord hasn't even spawned yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
They're the Lord.
They are the Lord.
The kings of MPL PH.
Hey, the kings of the world.
Of the world.
Kings of the world.
There's a war at the mountaintop in the Philippines. And AP Brand just showing dominance.
Hey, one of the most promising challengers have stepped up to the plate today.
For sure.
It's just AP Brand chose violence.
And one of the most promising is about to get egged by AP Bren.
Again, they wanted the link twice now in a row. And, you know, you can kind of theorize, what is it for? Why did they go for that? Are they trying things out, of course? But, again, we know what's at stake here, especially for ONIC. All fighting for that top seed if they can get it. Yes, they're in that top 3 right now. But still.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Nothing going to happen there just yet.
Frizz trying to go for a pickoff.
He's been trying to go for one for a while. Oh, King
my
Kong.
God.
Oh,
look at the light wheel. He's fine. He's fine.
He's fine, yeah.
Run, Cyrek. Run. He's fine.
He's still got to get away, though. Look at the movement.
Getting chased.
From Ogwin. Oh, King
Marco.
Kong. He's got a little bit of energy. Not going to land that one.
He stops it.
He was an inch away.
He chose the wrong side of the bush. And now the defense from ONIC to deal with it. But look at the damage. Kelra already has to flicker out. Last Insanity going to be used as well. Lord's still up here. King Kong trying to help with this defense. And they hold on for a little bit longer. But AP Bren looking to get these turrets down. Temps Blaze going to be used already as well. And with a massive lead, does AP Bren look to end it here?
Super Friends.
Wave still pushing in. The top side turret still set on.
Yeah, Super Friends has his combo available for him. Curtain call back there for the CC. Ultimates for AP Brand coming back as well. No light wheels just yet for the carry.
Oh, again, Super Friends half health here. Still has the combinations available. Kyle Teasy gonna jump in. Escalera has to flicker out. Circling Eagle to be used. Gets the knock up. There's the taunt. Base gonna be worked on, but it's just too much damage from AP Bren to deal with. And they unleash on ONIC. It's a double. The flexes come out as well under the turret. They want more. And they find more. And that's gonna be AP Bren showing why they're at the top in fashion as the base gets whittled down and they sweep the series.
Perfect. AP Bren with a 2-0 victory and a, if I'm not mistaken, 12-0 kill score.
That was the egg.
Yep. ONIC.
What was the final number?
12-0, I think.
12 or 13-0. AP Bren gets the revenge. And the regular season of ONIC PH ended like this. And AP Bren's regular season ain't done yet. They still have games tomorrow. But my God, our defending world and Philippine champions just showing who's your daddy.
All right, here's what I'm thinking. ONIC chose to play this way.
Yeah.
ONIC chose to play Ling in their final matches in Season 13.
Yeah.
So this was by no means just purely limit testing or, again, experimentation. Like, they know that this works.
Yeah, it's been prepared.
It's just AP Bren knows how to shut it down.
I think it was, again, when you have to look at it, it was a good time to see exactly how it would unfold because this is obviously not what you want to have it happen in the playoffs. Right, so you bring it through. Yes, you don't want to have this kind of game, this kind of series for ONIC. And as they take their bow here, again, we'll see exactly how they kind of recalibrate going ahead of them.
Yep, just shake it off. Again, the next time we'll be seeing ONIC PH is in South Mall.
Yep.
Yeah.
And sitting at what, 28 points, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, 28.
Sitting at 28, they should be relatively comfortable. AP Brendo at 31. I wonder how they're feeling. We'll throw over the stage with Hans and Mara. They'll be talking to our champions.
Congratulations to AP Bren! My goodness, Flap! Nasa 31 points na kayo and currently sitting at number 1 sa ating standings. Flap, ano yung nangyari sa huli? Kasi napansin namin, buong AP Bren, hindi na naka-tower lock, TP ng TP. What statement are you guys trying to make?
Gusto lang namin bumawi kasi tinitipihan din nila kami nun.
Kaya. At tignan natin ang ating standings. Dahil ang AP Bren right now is currently 31 points, sitting at number 32 points, sitting at number 1 sa ating standings. So, gusto mo lang talaga silang bawian. Ayun yon.
And with this victory, sigurado na ang AP Bren will no longer be playing in the play-ins. Diretso na kayo sa upper bracket. Few, with this situation being given, hindi nyo na kailangan pang dumaan ng play-ins. What does this mean for you and your team? Na rekta upper bracket na kayo, rekta playoffs na kayo, and you don't need to go past the other ones.
Sobrang saya kasi mababawasan yung games na kailangan namin para mag-qualify sa MSC. Tapos, ayun nga, mahirap na din kasi sa playoffs eh. Parang pagdating ng playoffs, lahat ng team magpapantay-pantay. Di mo alam kung sino yung lason o yung malakas talaga eh.
Right, and it is a very huge advantage heading forward. Next up, Kyle TZ. Ang nakalaban mo ay dalawang back-to-back lane games. And we know that you're a very good assassin user yourself. So, given the scenario na nakita natin na gumamit sila ng kanilang assassin, how viable or how possible is it na meron kaming makitang assassins from you? Aside from the funny na ginamit mo rin kamakailan lang in the near future.
Depende po sa mga coach ko kung papagamitin pa po ako ng assassin eh. Kasi nung pinagamit ako ng assassin kasi kala nila gumagana sa scrim. Pero nung trinay po namin nung last week, di po gumana kaya kukunin ko ulit yung trust nila sa assassin ko.
Okay, so depende daw kay coach. Coach Trev, tsaka Coach Lucky, baka naman miss na ni Kyle TZ yung mga assassins niya.
Si Super Marco naman, Super Marco, layo mo naman sa akin. Dito ka, lapit ka dito.
Lapit ka.
Super Marco, okay, how does it feel para sa'yo na mabawian ang isa sa mga pinakamalakas na gold laner sa ating liga?
Nakachamba lang ako kasi ganun pa rin naman siya, malakas pa rin siya.
Alam mo, kanina tinanong ko nga sa kanila kung sino ang pipiliin nilang season MVP. Yung kalaban mo, si Escalera, sabi, ikaw daw ang feel niya na maging deserving na season MVP. Seeing that, nakalaban mo sila, nire-respeto ka nila like that, how does that make you feel? Anong pakiramdam no na yung kalaban mo, ikaw yung binoboto para sa season MVP?
Masaya lang. Tumataas man pa din ito maglaro.
Ikaw, sino yung season MVP mo na hindi kasama sa team mo?
Siguro, si Benny Cutie.
Si Benny Cutie, Bakit si Benny Cutie?
Kasi nakasabit siya kanina.
Kasi nakasavage kanina. At ang ating MVP for Game 2
is none other than Kyle TZ. Congratulations, Kyle. Ikaw naman ang tatanungin namin kasi hindi ka namin natanong kanina eh. Sino ba sa tingin mo ang regular season MVP if it's not from your team? From the other teams, kung mamili ka ng isa, who would it be and why?
Para sa akin si Carl.
Si Carl TZ. Okay, bakit si Carl?
Ang ganda ng performance niya ngayong season eh. Tsaka nasa top din sila katulad namin.
I feel like the rest of the boys also agree. Message mo naman sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa AP Bren.
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa AP Bren. Tsaka belated po kay Boss Jab. Happy birthday. Kasi di namin nabati siya nung last week eh. Natalo kami.
Happy birthday! And now, once again, congratulations to AP Bren. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. AP Bren currently #1 sa ating standings, 32 points. Pero pwede pa rin itong magbago dahil sa laban bukas.
Alam mo, hinahanap ko nga si Coach Trevor tsaka si Coach Ducky kanina. Medyo nanibago ako na they're out, pero the same momentum and mentality ang nakita natin from the Beast tonight.
2-0 para sa AP Bren. Tingnan natin kung ano nga bang masasabi ng ating mga casters. Casters, pass up.
With Kyle TZ bagging the MVP nod for Game 2. I have a very happy girlfriend. She likes Kyle. She likes Kyle.
She likes
Kyle.
Well, a lot of people like his Fredrin too.
Yeah.
Hey,
11-1.
You like Fred.
I like Kyle.
Kyle and Fred.
You love Fredrin. He got really touchy about Fredrin earlier.
Yeah, he did.
Still scares me.
Put respect on his name.
I will. 4-0-7 for Sir Kyle on Sir Fredrin. able to get that MVP performance, and yeah, really with just how he was playing the map and getting aggressive at the right times. It harkens back to what I remember Pando talked to me about in the AP Brent after party, where he mentioned he felt, to him personally, Kyle TZ was the MVP of the Game 7 against ONIC in the M5 World Championship. Why? Because Kyle TZ was so aggressive with that Fredrin, stopping Sans, stopping ONIC from what they wanted to do. Sound familiar? Kyle TZ was doing that. Paired up with the Matilda of Ogwen, getting those comfort picks. Look at that. Telling Super Friends, calm your tizzies, bro. Really, APBR just showed off why this Fredrin pick, for them, is hands down their best pick in recent memory. Going all the way back to MPL Philippines Season 12 even. Now it stands at 12 wins, 1 loss in MPL Philippines Season 13 for APBR. You get the vision. You get the control. Big taunts. Big damn.
Yes.
Fredrin, OPAF, bro. All of the things that he can bring to the table, APBR know how to capitalize on at the right time.
Like that.
11-0 to end it for the reigning and defending MPL PH and World Champions. This is the flavor of Fredrin that goes pure tankiness, concussive blast, goes for the plus 16 adaptive attack, and for the tank emblem, because he's filling in the role of tank for APBR. When you have a Matilda roam, you're not really sitting there to take damage. You'll take up a little bit, then use your Circling Eagle if ever you need to get away. But realistically, you'd want the Fred to be your roamer in the sense that you're the front line, getting the vision, potentially taking the damage first, because you want to get hurt as a Fredrin. That's how you get a little bit more damage coming out of your Appraiser's Wrath. The more damage you take, the more, I believe they call it the crystals?
Crystal energy.
Crystal energy that he has, he deals more damage.
14-5 buffs collectively taken
Yikes.
by APBR to ONIC. So that means for every 1 that ONIC has or secures, APBR took 2. You do the math.
1 purple buff the whole game, man, that feels bad.
Yeah, for a lineup that wants to play Ling.
Yeah. Butter lick. He just got butter lick.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is a really good look of what the story of the game. The carry and the rich guy, Super Marco, had all the space in the world to farm up. Escalera took the brunt of the damage. And of course, Ogwen with those 10 assists. APBR just really know how to play with the Fredrin and the Matilda so well that unless you come up with a World Championship winning strategy and lineup to beat a Matilda and a Fredrin, best to not give the Matilda and Fredrin to APBR, especially if you're going to be rocking an Assassin in the jungle.
Not even to mention the game prior, they let through a Faramis and a Matilda.
Yeah.
Not only that, because when you have a Ling and you're playing with the advantage of I can get around the map quickly, man, if there's a Matilda across from you, it kind of negates that strength. You know, the Matilda is going to let even the Fredrin, Kyle TZ, get around just as fast.
And as we look at, of course, most damage out there, Super Marco, GPM, also still Super Marco. And for the side of ONIC, again, a very greedy lineup that really needs to farm. You need the Roger and the Link to be able to get whatever farm that they can get. And, well, they got it, just not as much as they want to. King Kong with no buffs. APBR, again, just giving the world a harsh reminder of really you want to try the Ling in this current metagame against us, against our comfort picks. Ogwen, as you look at this heat map, was a harsh reminder again for ONIC. Just really, when you're up against APBR, best to not give them the Matilda or be damn ready for it.
Wait, that was just 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Look, he was everywhere, bro.
Everywhere, dude.
That's what I'm saying. You have the Matilda, and everywhere he is, and a lot of times he's in the jungle of King Kong, he's bringing someone with him with the guiding wind, too.
I'm trying to... Did he draw... It looks like he drew a duck.
The only place he wasn't was the bottom lane.
Yeah.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, an updated look at our standings. APBR now, currently, this has been updated. 32 points. Number 1, Echo 29, RSG 28, and this drops ONIC to a final 28 points. They no longer have any games, meaning no longer any chances to get points. This is where they end up in the playoffs alongside Blacklist and Minana.
Oh, unfortunate that this
Raiders.
their best season so far in recent memory, ONIC has to go through like a first round play-ins round again.
Yeah. This is what they say, better for the documentary.
Yeah, it is. But wow, congratulations to RSG Philippines. If I'm not mistaken, they got to secure
The top 3?
Top 3.
Is it secured? We'll see.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right. More
Raider
action
Nation.
tomorrow, the last day of the regular season. On behalf of Reptar and Nice to, my name is Leo. It's us, the We Bear Bros. It's been an honor. It's been an amazing night for MLBB action. Let's throw it over to Manay and Hans.
After 7 weeks and 2 days of the regular season, the 6 teams who will advance to the playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 13 are finally complete.
Congratulations sa APBR, ONIC Philippines, Echo, RSG Philippines, Minana Evos, and after their crucial victory tonight, Blacklist International.
For Smart, Omega, and TNC Pro Team, dito man nagtatapos ang inyong laban para sa tagumpay. Hindi yan ang dahilan para malumbay dahil aasahan namin ang pagbawi nyo next season.
Pero kumpleto man na ang ating playoff teams, hindi pa rin dyan natatapos ang ating mga matches. Kaya kita-kits ulit tayo bukas para sa huling araw ng ating regular season.
Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Na nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan. Sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban para sa tagumpay. Keep it good vibes, everybody!
And see you tomorrow.